This is a 6 hour and 30-second podcast. That's crazy. Hello. This episode was one of the funnest projects I've worked on since I started all of this. The guest for this episode is Rebecca Botter, who has a great TikTok channel talking about bridal stuff, which is where I first saw her and specifically where I noticed how good her editing was. She's a really good editor on her videos. She's a great storyteller, and you know I'm a sucker for great editing. So I was really looking forward to following her for that. But also her stuff is like, I don't know, it was like very candid and thoughtful, like hyper thoughtful and curious, all respect intended, and inquisitive in a way that reminded me of like, well, me on my like more focused days. And honestly, of David Foster Wallace's like nonfiction stuff, which I intend is super high praise. I love his stuff. So particularly there was something like kind of like really lonely about it and curious in a way that I identified with as, you know, probably many people have struggled with loneliness. Certainly I would put myself in that category. And so I wasn't surprised that she actually has a podcast called, currently on hiatus, called The Lonely Girls Podcast with Maddie Turner that is excellent, where they talk about the archetype of the lonely girl in various forms of media. Rebecca reached out to me, I don't know, some point to send like she sent a very nice compliment about the channel saying, you know, she liked the videos. Very thankful. Always love receiving those messages. So I invited her onto the pod because of, you know, I also was following her, and I know nothing about brides or weddings or any of that stuff. And all of it seems pretty fascinating. We're going to pick a couple of movies with wedding scenes in them, but Rebecca said that then she's been wanting to discuss the Barbra Streisand directed and Barbra Streisand starring movie The Mirror Has Two Faces for, quote, a long time. She called it an imperfect movie that for some reason she loves, I think was the quote. But that's the exact type of movie that I want to talk about on the channel. Let me see if I have a copy of it somewhere. Here it is. Yeah. So it spurred me to, actually it was nice because I got to buy this. I don't know if you can see that well, but Mirror Has Two Faces, nice thin DVD case. And it came in this Barbra Streisand little gold and white thing here with also, I think it has the Mirror Has Two Faces, The Prince of Tides, and The Way We Were, which is cool, which itself came in this Barbra Streisand original movie classics box with also Funny Girl. Now, weirdly, just physical media fans out there, there's just a DVD of Funny Girl along with like the special one. It's like they decided to do like this thing and they're like, well, we also want to put Funny Girl in there, so I guess we'll just throw a DVD. So that's cool. Looking forward. I'd never seen a Barbra Streisand movie. And I picked The Razor's Edge because this is Gene Tierney, Tyrone Power, Ann Baxter, Clifton Webb, John Payne. I don't really know who those last two guys are, but Ann Baxter, Tyrone Power, Gene Tierney, I love. And yeah, I love both movies. It had an Oleg Cassini wedding dress, so I was like, you know, screw it, let's pick it. Ended up being great. I'll put some, now that the episode is out, I'm going to put some content on my channel about both movies probably. But yeah, I really ended up liking them, so it was a really fun episode. Now, Rebecca had mentioned something about being an over-prepper and bringing her A game. So I got determined not to be bested on that stuff. No one is going to out-movie discussion me. No one. No one will out-movie discussion me. I will go until I croak. And I was also determined to not be out-prepped on like the interview or whatever else. So I ended up going a little like Nardwar or Hot Ones. Is it Sean something on Hot Ones? Anyway, I went really detailed on the research, which makes this, I think, a very funny episode. I broke the news to Rebecca that she was on Newsweek. Shout out, congratulations, Rebecca. She had a pretty viral video that from TikTok that went viral a couple years ago, and or maybe, I don't know how long ago, but yeah, she was on Newsweek. So I'm a hashtag journalist now. Yeah, this was super fun. See, I'm trying to wrap this up because as I said, the main part is 6 hours and 30 seconds long. And it's really fun. Some quick things the robot says, where are my notes, that we talk about are her journey as a writer and actor, importance of reading scripts, personal experiences with mental health, fashion choices. These are always vague notes. I don't even know why I read. I honestly, I just kind of like reading them. Navigating insecurities and friendships, the aesthetic appeal of film, personal preference in cinema. I actually am reading off of 2 sets of notes because I had to split this up in my podcasting thing into like 2 things to be able to upload the file. Yeah, creative expression as a form of self-discovery, portrayal of gender roles in classic films, pent up creativity, This note just says, I have good taste in people, which has led to amazing friendships. So I'm assuming that's her. I think from what I remember, that's her saying it. Not that I don't have good taste in people. If you're a friend who's listening to this, obviously you're one of the great taste in people, but, I don't know if I'd consider well, that's a terrible thing to say. I love all my friends. We'll just say that. Shout out all my friends. So yeah, this was, really fun. I'll, as always, post some chapters on this. Hope you enjoy, and please let me know if you finish the actual whole thing. It's on the honor system. I don't think I have a way in all these little app doohickeys of checking that, but if you do, I will at some point send you out like a challenge certificate, or something. So yeah, hope you enjoy, and see you in 6 hours.
Throw some colors on the screen and paint me black and white. I want to see a thief in a gunfight, or a heroine wounded in love. You can keep her lighted by an old flame left to frame, so I can read the feeling on her face, half in shadow, and know I felt that too. In danger and in love, you've got the dreams I was dreaming of, and I've got 2 hours to pretend. So I'll watch a movie with a friend. Time's running sideways, and reality's gotta meet me halfway. So I'll meet it here again. Here's the Trading Movies Podcast with friends.
Hello. Now is the winter of our disconnect made glorious summer by this guest of mine, and all the facts I scoured upon the web in the deep recess of my mind buried. Now are our brands bound with some curious films, our viral talks hung up for microphones, our phone alarms changed to merry mutings, our dreadful DMs to delightful small talk. Grim visage me has smoothed his filtered front. And now, instead of posting dressed vids to fright the souls of film bro adversaries, Rebecca Botter joins in nicely on a fella's podcast to a silly debut from Adult. Rebecca, welcome to the show.
Oh my gosh, that was so good. Was that iambic?
Yeah, that's you played Richard III as a lady.
Yeah, I did, but I was wondering, I wasn't like counting you out, but it sounded like you got it in iambic.
Mostly, yeah. The only one that's not is when Rebecca Botter, but Shakespeare, I think in like in deep recesses of my mind buried is like kind of, what is it, a spondy at the
I don't know. I'm super dyslexic, so I was getting confused. I guess we're starting.
Yeah.
and yeah, I was getting quite confused. And then one of the professors was like, "You're fine. Just go for it." And I think, anyways, we could get into a separate Shakespeare talk. But like Peggy Ashford, who was like Judi Dench and like Maggie Smith's like big inspiration, they were like, "Oh, okay. Like, what do you think about the iambic? What's your like take on this and this?" And Peggy was like, "I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about." So it's actually, if anyone is in English class and they're getting like way too into the like AB, it's actually kind of something that people came up with in the past 100 years, and it kind of doesn't matter. So speak the speech, I pray you. That's all that really matters.
Yeah, that was great. So you played Richard III. I saw it on your resume.
I did.
That's cool.
Did. That's my that is my favorite role I possibly played. I went to drama school and in London, and that was my favorite role I was cast in. Juliet was fine and fun, but who knew what I really wanted to do is like play a guy with a limp who is like evil and destroying everyone. I'm just still so impressed, dude, by you writing this. And I was listening to your most recent episode. You mentioned you were a writer, and that is not something most writers could do. That's amazing. I feel so special.
I don't know. It took me a minute, but I liked phone alarms. That was actually, I'm proud of that one. The rest of it's like, I struggled through. But
no, I was like taken away in it though. Like I was on the journey. Like I felt it. So that was brilliant. Congratulations.
I wanted to memorize. I can't memorize lines. That's so I had it written down here. Yeah, Richard III is my favorite Shakespeare play by far.
Really?
And
Why?
yeah, I don't know. I read it in Shakespeare class. I think it's because he's like Eminem. Like I have like
Mm-hmm.
he's like a I loved Eminem as like a like the rapper as like as like a 10
Yeah.
year old 9 year old. My older brother was into him, and I loved all. He was like he's so emo, and the I guess like the whenever I read Richard III, like him coming out and um I guess just like imploring the audience, or like he's like kind of I mean he's a bastard, right? And so it's just like the very I always loved like the very sort of confessional kind of like he's almost like a wrestling heel like
Mm.
style that he is. So something about that connected. And then I wrote a bunch of I was a writing major and literature minor and classics major. So I always like stuff in verse. When you said verse, Homer I believe is most of the time I think it's dactylic hexameter, which I know the word. I don't know what the hell that means. I'm assuming something with six. But I did for a Shakespeare class. That was like one of my final. This is like one of the oldest DVDs I've had. It's actually the earliest surviving American feature film is a Richard III. Believe it or not.
Really?
By by 1912, and Frederick Ward plays Richard III. So I
That's
got that
amazing.
Richard III, and then the Olivier one, which is great. And I thought I had the Ian McKellen one, which is my favorite, but I don't know where that is.
I
So
think I think more women should play Richard III because um I don't I the director was kind of like, "Oh, there's it was just like it's Richard III. There's kind of like a way most people do it." And I was like, "Cool, cool, cool." So my take is dog with rabies. And he
mm,
was like, "Dog with rabies." And I was like, "Yeah, I kind of think that's the only way you could play it." And he was like,
mm,
"Oh, okay, I think that is a new take." And so I hadn't like consumed any of the other. I sound so like actor, but I hadn't really seen anyone else really do Richard III. So I was like, oh, isn't that the obvious take? But I think a woman's take of like someone who's being like cast aside, who is being villainized and is trying to climb up any way that she can,
mm.
is I don't know. I think in some ways the separation and the ostracization and like being looked down on as a bastard, I think uh,
Mm.
is quite like feminine.
Yeah, you just I'm making you just gave me an idea. The
Yeah.
making a note, but I think like he is a bit of a I'm trying to say this like I don't know he's like I said bastard, but he's a bit catty, isn't he? Like he's like uh I mean, so I should probably do the real intro. So hello, I'm talking to Rebecca Botter, who is a writer, podcaster, and bridal shop manager. She has worked on the Lonely Girls podcast and the Search for Pink podcast. You can find her on TikTok at Botter Rebecca. Her podcast is at Instagram, Lonely Girls Podcast, and her YouTube is at Rebecca Botter, Botter. And she has a brand new video on reading 90s historical romance novels so you don't have to, but you should, which I started watching this morning and
Oh.
is fascinating. It's very, see, I'm very self conscious now because I when I was looking at some of your stuff, so I wore this is for your friend. I wore my Wes Anderson shirt for your
For
Maddie.
Maddie.
Yeah,
Oh.
she
She'll
on the
love
Lonely
that.
Girls podcast. Yeah, her co-host is Madeline Turner, who's the Wes Anderson of TikTok. I think someone called her.
Yes.
Is that
Vogue
yeah?
called her. Vogue called her
Vogue.
the West. Mm-hmm.
Vogue called her the Wes Anderson of TikTok, and yeah, I just lost my train of thought. Oh yes, but during that conversation, you said, or Maddie said that I think she said she was just glad not. It's like that they didn't immediately say like Greta Gerwig or like a woman. But
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say positively because I talked about this on the first podcast. Already the 90s historical romance novels YouTube video, pretty Jenny Nicholson coded, and I love Jenny Nicholson. So that's if you like that
Oh,
type of content,
shut up. That is like the biggest compliment.
it's
I
big one I
she's
can
the
give.
she is the only Patreon I am subscribed to. I am quite an obsessive person and I will rewatch. Maddie got me into Madeline got me into YouTube essays, which is one of the
Mm-hmm.
reasons I was so drawn to your TikTok, and that's why I reached out to you because I was like, these are so impressive. But I think Jenny Nicholson is kind of everyone's intro into video essays, and I've loved the, I don't want to say like art form isn't right, but like the medium. I've loved the medium for so long. And I kind of was like, I don't know, I want to give it a go. It was fun. Putting it out last week was really stressful. And I'm someone who kind of likes to, the making something is the fun. Once it's out in the world, I'm kind of like, bleh, like I'm kind of grossed out by myself. So thank you for consuming. I already am like, boo.
Okay, so for the movies, Rebecca picked The Mirror Has Two Faces, which is, let's see if I can grab it. Gave me an excuse. Mirror Has Two Faces, got this nice thin DVD. Gave me an excuse to buy this ridiculous Barbra Streisand DVD box set that is impossible to actually get open. It's so weird because it's like, okay.
You did it. You got it
did
open. Good
It's
job.
like bent. What's funny about this is it has like this beautiful, nice, like kind of like Mirror Has Two Faces, The Prince of Tides, and The Way We Were. It's like this beautiful little thing. And then they just threw in a copy, like a DVD copy of Funny Girl under it.
Good.
I don't understand.
Oh, it's the best.
Yeah,
Have you
and then
seen
just put it in your
Funny
face.
Girl?
I haven't. That's actually, I bought that. This is my first Barbra Streisand movie I've ever seen. Yeah. I don't know why, but something about, I think she reminded me of my aunts, and we'll get into that a little bit. But there was always something like, I was afraid of her as a kid, I think.
Oh, she's terrifying. We don't need to talk all about it, but the whole crew of The Mirror Has Two Faces, like there were two sets of crews because at some point everyone from the first set quit.
Really?
Yeah.
I would have never known.
Oh, no, you wouldn't, would you? Barbara is like famously quite difficult, but if film bros are going to be like, well, Woody Allen and the art and I'm like, you know what? Barbara probably is a monster. She is a genius.
She
Deal
probably
with
married
it.
her stepson.
Like, I don't want to ever meet her, like ever. Yeah. But I do adore her. So.
Yeah, that's funny. You would not expect it. It's like such a classically nice movie.
Okay. Can we talk about it, or are we going to talk
We
about
can go.
other things
Yeah,
first?
so we can go. Yeah, I was going to say the other. I picked The Razor's Edge, which I hadn't seen because Rebecca is a, as we said, a bridal shop manager.
Yes.
And there's a very famous dress which I was disappointed that we don't even really get to see. By Oleg Cassini that I just knew. So Jean Tierney in this, she's my favorite 1940s actress, and she's great in this. But she was married to Oleg Cassini. If you want to know more, go on my channel. Who was Jackie O's personal designer, and he did like all of her costumes for a number of years, and so that's why she is dressed so incredibly in this movie, which we'll get into when we do the fits. But yeah, I just picked it because it had a wedding dress, and both movies, the weddings are not a big part, so it's kind of funny.
Is there a wedding dress? Yes, there is, and we can talk all about them. I think they did represent the time period though nicely.
The courthouse wedding.
Yeah. Well, also, oh shoot, Claire, Barbra Streisand's sister, also has a wedding dress, which is very 1990s. I kind of loved it. But yeah.
Have you been to a lot of weddings? I've been to 2 weddings in my life, I think.
I've been a bridesmaid 5 times. And besides that, no.
Gotcha.
And my aunt's, I was a flower girl. And I think I nailed it. But besides that, I've always been in the wedding.
Sure.
Maybe someone's going to be annoyed and be like, you were not in my wedding. No, I went to Lizzie's. Okay, cool. I've probably been to almost 10.
That's cool. Definitely not people related to me. I went to 2 weddings. One I saw, it was burned into my head. I'm going to put it in a movie at some point. But the bride after threw a whole extra large New York style pizza in a box at her like newlywed husband's head, because they were both just insanely drunk. And it was one of the funniest things I ever seen. Like, she just fucking frisbee winged the thing, like, 20 feet.
In anger?
Yeah. He deserved. I mean, honestly, he was like just smashed with his buddies in this elevator, and yeah, she was like I think she was. They had a kid, and so before the wedding, and so she was trying to do something with a stroller. He wasn't helping. He was just drinking with his buddies on their wedding day, and he just fucking winged it.
I think I would also throw a pizza box
Yeah.
at him. I think
Yeah.
he deserved it.
It was really funny. Okay. So, yeah. So I wanted to talk with Rebecca. So I really liked Rebecca's, I would say liked like it's in the past tense, your TikTok channel. So I'm a bit obsessive when people follow me on TikTok, and I try and check out and like to see like who's worth it to like follow back. I don't say worth it like it's a bad way, but like who's like generally like creating content or like doing something interesting. I know jack shit about, as I said, like weddings, bridal industries. Like I live with 3 other like reclusive kind of loser dudes along with myself in that same category. So we don't know much about weddings or dresses or any of that. So bridal arrangements. So I wanted to talk about that. But also, I didn't know this. It was kind of interesting, sort of like, because I tried to research a little bit. That was hence the Richard the Third thing. But yeah, I wanted to, like, your videos are extremely well edited. So I wanted to ask you that because I'm a big fan of editing. You said you went to acting school. Is that like something that you've like studied, or is it like a thing that like you've just kind of picked up watching movies, or what?
No, so I was, I have a podcast called Lonely Girls, famously, and as a kid, I was super duper shy, and the first thing that the thing that got me out of my box was acting. Community theater, middle school, high school. I went to undergrad for it, and when I was going for undergrad, it sounds really pretentious, but I did a term at Oxford. And that's when I was introduced to the idea of going to drama school eventually. And so I auditioned. First year, didn't get in. Second year, I did get in. And I studied abroad at Lambda for a year. And I very much, like my early 20s, it was like actor. I'm an actor. Do you write? No, I'm an actor. And people encourage actors, and this I think is bullshit, to be like, oh, don't, like, you can only be an actor because then people won't think of you for acting roles. Then they'll start asking you to do costuming for them. They'll start asking you to PA for them. And now no one's going to think of you as an actor. And I just like want to call bullshit on that, because also I've discovered in the last half of my 20s, I'm a creative. And acting was going nowhere. And I was pretty isolated and alone. I started podcasting with Search for Pink, which was pretty much me going, I have depression. Do you know what's going on? And me reaching out to people who I thought were cool. And turns out you can meet a lot of really cool people when you have a podcast. And that's how I met Madeline Turner, who encouraged me to write my own stuff. And I was like, no, I'm just going to work on your stuff. And she was like, no, yeah, I'm going to help you when you make your stuff. And she was the one who encouraged me to start writing. I've consumed a lot of media, so thank you so much for saying the editing is nice. I am weirdly picky about it, how things flow. I've never gone to school for it or anything. I'm really picky about the beats. I think about it as like musicality. So thank you for noticing. I think you're the second person who's ever clocked it, and those take a really long time to edit.
Yeah, like I noticed it in your writing actually, because I'm trying to think if I pulled some quotes. So I read a couple of the blogs that you did, on just like a couple different websites. I don't know where's one, but the ending of your stuff, it was. Gosh, of course now I like have all these notes and then I can't find them. But like I noticed it was like just like I guess like the ending, like a lot of the ending of like your paragraphs or something like it. I think it's. Do you find that there's like a similarity in like writing and editing like that? Because it's like. Your writing seems very, I don't know if lyrical is the right word, but it's like you wrote like in treatment, it was brought up that I'm very critical of men. Now I would like to make the rebuttal that of course I am. And it's like, that's like very much like I don't know. It just sounds like film editing or something. Like, and then of
I
course,
haven't. When did I write that? That's really funny.
It's very funny. Yeah, I loved it.
Thank you.
I think like a couple years ago, probably.
I think it was quite a long time ago. When you said that, I was like, oh yeah, I would totally say that. Okay, not to bring it back to Shakespeare. I feel like this is also like, because this whole episode, y'all, I promise I'm going to be coming so hard for Film Bros, but unfortunately, he's starting me off talking about the things that I am the most pretentious about, which is Shakespeare. So I promise I am for the people, but I am being started at a disadvantage, and I resent that. So with
I got another one after this that'll
Yeah.
start you even more disadvantage, but go ahead.
Great. Well, with Shakespeare, so as someone who's super dyslexic, I loved reading, actually, and I loved writing, but in school, in like the American school system, if you don't know where to put a comma, you're not a good writer. None of the English teachers were looking at what I was writing, so I was told I wasn't a good writer, and I was like, oh, okay, I guess I'll just do it for myself because I really, really enjoy it. I wasn't even like, oh, woe is me. I was like, oh, well, I love it. I'll just do it by myself, but I guess I'm not a good writer. I don't know where commas go. And then at some point, someone was telling me how Shakespeare, he puts his commas and his breaks where he wanted his actors to breathe, and so when I write, I guess I'm probably doing fragment sentences and stuff, but I think that's maybe why it reads kind of like what was the word that you used? I'm sorry.
Lyrical?
Lyrical. Yeah, I think of it as I'm telling you in your head where I want you to breathe, which maybe could come across as lyrical, but that's kind of because I don't know where to put commas. So yes, you are not wrong. It doesn't read like normal sentences because I don't know how to write them. I never figured it out.
Gotcha. I mean, to me, it's funny that you say that because like this is going to be very, I'm not speaking for the Film Bros, but I'm going to be very basic kind of my age millennial film bro dude here and say that actually, believe it or not, a lot of the person that reminded me the most was David Foster Wallace, who is like, I don't know how much you've read of him. He's like the classic one everyone points to, like, I think like to make fun of a lot of like probably dudes my age and film bros. I've never read his fiction, but I love his nonfiction. But I think like just he's also one of the things that like he's a very beautiful writer, and some of the things like he's very rhythmic in his writing. So I don't know. I think it's like probably that. Like another like in that same paragraph, you said, a year ago I went on 2 dates with one guy from an app and I didn't pay. He was nice. I felt guilty because I couldn't afford the dates and I didn't really know if he could either. I wasn't going to pay for them on the principle that I didn't want to. He moved back to Boston after the second date. He texted me a few months ago and it stressed me out so much that I didn't respond. Sir, if you are reading this, I'm sorry. It's like, I don't know, the pattern of that's really, really good, I guess.
Thank
as
you.
a compliment. Yeah.
It's very sweet.
So I guess like, do you think, I'm curious, like, it's funny you say that it comes from sort of like natural or like I don't like maybe not natural is the right word, but like, it's like a downside or disability. Is dyslexia a disability? I don't know if it's a, whatever the word is, but like coming from like something that's like
neurodivergency.
There you go.
Fun thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Shout out all of our ND people. Do you think it comes from, because the other thing I wanted to like talk to you about was you seem like very empathetic in your videos, and like also like the just the idea of doing a Lonely Girl podcast. Do you think it like ties in with like editing or writing a lot like that? Because it seemed like, I don't know, like I guess from like empathizing with like the perspective of the reader of like wanting this to sound like kind of like nice and interesting, or like it seems like that's almost a better base than maybe knowing how to put commas in a sentence, is like you're thinking about like, will this sound good to the reader's ear, as opposed to like I should be putting it here, if that makes sense.
I think, yes, will it sound good to the reader's ear? I think you just made such a flattering interpretation of something that I'm kind of like, no, I'm just thinking about me the whole time. You're like, oh, to empathize with other. No, I'm just thinking about me. But I think it's, I process where I am in my life through writing something, or maybe making a video essay about it, or the two different podcasts I made really represent where I was at those specific times. But I do think I know with like my neurodivergent brain, whether people like what I make or not, I do think the things I make are things that could kind of uniquely come from my brain, my perspective. And so I'm kind of like, I think the more specific you get, the better people can relate and connect with it. And so I think I don't know, I think I'm processing something, and for some reason, like I have docs on my computer with things just like what you just read. And as you were reading it, I was like, oh, did I put that one out there? Like, because I was like, oh gosh, Rebecca, I thought you just sent that to so-and-so. Because I don't know, I'm a verbal processor, but it's actually usually looking back on things that I like wrote or something where I'm like, oh, okay, that was me really figuring it out. Yeah, it usually, I can look back at like things I was going through, and I think they're marked by things I felt the need to write, even if I didn't know why.
Gotcha. So you're just thinking about yourself. You're not.
Yes, just me.
That's fascinating. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, that is interesting. Yeah, I was kind of curious about that because also in one of the videos that I'd watched, that you got interviewed by Newsweek on. So Rebecca has been on Newsweek. You were in Newsweek. Do you not remember this? Am I now the expert on you? Yeah.
Did they publish that?
Yeah.
Was it about the video? I sent it and they never told me they put it out.
Yeah. Well, okay. We're breaking new ground here.
I was on Newsweek. I
Rebecca
literally, they sent me the questions and I never heard back. So I was like, oh, I guess they moved on from the viral clip. Okay. Well, that's all right. That's
Newsweek, March 27th, 2024. Why 50-year-old woman's trip to bridal shop left stylist in tears. By Melissa.
I didn't realize they published it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's exciting.
Okay, so my question about what was it like being written about in Newsweek, I guess. We get a live reaction. It's funny.
I guess it was good.
Yeah, it was great. Honestly, your quote sounded
you.
Great. Yeah.
Thank you. So they sent me a list of questions behind the curtain, y'all, since it was a year ago. They sent me a list of questions, and I wrote it all out in just famously what I do is a chunk. And one of my best friends, Allison Hazelden, who's a very talented actor and marketing expert and does like press releases for pretty big people, I sent it to her. I was like, okay, babe, how's this sound? And she literally within 5 minutes sent it back to me with it all broken out. And she was like, this is how you can control the narrative, and they can now not take anything out of context, and you are in control of everything. So it was all laid out by Allie, and I'm very, very grateful. And I need to tell her PR work is now in Newsweek. That's really cool.
Nice job.
Cool. You're breaking news, dude. Who knew that you were also a journalist? It's now a journalism podcast. All the President's Men. With they didn't tell me. That's awesome. Cool.
Yeah, nice job.
Thank you.
So the video that was about a 50-year-old woman trying on a wedding, or 50-ish-year-old woman trying on a wedding dress, and like she came into Rebecca's bridal shop, as I understand it, and like trying to manifest, like basically like she was trying to say, and this is a terrible interview job because I probably should let you tell the story. Do you want to tell the story? Like what happened on that day?
I'm letting you keep talking.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm the expert. She isn't.
Yeah,
this guest didn't even know she's in Newsweek. So she came in the store and she was trying on a wedding dress and manifesting like the idea that she wasn't getting married, but she wanted to like, you know, if she tries on a wedding dress, it might like convince like whatever manifestation does, right? Of like, the universe will put me in a wedding, like if I just like sort of think about it and everything. And Rebecca did a video where talking about how kind of sad that made her. But when I watched it, to the point about like sort of empathizing with other people, but like thinking about yourself, I could like, my reading on it from as like a person was like, it seemed like you were sad for her, but when I saw that, it seemed like you also were sad for yourself. Like a little bit about like there but for the grace of God go I or something.
Yeah.
And also maybe sad that like a thing like that could exist in the world, of just like that the world is like, could be, maybe I'm reading too much into it, maybe I'm bringing my own stuff to it, but like sad that there exists a world that like, you know, that happens and like that could be like a thing. Is that what you're trying to communicate, or?
You're not wrong, dude. So it was interesting. I had a talk with Maddie actually the night before. She lives in LA, and so we have pretty regular phone calls. Like, you know, and we were talking through dating and relationships. And you know, when you're not in a relationship, you say a lot of things about like how you want to be very discerning about it and like high standards and blah, blah, blah. And I was just saying like some generic things, and it was kind of a raw conversation. And then the next day, this woman comes in, and gosh, you're like getting the Newsweek exclusive, dude. But I like started just reading out her info. I was like, okay, cool. I see your wedding date is this date, da. And she was like, I just want to let you know, I put that down because it's my mother's birthday or grandmother's birthday. I actually, I don't have a guy. I don't have this. I'm just here to try on dresses. And I like have, maybe it's bad luck, but also I never have done it. So who says the opposite can't work or blah, blah, blah. Mm-hmm. And I was like, oh, okay. And then as the appointment was going on, she was saying some very cliche things. It wasn't like too deep of like, oh my gosh, she said this and oh, I said that and no one's ever said that before. You know, I was like, maybe that's the universe telling me I'm being too picky, you know? But I was like, oh, if I hold to these standards that this woman has apparently held herself to, that could be me in 20 plus years. And so it was like kind of going like, all right, dude, you good? You good with you're going to stick to that? Kind of, and me going, oh shit. But then also I see brides get engaged quite a bit, and I work with them, and I'm like, why are you doing this? You know? So, you know,
that's, yeah. Sorry. That's just very,
I meet a lot of engaged people. So I was like, yeah, definitely projecting. And it is kind of a question you ask yourself of you're like, okay, she's saying the same things you're saying. Are you going to like stick to it? Cause like you don't have to. And yeah, that was, oh, and I didn't bring up, exclusive. She had just survived cancer. So extra sad. Yeah. And then a couple days later, I had another manifester come in, and then knock on wood, no more manifestors since. Don't do it, y'all.
Don't manifest?
No. Not by putting on wedding dresses and wasting my time.
Yeah.
Well, also, though, it put me in a weird situation because this woman, listen, really attractive 50-something-year-old, looked really great in the dresses, but she was coming in very like, oh, I'm being confident right now. But like also, of course, there's this little bit of this insecurity, and I took it really seriously. I was like, okay, great. Love this idea. But then it was completely on my shoulders to make sure she did not feel silly at all. And she felt really good about herself when she was already coming in kind of wounded bird, putting herself in kind of a quote unquote embarrassing situation. But then it was on me to really validate this wasn't a silly thing at all, which is fine. And as a human being, I was totally fine with like encouraging this person. But I was kind of like, you're really lucky this is me. And I know dresses that look good on most people's body type. I am going to treat you in this, that this is a very valid thing to do. I am not going to embarrass you because honestly, who am I to embarrass you in this moment? But I was kind of like, dude, you're lucky this was me. Because some people would not have been as nice, and also wouldn't have been as good at their job. Like, I'm really good
Really?
at my job. Hmm.
That's so sad
Yeah.
to hear. Well, I mean, the good at their job, I would imagine. Yeah, like I can see that, but like the not being nice, like I figure like that would be like the one I would probably try the most effort on. Like I
Yeah.
would probably, if I was to have a bad day at work, that wouldn't be it, I guess.
Well, I think like just being completely honest, I pay my rent with commission. And
Oh,
so
yeah.
that's 90 minutes I could have been making. And like my closing rate, we try to keep it at about 30% of appointments I need to close. So she's throwing off my closing rate. And which the owner of my store doesn't punish me for, but some stores that are bigger chains, if your closing rate is under a certain thing, they start assigning you less bridal appointments, and thus you have less chances for a commission. So that's the thing is like I'm guessing most bridal consultants, it's a commission based job. So and honestly, we don't get tipped, and I think that's fine. I mean, listen, when I get tipped, that's awesome, but it's a commissions thing.
Yeah. Damn,
Like
that's dark.
just being like completely straightforward about it. That's
Yeah.
why it's like, hey, I need to pay my rent, dude.
Yeah.
Because we're in customer service, we don't make that much money.
Gotta love capitalism. It's the I think that's like the second or third Marxist alienation, right? It's like the inability to form, or it's like the pressure to not form relationships based on anything but money. It's like ideally in a world, it's like, well, this is a very sad lady just coming in as like a human. You want to help her, but it's like this is 90 minutes, and I only have so many of these blocks and 30% closing. Jeez.
Yeah, it was also on a like really slow day. So I was like, okay, I'm either going to be packing up these boxes or I'll do a bridal appointment. And I was like, oh, this is a weird situation I'll be in. But like my best friend and coworker was there and was like handling most of the workload for the day. So, and my boss doesn't really pay attention to my closing rate. So, and I just kind of treated it like 90 minutes of, or like probably more like 2 hours. I'm
And you
just
think
like
probably, yeah,
being a good person, you know?
and like
It was fine.
other folks might not have done that, or like other bridal, like there would have been.
Everyone at my store would have. But I think stylists who are put in a situation where there's more pressure on them, I think it would have been harder for them to behave in the same way. And I think that's understandable.
Do you think yeah, I'd be curious if that's true. I mean, you know the people at your bridal shop better, but one of the other sort of videos that I had watched made me very, very sad, honestly. It was like one of the short film of the year, right? One of them. You're preparing a flower arrangement. So Rebecca's preparing a flower arrangement, and she's talking about experiences with the dude. I think like that there's a dude that's going to be there, and Rebecca's grand strategy for trying to seduce or like get him to notice her in some way. Feel free to correct me on any of this. It's my interpretation as a viewer. So Rebecca was trying to seduce. If you're listening to this on audio, she's shrinking in her seat, so apologies for.
I've been
maybe
for a
putting
lot
this
of it, actually. Yeah.
Well, so that's actually one of the reasons I wanted to do all the research, because so Rebecca had said that this is like one place where I thought I felt identified with you quite a bit, because she had said in the video that she didn't feel like she was a natural flower setter, upper, arranger person, but by some virtue of like hard work or being like more thoughtful or more considerate, more caring, she can do this flower arrangement, and like that's the way she can show up and be a good friend and get people to notice her. And I've like, so, with me, I did a shocking amount of research on this, because I was like, this is I'm going to be out prepared, because I figured, and also when I listened to like an episode of your podcast, you actually randomly talked about like how deep you go when you're researching, how deep you went like a couple times, like finding someone's Pinterest when like researching them as guests.
Oh, bless
But
their
I was
heart.
like,
Yeah.
yeah, I was like, I'm not going to be beaten on this one. It's like, this is at least going to be a thing where, I'm going to out thoughtful. I mean, I guess it's me being the interviewer, so that's kind of my job. But, yeah, it's like, that also strikes me. Like, I know you said it's like you're writing for you, or it's like you think other people would do it, but like that does strike me as a lot of, I don't know, it's like a mixture. If I had to like your personality wise, like you have been very prolific on the internet in terms of like writing or doing videos or like, you know, putting this stuff out podcast wise, going back a long time. And, but also, yeah, I don't know. There's like some combination of there where it's like you're trying to put these signals out, it seems like, over and over to get people to notice you. And as someone who also I feel like does that, why is that? Do you have any more insight into it than I could?
Oh God.
Or do you even like parse it that way? I guess.
I'm kind of a mixed bag on that. I think unfortunately something that both of us love is kind of, maybe I don't understand Marxism, I think, with the flair that you do. But I think like to be able to dedicate ourselves to this self-expression to this extent, they're also, I think, we're kind of like, oh, to complete the circle, to be able to express ourselves more, we then need to maybe like make money off of it or to get more attention, or I need more affirmation. And not to be like, well, there's even more, but like there's this screenplay I'm like maybe the thing I'm most proud of. I sent to Maddie, and then it is sitting on my Google Drive, and I love it so much. And I mean, for one, there's not really a place to post it or something, but I also do think I get a lot of enjoyment from the work, or just the enjoyment of doing. And but then that is kind of this like dark night of the soul thing. I was talking actually to Maddie about it yesterday, is I put out the video essay, and then all of a sudden knowing that I had a way to count how many people watched it made me not want to ever do YouTube again. That felt weird to me. And somehow that feels different than TikTok views. But I think I don't know why. But also I think I spent so much time on it. But then I was like, okay, now I want to focus on this pilot that I'm working on, because once again, I kind of get to hide in my hole. Like, I think the dream is one day like, hey, do you got a pilot? And I'm like, yes, I do. And then they're like, wow, this is great. Here's X amount of $1,000. And I'm like, wow, sure. You know, like that is the dream. But also I don't really, I think and my friends would agree, I don't really have a choice. I think I process through whatever. I think I find a hyperfixation, and often when I'm like looking back at it, I'm like, oh, that really represents where I was. But yeah, I've been but here's the sad thing, dude, is like, am I bizarrely on the internet a ton? Yes. Mm-hmm. Does anyone care? And has anyone besides you ever looked into this? No. And that is why I'm like so like sweaty right now. I never really thought anyone would see. So you're not wrong though. I have put out a lot, but I think part of it is just, yeah, I would love for someone to see it and appreciate it, but I also just don't really feel like I have a choice.
Yeah. That's interesting. It's like, I thought it was interesting in light of the choice of the movie, because that was one of my favorite parts of the movie. Barbara Streisand literally says, like, I want someone I don't know the exact line. I think I wrote it down somewhere in my notes, but like, I want someone to... Toothpaste. Yeah. She wants someone to notice her, like, you know, how she does her toothpaste or how she cuts her salad. And like, probably one of my favorite moments in the movie is when they're eating dinner, and Jeff Bridges like gets horny for the first time. So shout out, it's a movie about like horniness and
very horny Jeff Bridges, like,
yeah. But it's almost like he gets horny by like, because he's like realizing he notices like the specific things about her, you know. That's always been, speaking of rom-coms, because you know, obviously Rebecca with the Lonely Girls podcast, I listened to your episode on When Harry Met Sally. It's a great one.
Thank you.
Really like that. But one of my favorite lines maybe in any rom-com is like probably a top 10 movie, I think, in Groundhog Day, when he's having like the sort of the speech at the end, Bill Murray to, I can never remember that actress's name.
Andie MacDowell.
Yes, that's the one. I always want to say Angie Dickinson, but she's like from way earlier. Andie MacDowell, he says, and she's like, okay, like he's going through the diner, and he's like he knows everything about everyone in the town. She's like, okay, what about me? And he says, you like boats but not the ocean. And he like I don't know, have you seen, I'm assuming you've probably seen Groundhog Day?
Not in a really, really long time. So
it's like the most romantic speech, because he's like, you like boats but not the ocean. He's like, there's like a boathouse or something when you like, or when she went to the lake as a kid or something, or maybe like some summer place, like she would hide in this to like get away from everything. And it's like such a, the entire point of that movie is like, honestly, that could be a good pairing with this Mirror Has Two Faces, because like, he can't escape the time loop until he sort of like learns to love her as a person and sort of for her quirks. But yeah, I guess like, that is something that like I'm relatively newer arriving to, I guess, is sort of the idea of talking about this with my therapist a lot, wanting someone to like me for me. But it seemed like you were like, in that video, that was one thing I was like, damn, I was like, this is kind of tearing my heart out, because like it seemed like you were putting out all this stuff, and like you said, you have no choice, but it also seems like you really want someone to notice that, like that you want, that's like, do you like identify with Streisand's character? Is that partially why you like this movie so much?
Maybe, yeah. I think, yeah, I think, let me sit on that. But yes, definitely. I think someone feeling, and I think it's like by writing multiple characters, you kind of start realizing like what's your Spielberg daddy issues kind of thing, but not feeling like lovable, I think, or like
well, can
not.
I throw your words back at you at that?
Because
you wrote, my real life, when reviewing The Bachelor one time, Rebecca wrote, my real life type is not bachelor hot. My type is unavailable. I'm sure this has something to do with having 5 siblings and wanting to be everything to just one person. Like I'm trying to redo my childhood and be noticed or something. And also because I wrote, the writing is really, really good in my notes. This show is the perfect place to pursue that fantasy. The lead doesn't know I exist, and I've been raised to think that their options are better than me. Also, it's like really good TV. I mean, I just adore that line. Lines, I should say.
Oh gosh, maybe I should pay my therapist to just listen to this episode, to be honest, and be like, I don't have anything to say. Can I just pay you, and I'll just send you a link to this.
Yeah, just send me all the Google Drive files, and then
because like you're kind of hitting the highlights of my digital footprint. I think. But I think something I loved about Barbra Streisand's character on rewatching it, because I guess first question is, did you like The Mirror Has Two Faces?
Yeah, I loved it.
Okay, okay, cool. And shout out to my sister Mary, Hail Mary. She is, sorry, that's a Lonely Girl thing, but Mary cannot be mentioned without getting all the credit. Mary, my little sister, has the best film taste, and she called me out of nowhere once, and she was like, Rebecca, watch The Mirror Has Two Faces. I just finished it. You're gonna love it. And I was like, oh my gosh, you're a genius. Absolutely. And I started watching it, and I immediately started rewatching it. So anyways, what I love though about The Mirror Has Two Faces is I think we have so many like, oh, I'm just a bookworm. I'm just I have glasses. But you can tell Barbra Streisand's character enjoys her own company so deeply.
Yes.
And she finds herself so amusing. And the fact that Jeff Bridges notices that is lovely. But I think like she has, in so many ways, so much self-esteem and so much self-worth, which is like, I feel like I have quite a bit. And then I think there's just this like core like lie in something that I think then people are kind of like, I think there is kind of this like lack of self-confidence in certain arenas for whichever reasons from that people have from their past. But yeah, and I think she's so confident and she's so brilliant, and she knows she's a great teacher. She knows she's so funny. She knows she's a good sister. She knows she's a good daughter. But then there is that like one major fear that she's not beautiful. And it's something also she's taken as like self-pity for herself, where she's like, oh, well, I don't even need to try. And she kind of makes herself the butt of her own joke. But like when she does go through that ugly swan transformation, she just kind of looks the same. but I think it's more that like she has made the choice that she is beautiful is really the big difference. And I think that's kind of all that matters at the end of the day, is someone deciding that they are attractive, and being willing to walk away.
It's funny that you said she's like very happy with her own company. Maddie called that out about you on your podcast, that you call yourself out as being funny. Like that's something that you said. Like I said, like she recounted that you constantly say, not constantly, she said that you often say that like, oh, I said something so funny the other day. Is that something that you also just like, you think you have like, because I feel like, honestly, I'm not criticizing. Like I feel that about like, I get so upset when I feel like I've said something like a real banger and I don't get a reaction out of it, because it's like, damn, I like that.
Oh, that's so funny because I haven't been able to say that in a long time. No, I think it's a little bit of a, yeah, I was laughing and it kind of made me emotional because I haven't really said anything like that since we recorded an episode of Lonely Girls, and it's been a hot sec. But yeah, I do kind of announce sometimes that I'm about to say something funny. But I think it's also Maddie and I have such a relationship of like we are very sistery, but I think I am the oldest girl in my family, and I think I crave a big sister relationship so deeply. And so a lot of my best friends are big sisters. And I think Maddie has very much indulged my bratty little sister vibe. And what we said on the podcast is dancing on the fireplace, or tap dancing on the fireplace. So I could kind of like indulge the brattiness and announce like, I'm about to do something amazing. And Maddie could just be like, yes, you are. You're incredible. And I'm like, all right, here we go. And Maddie thinks I'm really funny, which then I respect her so much. So then it kind of just gave me the freedom of being like, yeah, I am really funny. And if I say something funny and no one gets it, I'm like, well, that's okay. I'm just going to go repeat it to someone else later. And Maddie or my sister will be like, whoa, that was really funny. And I'm like, yeah, I know. So, and not everyone gets my humor, and that's fine. I think the people I care about like it, and that makes me happy.
My brother went up to Canada to visit his he's in a long distance relationship, and he kind of said, it's funny, he kind of said, I'm the youngest. I have two older brothers, and then one dude, the other guy who lives with us, is basically another brother. He's they're like 3, 4, and 5 years older than me. It's interesting now that my friend Nat is like a little sister to me. So that's kind of interesting because I never had like that type of thing. So I think I get what you're saying in sort of the opposite sense. It's nice to, on my side, be able to dispense some elderly wisdom, I guess, sometimes. Not that she's smarter. She's way smarter than me, and she doesn't really listen anyway. But I lost my train of thought again. He said about my brother said something very similar when he was like up there, like he's very close with his girlfriend, but he's like, when he came back, he's just like, there's just like sometimes like he'll just text a Discord DM or like whatever we have. It's just like, I gotta have an outlet to like just something like really dark or like really awful. He's like, I gotta be able to sort of to do this. Go ahead, sorry.
There's a movie with the guy from Pretty Woman, and
Gear?
Yeah, and I think it has J-Lo or something in it, and they like dance. Anyways, it's fine. But Susan Sarandon is in it, and at one point she says something along the lines of like, that's not the point of a relationship, but that is kind of like when you're in a committed relationship, part of that is you are committing to noticing that person and to kind of like give, not justification, someone can look it up. It's so much better when she says it, obviously, but just witnessing someone's life, and we're committing to witnessing one another. And it's not just about like love. And I do think I'm very lucky to have friends who, poor Maddie has like a rolling diary entry of mine at all times. And my sister and I are on the phone constantly. And I'm with one of my best friends pretty much 24/7 because we manage the shop now together. And I think that is something about a close relationships is like being witnessed. And maybe that is one of the reasons I put media out there, is I I want it documented, or, you know, gosh, maybe there's something wrong with me, dude. I have a lot of diaries too.
No, I think it's very helpful.
I got a lot of feelings.
Well, you know, I said I was going to tell this story. I guess you can be the I'm going to make a video on this story, but shout out podcasts listeners. You probably get a maybe it'll do. When I hit 10,000 followers, I was like, I'm going to tell this story about why I started my channel.
Which, congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah. It's crazy. It is actually shocking.
Well, you started it on New Year's Eve, right?
Look at you turning the state. Yeah, New Year's Eve basically.
Yeah.
I started it because of a bad Hinge experience. Actually, believe it or not, because I got basically dumped. Kind of. So I don't know. I might edit this out of the pod. I don't know. We'll see. But I was in an 11-year relationship until some point last year. And then, like, you know, you have like a few things after. I'd never been, but it's like, I kind of like missed the apps because I was like, I got into it like pretty much right out of college, in college and then all that. So I'd like never been on the apps and anything. So it was like all this new experiences like happening and like, you know, various ups and downs. I met some people, some cool people, didn't work out, like whatever. But I met this girl. So I met this girl in Chicago that I really liked, and because my friend Nat lives up in Chicago. Again, shout out Nat. And like I was going up, so I like did the location switch or whatever. Like, you know, so we had like this like great date, and we had like these phone conversations or whatever else. And like I remember it was like probably the first person I felt really strongly with, like after getting out of the relationship. You know, I would imagine in all of what I've read of your writing and stuff, like you're probably familiar with that feeling, you know, and, but what was interesting, it was like having like done a lot of work in therapy. It was like I was like, she was, different in a way that I was, very happy with than previous like relationship or relationships or like other people. So I was like very happy with that. And I was, you know, excited, and we ended up we were like, cause after like we had a great date in Chicago, like it was wonderful. It's very, very romantic comedy coded, walked around a graveyard, you know, went to a bar, like took pictures. It was, very cool. And then, but afterwards it was like, we were kind of planning like, well, maybe I'll come back up at some point. I live in Knoxville, and, so I was like, oh, do you want, I was like, you know, there's like a Nat watches movies sometimes with her friends on like Discord or whatever. So I was like, you know, maybe in movie, I'd actually gotten into the habit of sending her, because I, you know, watch a movie every night basically. I would like send her a little voice message at the end of the night of like, hey, here's my movie review of the thing. And so I was just like sending her these, and like she would like listen to them and say that's cool or whatever. But she wasn't really that interested in them, I guess. Like, you know, she's just kind of like, oh, that's, you know, because whatever. But they're basically like very similar to what I was doing on the channel. And so we watched, like, we had like this Discord date, and she was going to watch, because again, trade movies, that's also for the pod. I was like, you know, you go ahead and pick the first thing and we'll watch it. And so we watched Everything Everywhere All at Once, which I hadn't seen. And I loved it. Phenomenal. Like, I just absolutely adored it. And like, I had a great time, but it was kind of like lag issues and technical issues and like whatever else. And she did not have as good a time. And then when we got off, like I was trying to be cutesy, and I like left her like an even longer like little voice note of like, hey, this is like everything I liked about the movie, and like me being, of course, like, you know, neurodivergent ass, like, you know, 2,400 and like 2141 movie owning like me. It's like I was like, this is all the thing I liked, and it's like I like this part because it like connected with this Hong Kong history, and it's like, you know, you got the Johnny To films, and it's like the people, whoever, the Daniels, like really, really loved all this Hong Kong history, and it like just traced through. So it ended up being like probably 15 or 20 minutes. And so dear listener, you can probably imagine how that went. I woke up the next morning with like this from a message that was like, oh, it sounds like you're lecturing me, or like I didn't like, you know, like what is, like I thought we were going to discuss this, or blah 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 blah. And I was like, oh, no, I really enjoyed it. That's like me info dumping, you know, like and I read something later of like, someone saying like, I've never been accused of info dumping towards someone I didn't like, right? So it's like the closer I feel to someone, it's like the more I want to tell them like, hey, I saw this cool thing or whatever. And I figured that she would just like sort of send me something back the next day. What was interesting is like, where in previous relationships or previous whatevers, I would just sort of like, oh, whatever they need, like I'm sorry, I'm not going to do anything. It's like, for the first time I was really proud of myself, because I was like, you know what, like it's not wrong. It's like, it's okay to like, it's like, that's going to be me. I'm going to fucking talk about movies and rant about them and whatever else. And like, probably could have, I don't know, maybe communicated it differently or whatever, but at the core I was like, it's not. But what I noticed is like, where before I wouldn't send something, so she sent something, and then like, we kind of like sent these like messages, but I was like, you know what, I have more to say. And so I did the classic, I was like, fuck it, whatever, I'm dead anyway. And I sent like this long, I like started just writing, and I wrote like this long like thing, and I was like, this is what I'm doing. Because there's something about like, she was saying like I didn't want to hear her opinion or something, which is very funny, as I'm like in the middle of like a 30-minute story to a guest that I'm supposed to be interviewing.
No.
But
you have to post this. I really like this. Keep going. That's why
I appreciate
listening.
it. But it's like, just in the process of like writing it, it sort of like released something from me. And of like, I never like had thought like, because like you, I think I'm pretty verbal, and like I'm in therapy every week. I love it. And that's how I process, but I didn't realize to the extent to which like that would be good writing. So by the time I like sort of finished writing, I ended up even writing, I didn't even send her the whole thing, but I ended up like writing just so much that it was like, by the end, it was like, for the first time, like probably I can almost ever remember, it's like I had this like really wickedly bad feeling, but then I kind of expunged it, and I was like, you know what, I've said my piece. And it's like, that seemed to be the more important thing. It wasn't that the other person was upset. It was like, I got to say my piece, whether it goes into the ether or, just in my Google Drive, which we're very alike, and probably having like tons of stuff that, historians or authorities will come find at some point after we're gone. But yeah, there's something, I guess, like, yeah, I don't know. That's just like, so yeah, it ended up going bad, and, she didn't, but it actually ended on like a positive, because she was like, basically like, it's not, I've been thinking about moving up to Chicago, but she was like, if and when you ever do like move up there, you can feel free to reach out, but until then, like, let's end thing. I was like, okay. I was like, I felt good, but I felt great. I was like, you know what? And so then I was like, well, shit, I should probably have another outlet for us for the movie stuff. Because then I was thinking like, it's probably not great the extent to which like I should put this on one person or relationship. Because even if they do like me for me or like want to hear it, it's like, it's a lot. And so then I was like, I'm just going to start posting on TikTok and do a podcast, and yeah, it's just different, I guess, and cool.
I think that's really healthy. And I think it's cool that relationship made you realize you, like, because I'm sure you and your friends could sit around and kind of wax poetical about movies, but it was different because you had someone who is long distance, which I do understand. Being close to someone long distance, it's different. It brings out it is a different way of communicating. And for us, for Maddie and I, it birthed a podcast. But like, yeah, it's it showed you that you had a desire to talk about things and kind of like dig in, but I've probably like in a more introspective way, because a lot of for me, I think they're like mini video essays. I feel like you are kind of like, it's not just you regurgitating facts, kind of like, oh, isn't this cool that this director worked with this cinematographer 5 times? Like, I don't know, it's going through a lens that's very specific to you. And and that whole relationship showed you had a desire to dig into that and kind of, and maybe in some ways show off, maybe that was like you kind of, kind of like, aren't I cute? Look at what I can do. Look at what I can do.
Aren't I funny? That was a funny joke, right? That's, yeah.
My little sister, sometimes we're on the phone like 3 hours a day. As soon as I get off of work, she tracks my location and she's like, you're free. And truly, I do not think anyone is funnier than my sister. So sometimes I'm like tired and drained, but I'm like, Rebecca, you're going to be so glad you picked up. And I always am. But Mary once said, and it's sweet, but she was like, "You're my favorite podcast," because
Yeah.
I'll just start talking. And if she doesn't feel like thinking or something, she's like, "What do you know about Princess Diana?" And I'm like, "Mary, you can't just like prompt a topic." And she's like, "Oh, so you don't know anything about Princess Diana?" And I'm like, "Yes, I do." And
I'll
then
tell
I'll
you about
just like,
Dodi El Fayed or whatever.
yeah. So it's like, yeah, and I think everyone has a different way of wanting to communicate. But I love what you just said of that quote about like someone who like loves you won't think you're dumping or whatever. Because I do think though it has to be reciprocal of when that person then responds with their opinion, not just kind of going like, okay, when is it my turn to say something back? Because also as a self-defense mechanism, if I'm talking to someone I don't really feel the need to get close to, whether I feel like they're icky or I'm just like, I know too many people, you know what I mean? I don't really share much about myself. Like in my bridal appointments, I have worked with over 2,000 people at this point, and a handful, a small handful, like have like kind of learned things about me. The facts people couldn't walk away with. Some I don't even tell my name. I know what they look like naked, but they don't know my name, and they know I have 5 siblings. That's like kind of a
You and doctors and prostitutes, probably the 3 job professions, right? Where that's could be the case.
I've seen a lot. And but yeah, but I still feel like I can really connect with this person, even though I don't share anything about myself, because I think that's kind of for me like a self-protection thing. And also kind of like a therapist, like if your therapist was telling you about their problems, you'd probably be less likely to trust them. Like just kind of dumping. And I view myself as an underpaid therapist, who I keep my cards pretty close to my chest, when it comes to my brides, and they trust me a lot. And I take that seriously.
It's funny that like this me being now I'm stumbling over my words. This is what's nice about the thing. I can just edit this whole thing out, you know.
It's the best.
Yeah. Because I can never quite figure out how to word questions. It's like I write all these notes and then I can't, like I should probably actually just like in plain English write the questions. But you said about the like tell me about, you know, Princess Diana or whatever when you're talking about that. Sounds like I would also say like that's astute observation that I am kind of like, you know, to the extent I'm proud of it, it's like it's like probably one of the few things I think I'm like know a little bit about. And also, you know, people seem to be connecting, which is bizarre. I didn't think I would really, I don't know. It's like I had thoughts as like, well, I think these are pretty good, the little videos I make, but I didn't think that. But I'd be curious about like, it seems like you also feel the opposite, because going back to your writing, you said another thing about a date you were on. The boy from the app told me at the end of our first date that he had never been on a date with a person before. And he said that I had beautiful eyes, and then it was the first thing he had noticed about me. No one had ever liked my eyes before, or had at least told me so. I have round, sad eyes that go well with Victorian collars and old coats. I feel bad that I couldn't answer him. I somehow felt terrible about myself, and also completely fine with my decision. So I'm curious in that, like, did you disagree with the compliment, or did you just say like, were you mad that that one I couldn't understand? Like, I didn't like. Were you
It's not
like,
very
no,
clear.
my eyes aren't pretty. They're Victorian, or it's like.
Wow. No, reading that back, I was like, I could see where I was going with it. No, I think it was more, you know, if you get a compliment on something and you're like, oh, like I mean, not like listing off my best features, but we all kind of have things that we get compliments for. I just never gotten a compliment on my eyes before. And so I was
That's
like,
shocking.
oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
What do you think? Yeah, that's okay.
But yeah, I was just like, I was more like taken aback. Gosh, that's digging into what did I mean pre-20 when I was on that date pre-COVID? Yeah, I think I was just like surprised by the compliment. And also we had gone on a date, and then he had texted me like, and I had just said I didn't want to go on another one. And then he texted me kind of out of nowhere that I had beautiful eyes. And I don't think I followed that up. But when I said completely fine with my decision, I was like surprised by the compliment, but then was like, that was nice of him, but I still don't want to go on another date with you. Sorry.
Gotcha. That makes sense. Do you think good eyes are, this is kind of a going like adjacent to that, but do you think good eyes are like, as an actress, like, are they, and I'm not saying like good as in like, you know, pretty or beautiful or like whatever, but like I guess just like one thing I always think of in acting, and I want to make a video about this at some point, is like, I think eyes in film acting specifically seem to be like the most important part of the body for me, as far as like all the things that I personally, like all the moments I remember are almost people just kind of acting with their eyes. Even for actors like John Wayne, he has like the look he does in a couple of his movies. He's not like a, you know, Philip Seymour Hoffman, to quote one of your favorites, right? But he's got this thing he does where he like somehow betrays that he's like more intelligent than he actually is, of like that he's more comprehending. Like Rock Hudson too, that's probably the first video I'll make. I love Rock Hudson. You know, he's got like this sort of like non-sexual way of communicating love that I think probably has to do with him being gay. That's my theory, is that like there's something about him being like an extreme, like one of the most prolific gay guys ever. Shout out Rock Hudson. That like he brings like a different type of sexuality. He just like, this is why I need to edit videos, because he was
one of the most prolific gay guys.
Yeah, he was very prolific.
Yeah.
Like just, you know, he enjoyed himself. As I would too if I was gay and looked like Rock Hudson.
Oh, I thought you meant just like prolific as in like just a smart person. Out of all the gay guys, he was one of the, like, and now I understand.
I don't know. He has like kind of, he's more of a hunk on camera. Like I don't know how he is in his personal life. But
I don't know if I've seen a Rock Hudson. Give me a second.
That's crazy if you haven't, because you would adore him. You're probably like, you know.
Oh my God. Oh, what a hunk.
Yeah. He does the roles that Henry Cavill should be doing. He's like, it'll make you actually furious that Henry Cavill doesn't do these types of roles, because he's known for Written on the Wind, Magnificent Obsession, and one that I just watched, All That Heaven Allows. And he's like, my favorite movies are him in Magnificent Obsession, where he's both with Jane Wyman, who also has great eyes, who is like 10 years older than him. And they're the ones I've done my recent videos about, where they're the most beautifully shot romances. Like you will probably, I would seriously, for you specifically, get like the 5 boxes of tissues, because you'll just sob your heart out watching these movies. They're like,
I don't know if I'm looking right now. I don't know if I've seen Rock Hudson in anything.
He's great. Also notably, he was like one of the first people to know he was gay until after he was dead. He was like one of the first big celebrities to die of AIDS, unfortunately. But he has like, there's a really, actually him with in Pillow Talk with Doris Day is really good too, where he actually pretends to be gay, which is like a real Inception moment, because he's like playing straight, he's like gay, playing straight, pretending to be gay on film. And it's like a real, like, he's trying to like mess with Doris Day, so he's like drinking this coffee and he's putting his pinky up and like acting sort of stereotypically gay. It's really good. But we end up, my best friend, the one who's like my third brother, is gay, so we end up, when it's just me and him watching movies, we always call it gay movie night, because it's like we both have the taste of like 1950s housewives, and they're gay best friends, so we watch a lot of Rock Hudson.
I love.
But I guess in terms of like eyes, like, is that something that you like think about when you're like, I guess, film acting versus theater acting? I really don't have a lot of experience like theatrically. I was a theater major for like a couple months in college.
I listened to your most recent episode and you said that, and I was like, oh, hello. I think you were also confused about Uncle Vanya. Am I crazy? That's Chekhov, yeah?
Yeah. Did I say it was someone else?
No, you said you were confused, like you couldn't remember who it was. But watch, we can Google it, and then I'm wrong too.
I think it's Chekhov.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite playwright?
That's a great question.
You can say Shakespeare and you'll sound really smart.
Yeah, Shakespeare. Probably.
Me too.
Yeah. I really like, my brother is like my brother is like a theater. He was a theater and screenwriting double major, and so he's like huge in the theater. We actually, when we went to Chicago, we saw Betrayal at the Goodman Theater with Harold Pinter, which is
I lived in
so
Chicago. The theater scene there is so much better than New York.
yeah. That's
It's
partially
so
why
much better.
we want to move up is just so that we can sort of access it, because it's like, you know, it's like Chicago, New York are almost like the two cities, right? Like I don't how is there theater in Atlanta even ish?
Ish.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, you can keep that in the podcast, but
Well, just certainly not to like you have like a community of professional working actors like
there
in
are
the same-
theaters in Atlanta.
Yeah. I don't know. I think so. Harold Pinter, I really like the screenplays that he's written, and the movies based around his stuff. I've only ever seen Betrayal, which was like okay, up at the Goodman, and
The Goodman is kind of hit or miss. You like it's so cliche, but like the Steppenwolf is kind of where it's at.
yeah, I've heard that. I'd like to see. It's so exciting because there's all the mini theaters too that I would love to see up there. Who's the guy that did Bug? I saw that was probably my favorite production I've ever seen.
Oh,
Is
Tracy.
it Neil LaBute or Tracy Letts?
Is it
Letts,
Tracy?
right?
Oh, I don't.
I think it's Tracy Letts.
I'm not a Tracy Letts girl, which probably doesn't surprise you.
I don't know what that means to be a Tracy Letts girl.
It's kind of the same as being a Neil LaBute girl. I just like
Gotcha.
after I read one of them, I feel like I need to like go like exfoliate and just kind of
Yeah.
like get this grime off of me. And it's just a man being like, "Ah, I'm a man and life is hard. And I'm like, yeah, I know. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, I like him as a person. He owns 10,000 DVDs, so I'm jealous of him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
weirdly.
Tracy Letts, like, I think as an actor is very talented and stuff, and I think he's like reached a lot of acclaim. He's just I don't know exactly what my type is in media. I guess it's The Mirror Has Two Faces, like almost like kind of nominated for an Oscar, but some people were like it kind of missed the mark. And then it's got like great acting and it's kind of like flawed, but they really went for something and it's kind of girly. Which is very, very different than Tracy Letts. But yeah.
I only say Tracy Letts because that production of Bug, so it was actually a college production, and like, no offense to a lot of like college theater or like, it's certainly even the stuff that I acted in or was involved with or like whatever else, but like a lot of it's like not like, you know, it's not Steppenwolf or whatever, or like some of the very good plays like I've seen, like, and so you're kind of like almost having to like filter it through like, well, this is like it's a good college play or something, right? Sometimes, which no offense to it, because like everybody, it's college, it's like the thing, but like this production of Bug that I saw, like this dude, he was like this weird bald kid that like no one talked to. He was just kind of like this weird kind of dorky kid, but then he did the main role in Bug. It was the greatest acting performance I've ever seen live. And he hung brain, or like, you know, he like got nude. It was like in the round. It was like he was going crazy. And so I've always like, I don't think I've ever read anything else besides Tracy Letts or that he's written, or even seen his movies aside from stuff he's acted in. But
Well, I think that's such a good point, not to make your film podcast about theater, but I think
Go ahead.
a great performance in a play, I really don't care what I'm watching. Like we could be watching, I don't even want to throw out a certain play as being like that bad one, but like let's just say a play I'm not really interested in witnessing for the play itself, but seeing a good performance. I kind of when I lived in London, I was told by like my fellow classmates after the fact, they were like, you were ravenous. I would usually go see one theater production a week at least. And I kind
by
of
yourself
say
or with other people?
by myself.
I
Because
heard that from one of your.
you
I'm trying to tell Matt, you're on one of your things. Maddie had never been to a movie by herself. So I was curious. You said you like doing that.
She still hasn't. I love it. For one, I think a little bit of like pain of rejection, but also of kind of being like, oh, I didn't like that and you had me go. Because going to see a play can be quite expensive, but I would usually get like rush of or day of tickets. And I was like, well, I'm going. I don't care if someone else can go. I'm going if you want to come, whatever. But usually like my roommates would be like, oh, are you walking home with us? And I was like, no, I just got a 15-pound ticket to this. Bye. But like watching what I like to say as a true performance, which is just someone letting you see them and not giving the performance of an amazing performance, because you'll see a lot of actors go, oh yeah, I know what it looks like when Philip Seymour Hoffman gives a great performance. So when they're acting, they're thinking about great performances that they've seen, and then they're trying to give a great performance because they respect those actors and they want to be great as well. But it's the really truthful moments where sometimes it's even just like a line delivery I heard in a play and I wasn't even enjoying the play and it wasn't even my favorite, but I remember hearing this man, like I saw Cabaret, and this one chorus member just looks at one of the guys and he just goes, "This is Berlin," with this heartbreaking delivery of kind of, you understood this chorus member was saying, oh my God, I'm realizing you're never going to accept yourself as a gay or a bi man. This is heartbreaking. In this city, you have the ability to do that. And that was all delivered in This is Berlin. And I was like, that line delivery, this actor letting themselves have that realization in the moment and that voice crack and just that truthfulness, that was worth the $60. Like, it's truly like an addiction. Because I think part of it is like being neurodivergent. I think sometimes we're looking for like, are you like masking this or is this real? Like, are you being truthful or what's real? And we're like looking for the signs of that. And so I think theater has been me searching out for those like truthful moments where an actor lets themselves be seen. And as someone who has pursued that for so long, damn, it's hard. I've had some moments where afterwards I was like, that was it, and they're usually the weirder, grosser, not fun moments that can, like, you're like, oh my God, I can't believe that's the choice I made on stage. And sometimes that choice, you're like, that didn't work. Whew, okay, everyone saw me try that. That didn't work. And then there are those moments where usually it's something more embarrassing. So, something kind of weird or embarrassing happens and you're like half proud of yourself for letting yourself go there. But then also as an actor, when you do theater, you want to chase that high again. But unfortunately, that truthful moment you just had, if you try to replicate it the next time you do it, it's bullshit. Like, you've got to let that go and you have to pursue having a truthful moment again the next time you do the scene. And you were talking about eyes. I got to see Ben Whishaw in Julius Caesar at the Bridge Theater. I went twice. He stood past me and said, "So sorry," and moved my shoulders. I have never smelled anything better than Ben Whishaw. But that man, smells so good. One, two, has the most like shiny eyes in that like he is so vulnerable, and so much of it is just like you see everything going on in his eyes. So I think I think the eyes are so important in a performance. It's also, oh damn, my favorite kind of acting is when someone's not trying not to cry while smiling. Oh, that's good. Like Emma Thompson in Love Actually, everyone's favorite moment of all time. And or like, the Margot Robbie smile in The Mirror of I, Tonya, the Euphoria Sydney Sweeney, I've never ever been happier, where the eyes are saying one thing and everything they're trying to control though in their face and their words are so different. And those are the moments that stick with audience members,
Yeah, I'd like to we'll come back to this. I'd like to get into that about Tyrone Power actually, and in The Razor's Edge, because I thought his performance was so bizarre and funny. This has been really bad for my my notes on the
No, you're doing great.
On I guess so I wanted to so on that I noticed when you were saying about like giving like sort of like that moment, like one, you reminded me of David Lynch. I don't know if you've seen that clip of talking about Jimmy Stewart and went viral after his death. see if I can post it on my channel for everybody. But he's like he's like having a he's like the acting is so good by Jimmy Stewart, and when he's thinking about it, he just starts like weeping, and he has to have a cigarette, which I've never. It's also identified with stuff like as a inveterate nicotine gum chewer, like just like needing to like seeing something in a movie and just being like, like goddamn, I need I need something here. He's like. But he talks about, he's like, there's this one part in It's a Wonderful Life where Jimmy Stewart just says the word Mary. And he's like, it's incredible. It's like, just to your point, like the one sort of like voice cracking, like that moment of, is great. But also to get into the movie, a little bit again with, Mirror Has Two Faces, that was one thing I was super impressed. So one of the main notes I wrote was how impressed I was by, Barbra Streisand's direction. And especially like honestly her selflessness. And I thought it was an interesting case study going to something that you had talked about on your podcast with Maddie about When Harry Met Sally, when you're talking about your shared love, desire, whatever, for whoever that 6'5" guy is from Sex and the City. I always forget his name. That Maddie met.
Aiden from Sex and the City, yeah.
That fella. And but then you were like, just you and her both went like how attractive you thought Billy Crystal was in When Harry Met Sally.
Negative feedback for that too.
Really?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
He's so hot.
Yeah. Yeah, I got Chris. Shout out to my Max doing my little thumbs up thing. Shout out to I think it's Genesee Quaz. Who's someone she does like fashion movie stuff on TikTok. But she wrote a whole video. We went to a video battle a couple weeks ago because I was like, oh, I'd never heard anyone call Jimmy Stewart a babe. And so she made a video roasting me, and many other women chimed in like, yeah, Jimmy Stewart's a total babe. Mm-hmm. But then she did call it Mickey Rourke, so I had to make a couple Mickey Rourke highlight videos because I love Mickey Rourke. But I was wrong about that. I didn't know to the extent. So it was interesting to hear, but I also thought like this movie, one of the notes I wrote was like, Barbra Streisand also almost is like, there's something like it's weird to make a movie as a director about like where it's like, yeah, I'm busted. It's like, that's the whole sort of point of
yeah.
So I thought it was like interesting that she made it was part of the movie is the point is like, oh, I'm kind of busted, and like, or like my character's supposed to be kind of busted. And, but she ended up, I thought like, and not even like ended up like, I thought she was way like as the frumpy version, or like when she's trying to make a frumper, way more attractive than like the sort of blonde like bombshell look she was going for, which also probably something personal for me. That's like what so many of my aunts looked like in the 90s, like growing up in the Northeast a little bit. But also like there's an attractiveness there where like it's like I thought it was interesting hearing the Billy Crystal thing about like it's the vibes or the energy or whatever else, because like she's so selfless in this movie in terms of like acting and directing that like to direct a whole movie, just the choice to be like, yeah, I'm gonna be the ugly girl like in the 90s, like, and that's gonna be sort of like the big plot point of the movie. But also like the one scene I thought that she was so, it's like probably one of my favorites, when Jeff Bridges is yelling at her after they don't have sex, and he's just like, what, like why did you want to change this, blah blah blah. And she doesn't give herself any lines. She just sits there crying. And it's heartbreaking, but it's like, what good direction? I don't know. So it's like, I guess, yeah, is that like one of your favorite parts as well? Or like, what would be like, did you like her acting and directing as this, or?
Yes. And I also loved her direction at the very, very end where the credits are rolling and she's like, okay, I'm directing an insane makeout with Jeff Bridges as the director and the star as my song plays over it. And I was like, that's amazing. No, I think
such a great song choice.
Yeah, it's all, she's a genius. But there's a video I feel like you can keep this, and I don't know if I'll ever have the time to be able to write this, but I've always wanted to do a video called Barbra Streisand on beauty, because her first, like the director of Funny Girl says that Barbara directed it for the most part. So I'm counting that as, I think he's kind of being a little
William Wyler.
Yeah, well, I think was annoyed with how much she directed it, but he was like, yeah, she directed it. But that, and then The Mirror Has Two Faces. And then there's one that I haven't seen that was in your box, where she's like a therapist. No, not The Way We Were. She produced that one.
Prince of Tides.
Prince of Tides. And then there's Yintel, I think. And her four, I'm counting Funny Girl as four that she directed. And I do think a lot of it that she kind of comes back to is her thoughts on her own beauty and her processing that, because she's so talented and so successful. So I'm sure she has been told she is beautiful by her friends and peers, you know, but then her kind of like, I think she has still her whole life been looking in the mirror and kind of being like, okay, is it because they love me and I'm talented and everyone wants to be on my good side? Am I beautiful? I actually don't really know if that person I'm looking at in the mirror is beautiful. Is everyone just like a really big fan of mine? And so either they get the adoration of like, you're the sexiest, hottest, most talented human in the world, Barbara, because she is, or because I've seen her in clips of What's Up Doc. Oh my God, she's adorable in that. And then she has her major haters. Like, I don't know if you read the reviews for The Mirror Has Two Faces. People are so mean. Oh, this did not get good reviews. And everyone's like, oh, once again, Barbara's trying to show us she's hot. And I'm like, no, I think this is Barbara.
Yeah, I don't think that at all.
No, I think it's like, it's so vulnerable. And I actually think like, I think it's just so much more than like physical beauty. Does that make sense? Like, I think she kind of, I don't know, I kind of scrolled through Letterboxd and other people were saying, oh, she looked better before. I don't know. I think she looks good after. I think the hair kind of washes her out, but also she is like becoming, and I think it's more she's becoming the stereotype of beauty of that time, which is like, that's to me, that's not conformity. She's proving to herself and the world like, oh no, I can be this stereotypical hot. Like, this is not like, do you know what I mean? Like, I could if I wanted to, actually. I do look good as a blonde. I can wear these tight little black dresses. I can wear heels. Okay, you talk now.
Oh no, I was going to say, I agree. It's funny that you say like it's approving, because one of the things I like to do, and I don't know if it was in the last episode, but like I'm gonna start trying to do it more, is like I have all these micro genres listed on my, or mini genres or whatever, listed on my letterbox of like just weird genres that I think these movies fall into. And I was so happy with this one because it is the second example that I can think of a what I would call a lady sports movie, along with Devil Wears Prada, structure wise, because like Devil Wears Prada always, it's like this is like a Miracle or a sports movie for chicks. It's like it's structured just like a baseball or a football movie of like she has to like, you know, the big bad team beats like the, you know, your team, then you have to like get a train, then you have to like train, and then there's like a proving moment where you have to sort of beat them in competition. But I thought your point to what you just said about like she's almost proving that she could do it. That's kind of why it felt like, I mean, even right down to the Rocky training montage where she's like got to get in shape. That's like straight sports movie. That's like straight male sports movie stuff that I thought like, yeah, I mean that seems like probably more of what it is, of like she's just kind of proving that like, hey, if I wanted to do this, I could be this. Just like in the same way, it's like, yeah, I could, you know, if you're watching Miracle or something, it's like we can train our asses off at hockey and then beat the Soviets or whatever. It's like just seems like the same thing.
Well, to bring it back to Bridal, since I think that's kind of one of the reasons you asked me, is I talk to women, all I do is talk to women about money and their bodies and then family shit. And the way that it's so interesting, because I have these women who in some ways in this race of life where the goal is marriage, they quote unquote won, but they still are looking at themselves in the mirrors and like apologizing to me when they're just like not naked. I try to stay respectful of that, but like just standing there and I'm helping them into the clothes and they're going sorry. And it's just because they have a body and they're taking up space, and someone has committed to loving this human. And it's kind of like there's the stereotype of like, you're going to look best at your wedding, like shredding for the wedding. Like this is possibly the hottest you are ever going to look. And this person who is proposed to you has been like, I am also okay if it's downhill from here. This is fine if this is your pinnacle. Like, they're not like, oh, and I will propose to you when you get better looking. So that's a separate conversation. But like, they are loving you right now. Like, this is the body that this person proposed to you in. And you're still standing there and being like, oh my gosh, like, I hate my arms. And I've had girls smaller than me. I've had girls with the exact same body as me and still are just shit talking themselves so hardcore. And I'm just like, and I have a lot of body image issues, and it's probably been made worse from working there because I am surrounded by so many mirrors at all times. It is like not good for you.
Can I say something?
What?
It feels like that job seems like it would be hell for me. And not like aside from, I think the bridal stuff and the fitting and meeting people, I, totally fine. Like whatever. The commission I think would be hell. I hate doing any of that stuff. But like, well, I don't know, not to put words in your mouth, but I'm curious, like, what effect do you think that has on you being, like, from a loneliness perspective, being constantly surrounded by people who are on their way to the happiest moments of their life with their presumed long-term partners? Even then you do that. It was funny. That was when I was laughing so hard before when you, because you did an episode on your first podcast where you talked about how to get into podcasting, and the very first advice you gave was, maybe not everyone should podcast, which I thought was just like the funniest thing. And then the first thing you said about like being like in bridal sales is like, maybe some of these people shouldn't get married, which I just thought, I don't know, there was and then now when I bring it up, you say like you do the quotes that they're on the happy. So I guess I haven't even considered like being around all the mirrors, but I guess like being around the mirrors, the money, the body stuff, like, is that hard? Is that, I mean, not great?
It's such a, like, honestly, it's pretty toxic because also it's hard on me mentally. And also there's, I think in my job, I also kind of have to disappear, and my job is to mirror back to them what they want to see in themselves, or the confidence they don't have. I then need to almost become more confident. And so I need to take up I have all these different versions of me. It's still me, but to like help this person feel better about themselves. And truly on my final day of work, I'm sometimes like, okay, thank God I don't have to make anyone feel good about themselves for the next 48 hours. And it's all while me being so exhausted from meeting people all day long. I don't really want to go out and date after, because my job is to make people feel good about themselves. And the last thing I want to go do is meet up with someone. And my immediate gut reaction is to always make someone feel better about themselves. And part of that is, I think, as a woman who dates men, I think that's also like a defense mechanism. Because when you're out on a date with a male, you are interacting with a wild animal who could hurt you. So yes, I do some, not wrong. And so people are like, no, be yourself. And I'm like, I'm not pissing off a tiger. Like, so bad shit can go down on a first date. So then it's really me kind of doing an extra 2 hours of my job, and I'm not getting paid for it. And I'm like, nah, I don't do work for free. But I'm exhausted. Not wrong. I'm exhausted. I hear people shit talk their bodies. And also one interesting thing though is I've noticed, and I don't comment on this, but I've noticed that some people's just bones are truly meant to align in the way society has said our bones should align. And then the fat distribution on my body, I was like, I don't see that on people. I was like, I don't see my own body. Do I just have really bad body dysmorphia? But then the closest I've come are girls with like similar coloring to me and similar hair texture to me. And I'm like, oh, this is just what I look like. And part of that is nice and kind of like, okay, we can let this go. This is just kind of what your body looks like. And then sometimes it's depressing. So it's kind of like, oh, you mean no matter how much I work out and how much I eat or how healthy, quote unquote, I am, this is just where my bones are laid out, and I'll actually never look like this human that I'm being told I need to look like. Oh, so what's the point? And so like those are the thoughts that I would have never had if I didn't work in Bridal. And it makes me so much more aware of my body, just because I'm surrounded by mirrors. I also have very beautiful coworkers who, like 2 of them are nude models. So whenever it's like time to post content on the TikTok, not in a bad way, but if I'm in one of the videos, we do X amount of views. If we use one of the nude models in the videos, we get this amount of views. And you're like, that's just math, baby girl. So
Damn.
Beauty is quantifiable, and it keeps the store open. No, but but do you know what I mean? Like there is.
I know what you're saying.
I have
I disagree with what you mean.
Well, thank you. Or whatever you mean, whatever. But yeah, no, it's interesting. So I have to think as a human, we think a lot about our appearance. As a woman, we think maybe a little bit more about our appearance, because we're told our value. And then at a bridal shop, I now have to think even more about just women's bodies. And then of course, as I am a woman in a body, I am thinking about it as well.
The face has 200 mirrors.
The face has so many mirrors. And so I do think, maybe I discovered this when I was working in Bridal, but I think,
have you seen All About Eve just randomly?
No, I haven't. No.
Okay.
And that's Sophie from The Razor's Edge. Yeah.
That is. Yeah. It was on my list to recommend to you. But when you said mirrors, it ends with a like famous mirror scene where,
did she shatter it?
No, you just see like 200 Ann Baxters. Like it's wonderful movie. She's a real motherfucker in that movie.
No one should be surrounded by that many mirrors. Have you seen The Apartment?
No, I need to. Yeah, my brother roasts me for that constantly.
Well, it's pretty easily rectified. It's there's this part where Shirley MacLaine, sorry, I feel like I'm giving you a hard time.
No, go ahead.
But she has her compact mirror, and Jack Lemmon is like, it's broken. And then there's this beautiful shot of like her reflection and the compact mirror, and she goes, "It's how I feel inside," or "Yes, it's how I feel inside." And at one point, our shop door, it was so cold that the glass shattered on the door. And I would see it in the morning. And we eventually had to, it like shattered as in like zigzags, but it hadn't broken yet. And it eventually did. But while it was all zigzaggy, I kept going, "That's how I feel inside," when I would see it every morning and every night.
Yeah. Geez. The movie Bigger Than Life, which was another one on here that I was going to, it might be on the Criterion cover. It's not on the Criterion cover, but, it's has a famous mirror. It's shattered mirror scene where he's on that. Maybe we could do that if you want to come back for another episode. That would be All About Even the Apartment would be fun because I already have the name Welcome Back Botter because of the
Oh yeah, but, Cotter.
Yeah,
Connor. My dad says that, but I've never seen it.
I probably haven't seen it in like 20 years. When I was a kid, it used to come on at Nick at Night. I think
my dad liked it.
Old stuff. Yeah. Bride stuff. You mentioned you were like, so you put in the position of like almost having to be like unpaid therapist or doing unpaid work or like whatever you had said. That sounds dismissive, but like whatever BS you just spout. No, whatever you had said. Do you like? Do you think like? I'd be curious, like the line of work that you ended up in. Do you think you are sort of like uniquely suited or preternaturally good at doing that because of upbringing or whatever else, like because of stuff you wrote about being like invisible or the eldest child in the family, or like you mentioned before about almost like or at least I think it might have been even something you wrote about like not taking up space, or like growing up in a sort of maybe family where it's like it wasn't maybe as much space to express yourself. And so the reason I ask is because like I have been talking with my therapist quite a bit about the like kind of a, I had two older brothers, but like in a way, kind of like a somewhat similar thing with like, I have a very crazy extended family that I will tell you. This is another, you'll get the first public telling of this story of, I just told a coworker later when we talk about, I almost had a panic attack to start the movie, which he's watching the Yankee game. No, in a good way, in a funny way. It's
Okay.
a funny panic attack. But I noticed that like, so my job for 10 years or whatever was a product manager. And the experience of being a product manager, like at like a tech company, is basically you're just kind of like a vector for abuse for like, just 1% bastards, whether they're like private equity people or CEOs or not anywhere I currently work. Love you both. But like in previous jobs, it's like you kind of are taking responsibility but you don't really have a lot of like control to like do anything directly. And so for me, as I sort of got healthier, I think mentally, I became kind of worse at the job because I was just like less willing to sort of put up with the abuse. And I think a large case in that industry and in so much of like American work, it's like the abuse is almost the point of like the abuse of like controlling and like the abuse of like the top down stuff. So I'd be curious about like, if you're in this position as a bridal consultant somehow, that like you're very good at like being this thing for people. Is that something that you've like, is that, I don't know, from your upbringing, or is it just like
I think
just a skill?
I think it's kind of I love that you were like, you're good at your job. And I was like, yes, I am. But just because I think like with that it's not all good things. In some ways I'm like, yes, I am, like in a kind of annoyed with myself way. I think it comes, my dad is in sales, he retired last year. And so I think, and he's a very, very charismatic man. I say like Bill Clinton. And like truly, like lawyers on the opposing team for Bill Clinton like met him and they were like, damn it, we like him so much. Yeah. And my father, when he walks into a room, he's like short king energy and he's just like, everybody likes me. And he leaves the room and people are like, I love your dad. And I'm like, yeah, I know. But I, as a kid, had really, really bad social anxiety, like sat by myself at lunch, blah, blah, blah. I had a podcast called Lonely Girls, blah, blah, blah. And so I think though being social and making friends was a learned skill for me. It was something I became good at, kind of like that video you were referencing with like the flower vase. And it wasn't just like, look at me, have a crush on me. But it also was something where I've like learned if you give presents, you'll become friends. It's so much more than that. But it's also kind of like, hey, it's not that hard to take that little extra step, like when I brought that vase to my friend's little birthday get together, no one else had brought food. No one else was like buying the drinks. No one else was providing the food. Like it was all just, and so I just brought this simple little thing that cost me $10 and everyone's like, wow, that's so nice. But anyways, yeah, I think with Bridal, it was like because I kind of learned to make friends in a way that didn't come naturally. I think I just kind of learned like, wait a minute, everyone wants friends. And if you are a good friend, people, and you make a good choice of who to be a good friend to, then they're probably a good person and they'll return that. And it's quite simple actually. And it's also a lot about it's so easy. No, but like I think I have good taste in people. So then the people I decided to pursue being friends with have been really amazing and I'm so lucky to have them. But yeah, so I think like learning how to read people it like kind of set me up for the job. My dad being so charismatic, I think taught me of like, oh, people like this, like when it comes to sales. And my dad is an insanely genuine human and very empathetic and very interested in people, but he kind of has this jokey, like natural charisma to him. And I don't know if my kind of sales, which I hate saying sales, but like that persona that meets my clients, it's a little bit of my father, and it probably was a little bit just from being around Bill Clinton for 30 years. You just kind of pick up like people are gonna like this.
I feel your pain.
It
Yeah.
yeah, it works. So yeah, I think it's a little bit, I know how to make people feel good about themselves, and that's a blessing and a curse. Because now I'm stuck in this infinite loop.
Well, funny you
Where
should mention that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to
no,
interrupt.
you talk. That's it.
I was going to say, funny you should mention that. So when talking about Jane Eyre on one of your podcasts, you said that you felt more alone in a crowded room a lot of times because you have social anxiety. I've definitely felt that personally, probably more so than like other times when I'm by myself. When I generally, I mean, it's like I guess I don't feel as alone when I'm by myself, but it's like for me it was like it felt like not only did I not connect with these people in a room, but they only conceive me as this other thing. So it goes past like almost even absence of something, like not that they don't know who I am, but they actively think that I'm this other person. Is that
Mm.
something that you feel like with the bridal stuff as well?
Mm,
Like
I
I
think
guess like
part.
bridal stuff or like with the friend stuff or like the idea that you said before about like almost putting on like it's like a little bit of a construct or something, I
A
guess.
mask. I
Yeah,
think
mask.
that is
Yeah.
more of a self-protective thing. Um, I think more what's like, I think honestly the part that's kind of draining is more so I give so much to my brides and I care so much, and then when things start going wrong eventually, as they do, you get a lot of like verbal abuse.
Mm,
And that's really really hard. Because you're dealing with people at a really stressful time in their life that it doesn't have to do with you, but I've been on the other side of quite a bit of like um verbal abuse, and
mm,
it sucks because I don't have very tough skin, and I think one of the reasons I'm good at my job is I'm sincere and I'm open and I'm like kind of a vessel for being connected to someone's emotions. So then when that is then turned on me, it can get really hard. And there have been a few times where I think that's been something, not even kind of like, ooh, someone did something wrong to me, but it's more like I definitely let that get the better of me.
mm.
For sure. It's hard.
That makes sense. How are you doing on time? I just realized that we're
I'm good.
okay. So we can probably get into. I'm totally good too. So you just I guess let me know.
Yeah.
At some point, my
This was
AirPods
my
will die.
final thing of my Sunday, so you're
Nice.
good.
I'll keep you here till midnight then. We'll just do like a
Perfect.
9-hour podcast.
We have 10 hours of raw audio where we don't really get off topic about the Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants book series, that we have not had edited and will come out one day,
That's
like
awesome.
10 hours straight. It's scary.
Yeah, you mentioned that your brain was fried on one of them because you did 24 hours straight of reading a Kotar or Akatar.
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 Oh my God.
Yeah.
That still haunts me, dude. It's golly bell. Made me cry.
Yeah. So let's movies. So it's only we took a so yeah, how'd you I guess so you said we've talked a little bit about Mirror has two faces. How'd you like the right
Mhm.
like did you sent me some actually before we get into the movies, this is a confrontation. I have to do a confrontation official. Um
Oh,
Tolstoy boys. I gotta get let me load up
Tolstoy boys.
TikTok. So Rebecca had warned me that she is going to hopefully
Oh gosh.
that's my what did she say? I started getting commentaries. I guess were you watching it the
Yeah.
other day? Okay.
Yeah. Early in
I
the
like
morning.
it. Yeah, she was starting to give me commentary. I'm assuming as a way to sort of suss out, how much she could go in on criticizing or whatever. But do you mind if I read these or?
I don't care.
So she said, diving into the razor's edge this morning, and I think I'm going to be pretty harsh. I'm not a film bro, and I'm pretty sure I'll piss them off. This man has depression and thinks it's the most interesting thing in the world. I call them Tolstoy boys when they romanticize being poor. While the characters are not poor, and neither is the author. So it was funny because I would literally had just finished the last episode I just released as of this recording was two versions of Anna Karenina, where we, obviously Tolstoy, where we talked. I've never read a Tolstoy book, but yeah. So the confrontation is Rebecca had said this is randomly. I listened to I think two episodes, like one of each of her podcast episodes, and I think the one about doing a podcast, just for the tips. Honestly, it's a good episode.
Oh, God.
Pretty short. But she said that she watched where are my notes? Yes, she said, I listened to the episode with Madison Hatfield, and Rebecca said that she thinks Anna Karenina came out 10 years too early and that people would love it now if it came out. So are you a Tolstoy girl, I guess? Is that, or is it has, it's more just about like romanticizing being poor?
It's an archetype.
Okay.
That's so crazy. Isn't Madison lovely?
She is.
She's
Yeah, I
a
just picked it
doll.
because it was on my birthday. My birthday is May 27th randomly, so I was just like, oh, I'll listen to that one. Just picking
Oh.
like, yeah.
Amazing. Yeah.
You outed
Madison
yourself.
has a great, since that one came out, she has a great short film called I Could Dom. And I don't know, like all your film friends, it's been going around at film circuits for about a year, and it's fabulous. And Madison Hatfield's going to be a really big deal.
I have
But
zero film friends, and I know nothing about the film industry.
I feel like
Yeah.
people that listen to your podcast might
Oh, yeah, that's true.
want to check out Madison
Yeah.
Hatfield. I Could Damas. You would really love it. But it's still just at festivals at the moment. So for one, yes, it came out. Maddie and I stand by that. It is stunning. I think it's like as a comp for how I want movies to look, not just like the gorgeous colors and the yummy visuals, but I love practical effects, and I famously love the theater, and I just think how it was all executed was so beautiful. I think it's a good example of like the story of Anna Karenina, I think, or Anna or whatever. Not really my favorite, but I think all the acting is so well done. And I just think the presentation is really beautiful. But what's so wild and full circle, is I started listening to the Anna Karenina audiobook series, which was like an ungodly amount. Or yeah, and you can't make me listen to the abridged version. I'm like, nah, I'm not a quitter. It was this physical chunk of whatever. It was when I was auditioning for drama school and not getting in. I listened, it took me about a year to get through, and it almost broke me. And who is it? Levinsky in Anna
I'm so bad
Karenina?
with names. Is it the other dude or?
It's Donald Gleason, the redhead man.
Oh, yeah. He's
But
like, oh, sorry, go ahead.
no. I'm looking it up. You can
I
talk.
think, yeah, I forget his name. I can probably, let's see,
Yeah,
we'll race Anna
it's
Karenina.
Levin.
Levin. Yeah, there you go. Damn, you beat me.
So there's a chapter, and at this point, y'all, I am like banging my head against a wall in purgatory, listening to Anna Karenina, like constantly. I have no friends. I live in Chicago. I'm getting rejected from drama school. It's cold all the time. I'm
Bless
working
your
this
heart.
shitty internship. I know, and I am miserable. And then here is stupid. Oh shit! I already forgot his name.
Donald
Levin,
Gleason.
you're
Oh,
stupid,
yeah.
Levin, looking out at a field, watching the peasants like gather the corn or whatever. And he's like, oh, to be a peasant and to do simple work and to eat brown bread and to drink ale and have my peasant wife and to do honest work. Oh, I wish I was a peasant. Oh, to be a peasant, they do the true work, and they are like truly experiencing happiness. And oh, I wish I was not so rich, and I wish I was a peasant. And I was like, fuck this guy. Like, the author isn't poor and Levin isn't poor. And I'm like, oh, really, Levin? You want to go be poor? Go be poor. And he like, and it pisses me off because he like looks at one of the farm girls and he's like, oh, like he should love her instead. What if he married her instead? And I'm like, ooh, stop looking at her. He's all pissed that some hot rich girl rejected him, and he's like, maybe I should just go be with this peasant girl. And I'm like, well, you're not, so stop looking at her. And he's just like romanticizing being poor. And then in every single Chekhov play, there is this one dude who's always like, oh my gosh, I wish I wasn't so rich. I'm so miserable all the time. And they're usually like upper middle class, they're not like billionaires, but they're looking at like the blue collar workers and like romanticizing their life. And that just like really pisses me off. And then also like they have depression, but they think it's like or it's just kind of like Larry and the Razor's Edge. He's like, no, I don't want to like make money. I want to like travel and like read
Mm.
books, and I love to learn. And I was like, Larry, who doesn't like to learn?
Yeah.
You know, like that's stupid.
Fucking
And
Larry.
yeah, fucking Larry. But then also, I'm so grateful for Greta Gerwig's second speech in Little Women, where Florence Pugh gets to go off about like, yes, actually, I do need to marry rich, and like going off on Timothy Chalamet, because I so wish Isabel got to have one of those moments where she
Hmm.
is being judged so hardcore by the character, by Larry, who is the Christ figure in this, and by the author and by the audience for wanting to marry with stability and money. And
Mm.
she makes a really good point when Larry is like, no, I'm never planning on making anything of myself, aka making money. She's like, listen, I would support you if like with being broke, if you actually wanted to eventually try to climb up and be something more than just broke. But if like this is kind of like your goal forever, like, no, I really can't handle that. And I think that's a fair point. I think if she ended up wanting to stay with Larry, fair point. And I also think if she chooses, hey, I don't actually think that's for me, I
Hmm.
also think that's a fair point, because I think the marriage would have eventually gone into a lot of resentment. But then the movie then leads into like, yes, this woman is not well, no, the villain. She's the villain of the movie, and really judges her on making that choice, and leads her to making like a really not okay um decision to help someone slash make someone relapse into alcoholism, you
Make
know,
someone.
like make
Yeah.
someone, well, I don't know the exact term, but
Yeah. That was one
it
of the
said,
most wild things I've ever seen in a movie. Sorry to interrupt, but
yeah, no, you're
yeah.
fine. But I think it's like, I think everything for Isabel was like fine leading up to that movie, where you could tell the movie was then really telling us that
Mm.
she was so wrong. And then now all of her other decisions are going to be really shitty. Like, she doesn't help out Sophie when Sophie's really fallen on hard times, you know? And
Yeah.
she's very cold and judgy about it. But Larry's enlightened now that he almost kissed a monk. And like, he's so perfect, you know? And it just pisses me off, because it's like, yeah, you got to have this like cool, religious, enlightened moment because
Mm.
you're a man. And even if she would have said, hey, I'll stick around and be poor with you, she still wouldn't have gotten to like go meet the monk, you know? She
Mhm.
just would have had to like sit around and wait for him while he like like he went and got enlightened with a monk, you
Mhm.
know? Like, I just think she's just kind of was set up to fail.
Yeah.
That's my rant. I think
No,
I
I
did it.
yeah. Did you I was curious, like, did you like do you come from a poor background? Because like that's something I was talking about in the DMs with when you said like the Tolstoy books, because like that is also a pet peeve of mine. Like when I went to Chicago last week, we tried to eat at this like hip pizzeria, this cool pizzeria, and there's a bunch of
Hmm.
like very obviously like young like I don't want to call them yuppies. I don't know what the term, but they were like these very hip cool kids like in Carhartt and like all this. And like I get that's the thing, all kids do it, but like it's like sort of it was like you could very much tell of like the cosplaying of being poor. And like I was talking about this with someone, an upcoming guest, because they had made a video about um, sorry to you, I forget your name, but they had made a video about like they're like in the creative industry in Los Angeles, sort of having to navigate these spaces with people who like are very wealthy or very put upon being poor, or like do like try to put upon being poor thing. But she comes from like an actually poor background, and yeah, that when you said the described it as that, like yeah, that is absolutely something that bugs the hell out of me. Like just like seeing in Chicago, but also just like grow like East Tennessee, were like the buddy I live with who's like fully East Tennessee. I was like half Springfield, Mass, like kind of poorer like city, and then like half very rural East Tennessee, Kingston. Um, there were like he lived on a road with two separate people named Robert Bobby, who like their legal name was like Robert Bobby something and Robert Bobby something, unrelated. Like they were just two separate people, and is like even like it's just the amount like of that sort of like the poverty I guess is like cursed both of us. Is like he worked at I should apologies for laughing because this is like very much like the only way to for the audience or whatever, but like I was just randomly watching something last night where it just popped up, some golfer named Bob Charles, and like it's permanently etched in my brain that there's this guy in East Tennessee. He's no way he's living now, but like when my buddy worked at the Sonic out in just one of these random places, there would be these it was kind of like I don't know if you're a Dark Souls or Elden Ring fan, but shout out to this is only going to make sense to a couple of people, but it was kind of like a firelink shrine for people who are like sort of somewhat mentally challenged and whose like caretakers are sending them out to collect cans. There was like 5 or 6 people where like they would basically like these like mentally challenged guys. One of them, his name was just Bobby Charles. So I can't hear the name Bobby or Charles without just immediately thinking that person. But he was just this crazy guy, crazy sort of mentally challenged guy. Like I know I'm not using the right terms, but lovingly, I'm not trying to make fun at all. But his caretaker, whoever, would just send him along with these other 5 people, just like out collecting cans, just up and down, like in the summer in East Tennessee, rural, and they would just like, collect cans or like try and get scrap metal or whatever, and just sort of send them off every day. And then they would just sort of congregate at the Sonic and then go out and like whatever else. But it's like, I see that and it's like, I see those people at like that hip pizza place, like wearing the Carhartt or like doing this or whatever. It's like, I graduated with kids who were illiterate, like functionally illiterate, just graduating from like high school. And, yeah, so I don't know. Is that why it like bothers you, or just like from a theory stand? Like I don't know.
I think
you have, like,
men kind of piss me off.
Just men in general.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, I mean that's kind of making it, kind of boiling it down. I think also, I think something I've kind of been saying from the beginning is I'm quite averse to like pretentiousness. And like I call it in acting, if anyone's an actor or have been around male actors, I call them Meisner boys, and they love the idea of like suffering to suffer, because suffering creates great art, but actually they're just kind of dicks to you, and you're like, no, you're just like, you are annoying and you're not nice to people, like you're not like a better artist. And also as someone who I'm not perfect at all, and I have really dedicated my 20s, I think like my early to mid 20s especially, like really prioritizing my mental health. I've done it so much fucking therapy because I needed it, not just in a snooty way, but like I've done a lot of therapy. I have taken my meds. I have been a good girl about all of this, and I try so hard to move forward in the world like as a sane person. And so then to have other people be like determined to sit back in the mud and like be depressed about their romanticize like pain and struggle of like can't create great work unless they're depressed, so then they don't go to therapy, so then they're kind of shitty to be around, And then I'm like, I actually don't know if great work's going to come out of that. I think that's more where it comes from, because it's not just romanticizing the poorness, but I think it's also kind of that like mental feel bad for themselves about where they are in that their life, then to like project like, oh, if only I was had a simple life, because like I grew up in West Tennessee, actually, small world. And,
yeah, her address was, no, I'm just kidding. I didn't know. Sorry.
Yeah, don't tell me. You probably could figure it out pretty easily. Also, my brother, he is in school in Knoxville, and cool. He's into film and stuff. So maybe you guys should,
absolutely.
If you ever have a movie night, Brian is the best. Like, he's the best. So
I got some actors from the I don't know. I mean, not to, I don't, nope. From from UTK, like, when I did my short that I did last year, is like this 40-minute, thing.
Wow.
I think the main actor came from UT, I think. I don't know. I think they did. I'd send an email out to like their theater and film program, and
Brian, he's in statistics, so which I kind of think is lovely to be able to talk about art and film and
I can talk with him about that too as a day.
Well, but also I think like having someone appreciate art in like a medium for its own sake and enjoyment, because I do think for people who love film, would love to make their own film and stuff, I think one day, as it seems like you would, I've been writing stuff as well. I think like we are approaching it, and deep down, there is a little like kernel of like selfishness or like insecurity or like questioning, like, will I
Call
ever
me
come up with
insecure.
something good? I don't know.
Okay,
I
kidding.
think
Go
most
ahead.
artists are. But
The word knows
but
I've put you
then,
on the spot.
well, no, it's fine. But Brian just like being into statistics, like
Hmm.
he can enjoy something just for, he wants to discuss it because he wants to discuss it, and not just to like, as some film bros are trying to like impress you or one up you or
Mm,
educate you. Brian's just like, yeah, I read War and Peace.
yeah.
I want to talk about War and Peace, you know? And he's
It's
very
funny.
well read, more so than I am.
Yeah, I'll hang out with him. Tell him he's
Yeah,
welcome. He's a DVD player. He's welcome to borrow some movies.
love it.
Um, I don't know if I would just the house that I live with these three other just awful dudes. I don't know if like we're a great influence, but
Brian is y'all don't actually have to hang out. I'm not trying to. Brian has plenty of Brian
give
has
me his
like
number. I'll
four
call
best
him up right
friends.
now. We'll call him up live on the pod.
Bub would be down. He where is I going? Okay, you know Ron Swanson in Parks and
Mm,
Rec?
yeah.
He's Ron Swanson, like from
Okay.
the age of like 2. Like you cannot influence Brian to do shit. Like if
That's
you do
great.
not like the man you meet in the first 2 minutes, like that is who I've known since he was an infant. He's my
Yeah.
favorite. He's
I
great.
talk a big game. The only thing he would be influenced by is watching a lot of 50s melodramas. And
Yeah.
playing with my brother Ty playing Baldur's Gate. Um, which is, societally wise not too big of a deal. Um, I'm more of a to your point about Meisner boys. First, I'm more of an Uta Hagen gal personally.
Okay.
Hagen,
Uta
Hagen,
Hagen.
Hagen. Okay, I was trying to. It's the one name I remember. I don't remember anything about what she or Meisner or whatever, but or Strasberg. I know Strasberg and Meisner hated each other, right? That was like the
I think so,
I
yeah.
think. It keeps doing this thumbs up thing, and it's
It
always
does.
distracting me. I
Well,
would need.
it's telling you that you're doing a really good job.
Thank you, Rebecca. I appreciate that. Um, God damn, I keep like blanking
Uta
on.
Hagen,
It wasn't
Meisner
even. No, that's I
boys.
shouldn't have said Uta Hagen. I even started to like write down. About starting my film channel. It's funny when you said like the attitude about like the film bros. I also that's also been a frustration. I actually ended one Hinge thing recently because they were like kind of, I could tell they thought of me as a film bro, and it like kind of was like a thing, and I was like, I'm not, I just like movies. It's like that was also part of the, it was before I started my channel, it was also the motivation to like start my channel, is like whenever I would talk about it, it's like, oh, you must be this type of person, and I can't stand those type of people either. That's like, and I never want to come across as that, but I didn't have like a way of explaining it. But at least now I can say, look at me talk, like this is like, please, like I have evidence that I can point to. It's like I don't think I'm that. Maybe I'm just like another version of that or whatever. But it's just really, I just love movies, and just they're very valuable to me. And I neurodivergent and have a special. I asked my therapist if I was like, well, for many reasons they said yes, you're neurodivergent, but they also are just like, you own over 2,000 movies. It's like, they're like, what do you think about that? I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
That
Yeah.
would be hard if one of your special interest kind of does have a negative stereotype, because you are, I don't want to assume, but you seem to be a straight white cis man.
Yeah.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you do kind of look like, I don't know, straight
Yeah.
cis white man. Most of them are film pros, whether they actually have
Yeah.
the knowledge to back it up. But that would be really hurtful for it to come, because it's not meant with love. And also, I think as
Yeah.
like someone with a learning
Especially not coming from
disability,
you.
yeah.
I can tell you meant it with hate.
Yeah, I know I do. But I think also I've been talked down to a lot. Like I'm 5'1", I'm petite. I
Your resume
do,
says 5'2". Are you breaking news here?
yeah.
Okay.
And apparently I'll call Newsweek. But
Okay.
I don't know. I'm 5'1", 5'2", depends on the day. But Truly, it kind of does. But I'm petite, and I think I do kind of have like a wide-eyed excitement for things. And so then I think by a lot of men, I think they respond to that as being able to like talk down to me. And also I
Hmm.
can get quite flustered, so I don't always feel um like I can speak my thoughts perfectly first try. And so I think I've been talked down to quite a bit.
Hmm.
And then by the guys that I think you would label as film bros. So then I'm quite on edge. And also I think I like Maddie has said, because she's in LA, has tons of like film friends. And I was like, I'm a film person. She was like, no, you're not. And I was like really insulted. I was like, no, I am. And she said, she's like, you're one of the most well watched non-film people. And she's like, I don't know how to describe your personal taste, but I think it is quite broad. Like I can appreciate Mamma Mia 2 with just as much delight and intensity as I can like Wong Kar-wai or whatever.
Yeah.
Like I can put them all in the same level. Um, I'm really
Yeah.
big on like not being pretentious about things, but then I do think my siblings, because siblings are really harsh, they'd be like, "Oh my God, Rebecca, you're literally the most pretentious person ever." Like
Yeah.
if Mary was hearing this, she'd be like, "God, you're pretentious."
No one can
But
get
I
under your
think
skin like a sibling, right?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and unfortunately, she's 100% right all the time. But yeah, I don't know. I have a complicated relationship with the film bro, but then in turn, as someone who you love movies so much, that would really hurt if people weren't really looking at your intentions when you were expressing something that you cared about and then instead just lumped you in. Not the exact same, but like saying you have a podcast sometimes can feel kind of
I
like,
don't tell people that. Yeah.
no, it's such a
Yeah.
cringy, dirty word. And I have mentioned, like with Maddie, how I became friends with her. I interviewed her, but I don't usually, if I will say, I'm like, yeah, I interviewed her and we became friends, but I never say, like, I interviewed her on my podcast because you're
Mm.
like, oh, and if people asked, I would be like, yeah, I had a podcast where I interviewed people, but um, and it's such a stupid thing to make fun of because I truly love podcasts as themselves so much. I'm obviously so passionate about the medium. I think having a good podcast is really hard. And someone, I think it was a TikTok, but someone said, yeah, don't make fun of people for starting a podcast. A lot of people start a podcast, not a lot of people keep doing a podcast.
Mm.
And I think that is such a good point. Like, I'm so proud of the ones I've created. And I mean, like YouTube, listen, dudes, I made one YouTube video. That was really hard. I don't know if I'm going to keep making YouTube videos. That was hard. And I think
Mm.
that's some people with podcasting. They give it a go and then they quit. But let's not make fun of the people who love film for pure intentions and want to share that knowledge, or make fun of people who keep having a podcast because no one realizes how much work those are. Like,
Yeah.
this is a lot. And me talking more makes your job on the editing side harder. So,
No, it doesn't.
sorry.
I'm not gonna edit. I'm only gonna probably edit just like stuff that, if we talk about things that you
That's
don't want
crazy.
to.
I'm a
Yeah.
fiend. I'm really harsh on edits, so good for you.
I like the long, like if this podcast keeps going for another 6 hours, I'll be like, that's the ideal episode. I'll release it. I don't care. Like
The
it's
whole
like,
thing.
yeah, absolutely. If people want to listen
Alright.
to it, I do
Yeah.
it, because it's like, I loved it. Like, um, again, to the Jenny Nicholson thing, like when I realized that video was 4 hours long, the Star Wars one or whatever, I was like, this is the coolest thing, because it's actually, she's the closest thing vibe wise. It's one of the recommendations to, I don't know if you're a Werner Herzog, that's a very film bro of me, his documentary. I think I would say any of his documentaries, are great. His fiction, a couple of his like fictional films are great, but like he's known for like finding these sort of obsessive guys and like
Mhm.
just going as obsessive with them and being obsessive himself and going deep in on it. So like she's the closest thing to Werner Herzog I've ever seen in terms of like vibes wise. I mean, I love Werner Herzog. So he did Grizzly Man, if you've ever seen that one. It's a great one about a guy who goes off to Alaska to like, he gets obsessed with like grizzlies. And he films himself like next to these grizzlies, and they're like, these huge 1,000-pound grizzlies, and he just starts getting closer and closer, like they trust him and everything else. And spoiler alert, but eventually gets eaten by grizzlies. But Herzog, he says it's stuck with, it's like stuck in my soul since then, where he said, like, as a filmmaker, he's like, I got to admit, the footage that he gets is like, it's unlike anything I've ever seen in my, like, it's unlike any other recorded footage. Like, he treats the guy as seriously as a filmmaker, and like as like respectfully as like an obsessive artist as anybody, which I love about him. Yeah.
I think it's hopefully, gosh, to like battle everything that's going on in the world. I think it's like not to be like, oh, it's cool not to be cool in like a annoying Tumblr way, like a
Mm.
pick me girl, but I think Jenny Nicholson is such a great example of it's cool to be excited about something, and it kind of doesn't matter what you're excited about. Like
Mm.
listening to someone talk about something that they're interested in is interesting. And I think Jenny is so good at what she does that I think she probably could have released a video about anything that if it was done with that much excellence, like sure, the Star Wars Hotel, turns out people were quite curious about it, and turns out there was a really good story inside of it. But I also think her enthusiasm, which led her to research everything so deeply, is why the video is so good. It's not just because she chose a good topic. Like
Yeah.
if I tried to do that video, even if I like went and toured the hotel and had all of her resources, like I don't have the passion for it, and I would not, even with the same resources, couldn't have created like a millisecond of something as magical as the Star Wars tour
You
video
created, I
is.
mean, I was actually impressed with your video when you were extolling people to donate to your trip to England, when it was just like a little 4 minute thing. And I'm sorry. Okay, we're taking a little break here. I'm
Deep cut. That
yeah.
hurt.
What I wasn't being. I'm sorry. Rebecca, for the
No,
audio only
I
listeners,
just,
just went and got a Fresca, which is
oh, I
actually a really
fucking,
good counterpunch to me, and I'll tell you a story about that in a second. But
okay. I love Fresca. No, I am shocked. I saw a creator once say, like, if you're not cringing at what you did a year ago, you're not growing. But then if like, so I'm cringing at what I did yesterday. So imagine you keep reminding me of things I
I'm
didn't know
sorry.
existed. No, it's fine. Like, no one's gonna hear
I
that and
thought it'd
try to
be
go
really
find it.
funny.
It it is. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, like, no, it's fine. That is just showing you like went so hardcore, and I'm so flattered. I just got this wave of like, listen, I am so proud of baby Rebecca. Did she? Damn, she has tried and tried and worked so hard. But gosh, living in her shadow, sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, I did that, didn't I? I listen. I stand
Kudos.
by it, I guess.
Yeah,
Um,
I thought it was, I honestly thought it was good. Like you can honestly, it's like the way you would look at like an earlier artist. If I was doing my deep dive on Rebecca Botter, maybe I will at some point. That'll be even funny. A lot of this is just because it's like I think there's something that snapped in my brain a couple years ago. It'd be like it'd be kind of funny if I did, like, not that, like, you have like a big internet presence, but like, you're not Jenny Nicholson famous. I'm not Jenny Nick. No one is, right? But it'd be like it'd be funny to do like a deep dive as like, on like, because I'm planning on doing, I was talking to that's like one of the YouTube videos I'm working on, is like deep dives on Donald Cammell and Takeshi Kitano, Laird Krieger, Kathleen Bigelow. Like, I'm planning on doing like these overviews of their filmography, but I also, one of the points I made is I want to do one on Jenny Nicholson, and maybe I'll add your stuff in there just as a funny one, just as like, because it's interesting as like a creative output. You can kind of see this, the seeds of like your early TikToks in that video from like 7-8 years before it, which is interesting.
it is interesting to see how, um, like, not just mine or yours, but like one's own like voice changes. Something, because I did this video the YouTube video that I posted is kind of a love letter to this author that I have been reading since I was a child. And one thing I kind of like discovered is it's really interesting. Her work wasn't published until she was in her 40s. And Jean's voice, the author's voice, is so specific, and I can hear it so clearly. And even I read like the book she kind of came up with, but then this series I'm discussing are these 3 that were commissioned by Avon. So even when she's doing a commissioned work, I can still hear Jean's voice so clearly. But one of the reasons I feel like she has such a clear and distinct voice is because she was writing for fun into her mid-30s. And eventually her husband sees all, like, there's just so much wadded up stuff she had been writing for it's into her mid-30s, and she had never tried to publish it. And he was like, I'm afraid under our bed is just full of manuscripts. Do you think you want to try to publish these? And she was like, oh yeah, I could try that. So by the time we encountered Jean's voice, the first book she wanted to write about was inspired by a child in her son's orbit or daughter who either took their own life or tried to. And she's like, why would a 14-year-old try to take their own life? And that's the first thing she decides to start with. And I just think Jean's sense of humor and everything is so distinct, but it's also, I think she had been creating her brand and her voice until 40. So when she came out, it seemed so fully shaped. But I think, like, you know, I'm sure if you look back at your writing, you were mimicking writers in your teens and your 20s of people you really loved and respected. Yeah. And same for me. And then I think it is kind of cool to look back on things we did earlier to see, like, who was I mimicking? Who was I trying to be? And then how did that develop? Maddie and I, the Lonely Girls podcast, we met in person. Oh, it's my little sister, and she's pushing through my alarm. It's fine.
It's talk time.
No, it's seriously. No, I'll probably be talking until I pass out. But so Maddie and I met each other for weirdly 40 minutes when she was in Atlanta to shoot a commercial after being phone friends. And then I flew out for her birthday almost exactly 3 or 4 years ago. And in the podcast recording, we've already recorded a few episodes. We're doing it in person. And I re-listened to them about a year ago. And it is the 2 of us mimicking in the Twilight episode, because I'm quite proud of it. And you can tell we're like trying to like mimic the banter of other podcasts we've heard. And I do think Lonely Girls has a really specific vibe. And I think it's very unique to us. But it's so funny because now this person I know so well, I can tell that both of us are performing and still like being extra nice to each other. And we're still we're so stupid. Like, we're so stupid, but we're mimicking these podcasts that we kind of wanted to invoke. And weirdly, something that happens when Maddie and I are together, because we've been interviewed on someone else's podcast together, is we kind of go into this like hive mind. Sorry, I'm kind of rambling, aren't I? But all. Like with art and stuff, I think like you can look back at earlier stuff and you just kind of have to appreciate, like, oh, baby, like I could tell you really loved this author or this book, because that was kind of like the inspiration, the fan fiction, and yeah, as someone, like, I'm a screenwriter, and I think I have taken a lot of influences from the films I've seen, but I think kind of from like I feel bad I keep saying film bro, but kind of from, I don't really have that reverence for film. And so my screenplay is my goal, kind of in that, like, you know, I don't know where I put commas. Whenever I write something, I'm kind of like, I want to make this as fun to read as possible. Like with the Challengers screenplay, because Challengers is probably my favorite movie of the past few years. I'm obsessed with it. Someone was like, it was his first screenplay. It's not a perfect screenplay, but it's a fun read. And I was like, that's what I'm going for. And so whenever I've sent my writing out to, like, I have a friend who's a really big scripty, who has to read screenplays for a living. I sent her the pilot for something I was working on, and her first response was, this was such a fun read. I was like, fuck yeah. But I think one of the reasons I can do that and like kind of create something that's like unique in my own is because I've spent so much time fine tuning my voice for 10 years.
Mm.
Um, and I think it's really specific to me. And that doesn't mean it's good. But I do think my point is like, I really hope that what I make is uniquely something I can put out, and we'll just see if the world ever gives a shit about it. But
I think that's all you can do, right? I mean, it's
yeah,
unfortunately kind of Darwinian in that way. But I think like there's such a dearth of that it will, it's just going to be like, I almost feel like it's harder to get any, I mean, obviously with all the economic conditions and everything else, it's probably harder to do anything and like than ever before. But also I feel like the stuff that's honest that I've seen, like I've been so like, it's like a glass of ice water, someone in hell. Because like you were saying, the playwrights, actually one person who my brother keeps telling me to read is, do you see Janet Planet when it came out last year? Or you would love it. Probably my favorite movie of the last couple of years. But it's by the lady who did Jerusalem, I think. Which is,
that's like, I usually, even if I haven't seen it, I recognize names. I don't know what you're talking about.
or maybe am I going crazy now? Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm like just Butterworth. Like what is? Okay, now I'm getting so confused. Annie Baker.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Annie Baker. And I'm getting confused with Jerusalem with another something. She did something because it takes place in Western Massachusetts. Janet Planet, which is halfway where I grew up in, like the town where it's set in, when like during the age when I was living at that time, about like an 11-year-old girl's complicated relationship with her mother. So it's like just right up my alley. Jerusalem is, for some reason I always get that confused because that's the one where Mark Rylance was really good. But there's an Annie Baker play. Yeah, all that's to say, like she wrote and directed Janet Planet, which I loved. And yeah, it was just like this really honest, small thing. So yeah, I don't know. I kind of have hope for like, I guess like the more there's got to be a backlash at some point to sort of like the fake kind of bullshitty, you know, I don't want to say big budgety type stuff, but like there's got to be like sort of a pull at some point towards more real stories. So I think like on one hand, to the more you can connect, I'm hoping with both in my own writing too, the more we could connect with like our own little beings, I guess, that it'll be more successful and connective. Because I was even thinking about that with, not to bring it back to the movie, but with like Mirror Has Two Faces, like it just felt, even though it was like on a stage and like whatever else, it's like almost, 20, 25 years ago at this point, almost 30 years ago. Mm-hmm. It felt more real than like almost any romantic comedy like in the last while, right? And a lot of those old 50s movies do as well, even though they're like, Christopher Strong, which I watched a couple months ago, it's like it's almost 100 years old, but it feels like I felt more connected with it because I could tell the people like really, I guess, cared about it.
Yeah, you can tell that because she didn't write it. And it would not surprise me if she had a really heavy hand in rewriting it, because that's just Barbara. I meant to get her biography and just find the section where she talks about Mirror Has Two Faces, and I ran out of time. But I'm sure she had a heavy hand in rewriting it, but you can tell she was so connected with this material in a way that I think actors, we do find those characters where sometimes it is really fun to play Richard III, and you're like, wow, I'm so talented. I can play all these kind of roles. And then sometimes you read these characters and you're like, ooh, that hurts. That hurts. Like, I feel that. And so, like, all of those reactions, I feel like were so true and real. Did you, I don't know if you like read any of like the trivia or whatever, but I've seen different clips of those wonderful moments from Lauren Bacall where she's like, Barbara Streisand has her like her chin on her fist and is just looking at her mother so reverently, who is played by Lauren Bacall, and like she just goes like, "What was it like being beautiful and being able to look at
God, yeah.
yourself in the mirror with admiration. What was it like to da 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 da? And that was actually Barbara Streisand talking to Lauren Bacall, because like Bacall had a lot of anxiety on set, was having a hard time loosening up. So Barbara would do
That's
that
so
very
crazy.
directory thing. I know, that directory thing of like, hey, keep it rolling, but don't let the actor know, which is so director.
Hmm.
And so she like asked that question, and the way that Lauren Bacall like talk about a truthful moment where she just goes, "It was wonderful," and you're just like, and
70 years of
there's
Hollywood history there.
yeah, and you can tell it's like, like that's what that moment I think is the Oscar nom moment. That moment is what sets it apart from just being like, oh yes, iconic diva, giving an iconic
Yeah.
diva performance. Like, no, this was that moment, like behind that like amazing, funny character that Lauren Bacall is getting
Yeah.
to play. It's that moment of vulnerability of acknowledging, like, yes, my quote unquote best days are behind me. I
Hmm.
once was I once held so much power, and that power is, and then she talks about how she's still, because I've found this with myself. I have a little sister who's 17, and I still feel like this dumb high schooler, like so confused about myself. And I'm not. And I'm just like, what? Taxes? I'm just a kid.
Yeah.
But it's like, oh no, Rebecca, like people like are quite a few steps ahead of you in your life. And not just in a comparison way, but I still feel like, no, like I'm a kid. And then it's like, no, like time is moving on, time is passing, get your act together, bitch. you know but like
Yeah.
and so like hearing that moment from Lauren Bacall, you're like, oh my god, I'm always going to feel like this. Even at 70, I'm going to be like, no, I'm a kid. Like, I have so
Yeah.
much life ahead of me, and we are all going to have that moment of looking back. And I also, oh, I loved it so much, that moment. And my mom won't listen to this. My mom was actually very beautiful. And she, maybe this is one of the reasons this connects with me. My mom was very, very beautiful. And there was this moment we were like, my sister and I were like looking at this picture. We were like, Mom, Becky, yeah, it's so hot. And my mom said this once with this same heartbreaking delivery. And my mom goes, I had no idea. I had no idea. And she was a beauty. And but my mom like really struggled with like body image and like ED, and always was pursuing something else, and was quite insecure. And a story I tell in the bridal shop to my girls a lot who are trying not to get a dress that's too trendy is I just say, hey, my mom was a really insecure woman.
Mm.
And my mom, in her bridal pictures, you could tell like felt so beautiful and looked so beautiful. She is wearing the most tacky 80s shiny wedding dress. It is so easy to make fun of. Her face is glowing. And it's not just from loving my father. No,
Yeah.
she knows she looks so beautiful, and it is shining and radiating off of her face. And I don't think my mom had a lot of moments like that. And so my mom didn't have the experience of Lauren Bacall understanding it the entire time. But Mary and I both have said, like, I deal with insecurities. I was discussing that earlier, but there is that kind of connection or conviction where I'm like, hey, Rebecca, like, but you can't shit talk yourself too much, because you are going to look back at pictures of yourself at this age, and you are going to say, wow, I had no idea. I did not realize. And you are going to regret the days um, where you let yourself not realize there was something beautiful about you. And I think I just think the mirror has two faces. Like, sure, yeah, it kind of hits home of like, oh, like, is anyone gonna like see what's special about me? But but yeah, I think it's just such a feminine experience, and but also, okay, like in the lecture scene, um where Jeff Bridges sees Barbara Streisand for the first time, and she's explaining like, here we were at the wedding. There was the hag, there was the whore, and who am I? The handmaiden, you know. And I'm only kind of realizing this, saying it now, is like truly the three women in this very female energy family are the three different female archetypes. And but also they're more than archetypes. I even think Claire, who you could probably say her sister, who's like the really hot sister who cheats on Pierce Brosnan, gasp.
Mm.
Um,
Yeah. Did you
uh,
see Baby Girl? Just as a quick interjection,
of
this
course I saw Baby Girl.
that was about no offense. The only thing that's like me and my buddy in the theater, we're just like she's stepping out on Antonio Banderas, like just no fucking way. And I love that movie. That was another one of my favorites of the last. But like same thing with Pierce Brosnan. It's like she cheated on Pierce Brosnan, like GoldenEye James Bond Pierce Brosnan.
Well, but also though, but then that's the thing, is like often men who are chasing the really, really hot women, you know, and people are like,
Mm.
oh, how could so and so have cheated on, literally, why can I only think of Megan Fox? But like some babe, let's just say Megan Fox. Can't
Yeah.
think of anyone, but like, how could so and so cheat on her? She's so hot. But it's actually like, if you fall in love with someone because of their beauty, like because of the Megan Foxness of it all, um, you're doing it because you are insecure. So you're like, this beautiful person loves me. I have worth. But actually, that
Mm.
doesn't fix your self worth. And so then you are going to go then seek out that self worth from someone else. So it actually like never had, you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
so I think that's like the Antonio Banderas, like he's so gorgeous. He's so talented. His character, like, I'm sure all of that insecurity and that like warm daddy energy like was keeping her going. And I think there probably was more of a mystery to him in that, in the beginning of their relationship, because he's so art and he's so and then
Mhm.
actually like those like mysterious art boys, you kind of eventually realize they're actually kind of like these insecure kid. I think he's kind of like probably was like a lame band kid who was
Mhm.
super nerdy, who just happened to look like Antonio Banderas. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And so, but I'm so glad that the director did cast, because she's like, I made a point to cast someone really hunky, because I never wanted it to be a question ever that it was not because he was not desirable, which I
Interesting.
just thought was so genius. There's a directors on directors with her, and then this really lovely man who directed something with Julianne Moore and Tilda Swinton. And I will like
Todd
preach about
Haynes.
it. Um, I don't know. Look up directors on directors, and then I don't know anyone's names, but
I
both of
think her
those
name is
directors,
Helena Rain, at least.
hmm
Yeah.
and both of these people who are having this discussion, their first languages are not English, and
Pedro
they are,
Almo
yes,
Pedro Almodovar. Sorry. Yeah.
and he's an older guy, also worked with Antonio. I think that might have been why they were paired. And their English, though, is fantastic. But through a language that they don't both originally speak, have this gorgeous, intimate discussion on her, like processing her own sexuality and shame and why did she make it. And he's like, I'm afraid to die, and she's like, I'm afraid to die
Yeah.
too. And they're having this intimate, gorgeous conversation. And then I would just like to say, you will not be surprised by this, but there is another directors on directors with just like these two like white, like, oh, we love film, we love film. I listened to the whole thing. I have no idea what they were talking about. It was the most like circle jerky, like, we love film, we love film. And I was just like, how did these two people who did not originally speak English, I got so much out of this interview and their like vulnerability, and then the this other conversation, and they were the ones I think that like won all the awards and stuff, like
Yeah.
just patting each other on the back for being like deep. And I was just like, oh
Yeah.
my god. um
Americans and men are really not doing well at the film in the film industry this time. I think the last 5 great things I've seen in theaters were all European women. I think directors,
really.
probably Baby Girl, Janet Planet. Well, Janet Planet, she's American. After Sun, Charlotte Wells, The Teacher's Lounge, which I can't remember the name, but it was a very good German movie, and La Chimera, Alice Rohrwacher, also really good. But I can't. It's hard for me to remember the last great thing I saw like in theaters from like an American dude.
American Day.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where it's like, listen, I'll take great art where I can find great art, but often when I'm being like, oh, you should watch this, oh, you should read this, like my little sister and I, we have almost identical taste in movies. We'll kind of like list off of our favorite movies, and then we're like, oh wow, most of those were female directors, and we're not in a high horse trying to like congratulate ourselves. I mean, I will say, I just said my favorite movie of the past few years is Challengers. I think it was also just a hyperfixation for me. But he's I believe a gay man.
Luca Guadagnino, I think so. I don't think I've seen any of his movies, but yeah.
Yeah, I need to watch the rest of him. I just really, there's something about that man. I just kind of love him.
Yeah.
I don't know, I relate with him. But yeah, I was so excited when you gave me the opportunity to choose a movie, because I like really was trying to come up with something impressive, and I pitched you a few things, and then all of a sudden I realized, I was like, oh my God, I can finally get talking about The Mirror Has Two Faces out of my system. And I was nervous revisiting it last night. I was like, what if it's not as good as I remember? Do you want to discuss Jeff Bridges for a moment?
Sure.
So it possibly, I think it was originally offered, and I'm so glad he didn't take it, / of course he didn't take it. It was offered to Harrison Ford, which...
He was kind of washed at that point, no offense to him, but...
Well, and it's kind of like, I see the vision. I understand why he was offered, but like he wouldn't have been able to go as like... I mean, here's the thing. We do not know people's diagnoses. We are all on a spectrum. And I think Jeff Bridges' character in this was maybe a little bit, as Maddie and I like to say, a spectrum princess, which we love for Jeff Bridges.
Yeah.
And like, good for him. But I think this like vulnerability and this like sweetness that he brings to this role, where he's saying a lot of things that I think, just like I think Barbara delivers some lines that would have been so lame and cliche in someone else's hand and not that interesting. I think Jeff Bridges is delivering, kind of giving so much life and humanity to this character that just kind of cut and dry is like, he's a horn dog and he's mean, that he's not attracted to Barbara, but actually he's giving this textured performance of this man who is really connecting. Like, honestly, I think it's kind of beautiful that this man wants connection with someone so badly. He's kind of like, okay, I want this really badly. I really enjoy sex, but I want to connect with someone so badly that I'm willing to give that up, because I really do want this like stable, happy. He's not trying to find someone to wash his dishes. He doesn't have a, you won't get your inheritance if you don't get married. Like, this is a man who wants a companion. He wants his life to be witnessed, and he wants to witness someone else's life. Like, he cares about Barbara the whole time. She's not someone he begins to care about over time, like Overboard or something. He married her because he cares about her. And I just think it's such an interesting premise. Do you think it would be possible to do it in 2025? I'm kicking the question over to you. Like, would this premise work? Could we have Pedro Pascal and Emily Blunt? Or I don't know.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's funny you say neurodivergent. I can't find it in my note, but that was one of the things I was like, what do you do if you're neurodivergent and busted? Because like, she's busted, she's playing busted in the movie, he's neurodivergent. I was like, asking for a friend, right? Like, if I'm, like, if you're not that attractive, generally speaking, and you're also neurodivergent, like, he's at least like pretty fine in this movie. But yeah, I was skeptical at first because when I said like Harrison Ford's washed, I don't think he'd been as good a cast. Like, he did The Fugitive and other stuff, but like, he doesn't try I realize I don't want to get hate mail. He doesn't try in a lot of movies like past like 1980. Like he just takes movies off if like he's not really interested in it. And it seems like he's just, I don't know. It seems like, I know he loves to get high. It seems like he's just high in a lot of stuff where he's not really like, he's just like, yeah, this is whatever.
Did you
Which is his
see
demeanor.
him in Sabrina?
I didn't.
My
Is he good in
family
that?
and I. No, I rewatched it. It's one of those things where it's a movie that your family loves watching together,
Mm.
and someone's like, Sabrina's on, and we would all like go watch Sabrina. And then one of my friends was like, oh, the movie is he's hot and boring and she's hot and boring. And I rewatched it as an adult, and I was like, oh wow, like neither one of them are doing anything, but all of the side characters around them are
Mm.
so good that I did not notice how boring and how there is no chemistry between Harrison Ford and the very lovely, gorgeous actress who is the Audrey Hepburn in the movie. But you were
Yeah.
talking about him being washed.
Oh, I was gonna say, yeah. Also, randomly, finally, or not finally, but I watched Sabrina, the original Sabrina, for the first time last year. I didn't know they even did a remake. Billy, speaking of The Apartment, also Billy Wilder, who's great at,
Hmm.
speaking of romantic comedies, one of the better ones. Um, but yeah, my buddy, like he described that he's a big M Night Shyamalan fan. He got me into M Night Shyamalan. And he's like, why you should watch The Happening is it's Mark Wahlberg playing a scientist. He's like, that's just a funny enough concept of it own. Mark Wahlberg, obviously being who he is, he's like, yeah, Mark Wahlberg is like a science teacher or something. And so when I saw this movie, I was like, Jeff Bridges as a math teacher. I was like, like a PhD. I was like, ah. But then, like to your point, he does like. I think his performance was excellent. And I think like one of the reasons I wouldn't have wanted to see Ford for sure is like he really like kind of goes full bore into it, and it's like a really. He's also very giving, and like another key to. I mean, kudos to Streisand's directing. I think she gets a lot out of him. Um, it's interesting. You just kind of like one thing I almost would have loved for them to explore more. He is I do think he's a neurodivergent king. There's a bunch of things I could say about this. One, it was just like for the first like 20, 30 minutes, like as he's kind of like, it feels like a little bit like he's talking at her or like the other thing. And I'm like, and I was like, man, I was like, this guy's pretty annoying. And then the next one, I was like, is this how I am? I was like, is this how people, I was like, God damn, that's not good. But then like, he starts to like, notice her, and I think he's like, he gives more. But I thought it was interesting. You said something like a couple minutes ago about the, when you talk about insecure film bros, about like physical attraction, like from someone hot, meaning that like is like a sign of insecurity, almost like desiring that like almost overwhelmingly is almost like it could be an insecurity of like that you want to be loved by a person. It's like insecurity in yourselves. I don't think I've ever considered that, but that seems to match him in the movie, right? Is like it honestly, and it gives him more like, I think more, you almost like, at least for me, I was feeling more, what's the word, bad, I don't know if bad's the right word, but like I felt for him as much. I mean, that's a sign of like any great movie, is where you emphasize with all the empathize with all the characters. But like,
There we go.
thank you. He what was I gonna say, like he, in the scene where he was like you can almost tell it's like he's like he's pouring his heart out, in that like he's almost afraid. He doesn't want to like open that door to himself, because there's clearly like something, like maybe it's like an ADHD, like neurodivergent, I don't know, like some type of like sexual kink type thing, where not like a kink's like probably too like base of a word, but like there's something in him where like he doesn't want to open the door, or like even to think about her sexually, right? And I thought that was they don't explore as much like the, maybe his like at the beginning when he sees that lady at his talk and he just goes haywire, and like he's like some type of sex addict or something. It's like, yeah, it is like pretty like a more nuanced portrayal of someone, I guess, than you would probably think at least to me, than like a I don't know, than like a you would see in a lot of romantic comedies. But I really did like him. Did you like him? Or
Yes, and because I am always updating my friends and everything. When Jeff Bridges, when did you watch it? Was it in the past like week?
last night, I think.
Okay, me too.
Yeah.
So he's on the phone and he's like leaning in his like slutty little tank top, and he's
Mm-mm.
like nervously like holding the phone. And I've been looking at pictures of Jeff Bridges, and not in a like looking, but I was like, okay, is he always this? Because I feel like that
He's
is
like a
so
snack in the tank top.
he's a
Yeah.
snack, and he wears
Yeah.
his polo, and you're like, yeah. But the question is this just like, oh, he's hot? Or was this like Barbara and the female gaze like dressing Jeff Bridges? And it like, was he
Yeah.
always playing little hotties? Or was this like Barbara being like, Jeff Bridges is hot and I'm gonna like do it through the female gaze lens? You know what I mean?
He's kind of like, are you like, as like a more like, have you seen a lot of his movies, or
I haven't, no. I've seen
have
The
you
Great
seen
Lebowski. I've
the
seen
Big
the
Lebowski?
cowboy one with the
The Great
gun.
Lebowski is a very funny way. That's the only thing I'm going to film bro on you for now. The Great Lebowski, I
No,
love that.
I've corrected your pronunciation on things.
Yeah. You did say in yeah, he is, I'm trying to think of the things I know him for most are the Big Lebowski, where yeah, he plays the dude, and he's like,
Hmm.
obviously like a, kind of like a, he could live in my house, let's say. Like this is kind of, that would be
The vibe.
yeah, which he did. Apparently, this is the movie he did right before this, so that is a wild back to back to do this and then the Big Lebowski. He's in K-Pax, which I always forget about, but he's kind of like a
Wait,
normal guy
why
in
did I
K-Pax.
think the Big Lebowski came out in like 2000 and like six? Like
You thinking of
what?
Burn After Reading, or maybe
I mean, I
I don't know how big of a
guess.
Coen Brothers fan you are.
No, no, no. I've seen it's one of those things where this is I think where Maddie's kind of like you're very well watched. Like I've seen a lot of them, but I don't think I like rave. Like I've seen Burn After
Mm.
Reading, but weirdly I liked what's the one that people don't like? The one with Catherine Zeta-Jones and George
Intolerable
Clooney.
Cruelty. Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
good
and
one.
it's yeah, I know, and people hate it. But anyways, all that to say,
Film snobs.
I think for some reason maybe I'm re-looking at the footage of him in that with like more of a 2000s like
Mm.
sheen, like it was shot like that, and so maybe I'm just dating it incorrectly.
Mm.
That is range, baby. That is
It is.
range. So yeah, I think but it's interesting because it's not just like, ooh, hot, sexy Professor Harrison Ford. We begin seeing him being like kind of used for
Hmm.
his body, but also like him like yearning after these like what I like to call like Helen of Troy's,
Hmm.
just like kind of blank, just beautiful things and just lust. But he is then cast aside because like he's not good enough for them, you
Hmm.
know? So even though this whole time she's got Barbara Streisand has Jeff Bridges, everyone's like, oh, good on you, Barbara. Oh, he's a looker. He also has been rejected and cast aside at the beginning. Like that's how we meet him,
Yeah.
is like being ignored by his students and being cast aside from a woman. Um, and I think that was a really smart way to begin the movie because I think a lot of times in these kind of rom-coms where he's the hottie and the desired one, we
Hmm.
would begin it with him being like kind of a fuck boy, like
Hmm.
fucking his students, and everyone thinks he's hot and he's hot shit. Like
He's a sex addict.
he's a sex addict. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think this is his way of, aw, poor Jeff Bridges. I hope he doesn't like cheat on Barbara.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do kind of worry about that, right? Like that's
Me
like
too.
yeah.
And they
I
are
think that
kind of
would
like
be,
rolling on top of cars once they start
yeah.
making out. It is
I
a
think
little
they'll be
aggressive.
fine. Well, that's the
Let's.
benefit of, to all you ladies out there, shout out my Hinge profile. That's the benefit of dating a neurodivergent person, right? It's like they might get really into you. Now they might get too into you, but it's like she might be his special interest, right? So,
That's. I think. I
yeah.
honestly. I think she is. Like you can't love how someone cuts up a salad, and like, in no offense, but like. It's really hard in your. I'm not in my 40s or 50s, but it's really
Hold on
hard
one
for.
second. Sorry. If you
Mm,
you're about to say something, but I'm going to need to stop the recording real quick cuz
okay.
switch out headphones.
Okay.
Interrupting you as your
The thing about being pent up for 11 years, or like
That's a
creating and stuff, and
that's
feeling
a
like the needing. The. Mm,
that's a great, that's what she said as we start again. Sorry, my headphones died. So yeah, Rebecca and I were just talking off audio about me being pent up for 11 years. Great topic of
mm-hmm.
conversation for a public podcast.
Yes.
Yeah, but yeah, it was more like, so creatively, I didn't like express myself. I guess like I didn't really do anything publicly creative. Even though like all sort of through college and high school, and I didn't have a lot of places to express myself like publicly, but like I just was it was a combination of like being scared and just a variety of reasons that I actually don't want to go into. I can't go in, well, at some point maybe down the line, but maybe I'll tell you like off recording, but yeah, there was I just really didn't do it. And so like I've been doing like, I probably have, my channel's been up probably like 90 days or something. I probably made like 120 videos. And so there's just like, people have commented like, oh, you make a lot of videos or something. It's like, I just feel like it's just like, I guess like it feels like a pent up energy. But then the getting worse part is like, as I make more videos, it's like, oh, I got to make more videos. So it's like, maybe it's not even that. But I was saying that I admired Rebecca for being so prolific consistently on the internet, because about her internet presence.
Well, and I would say prolific, even though you've only been prolific for 90 days, but like the amount of content you're able to put out, and understanding that you have a background in tech makes a lot of sense, because as you experience, bless your heart, I'm not tech savvy. Like getting that YouTube video up involved Maddie FaceTiming me, one of my friends who runs a YouTube account for someone else texting me, and it was all very like basic, straightforward things. But I do think that probably helps. But your TikToks, and I also understand the algorithm is showing me things not in order, but I'm like, you're covering a wide breadth of topics, but it makes sense that you've been consuming media for 11 years, and TikTok in a way is the microphone being put in your face and going, do you have something to say? And you're like, oh my God, yes, thank you. No one has asked me that for 11 years. And I actually have so much to say. And I think that's really beautiful. This is you kind of like finding your voice. And I think that's cool. And I'm also interested to see kind of how that is going to kind of keep going, because I know like I went with my hyperfixation when I was writing my first screenplay, is I banged it out like really, really fast. And I was working 2 jobs at the time. I was waking up at like 4 a.m. and writing because like I wanted to, you know, and during my lunch breaks down in the basement, I was writing because it was all I cared about. And later it was, people were like, you were manic. And I was like, no, I wasn't. But there was this huge adrenaline, even like after posting my YouTube video, I had this big crash because I worked on it for 3 months really steadily during my free days and my mornings. I wake up early so I can write. And so I'm interested because right now you are building a lot of momentum and there is a lot of interest. And I'm not saying like, I'm looking forward to your crash out, but I am more thinking like, no, because also you have 11 years of pent up. So I'm sure it'll be great and you'll be good forever and ever. But no, I think it's going to be like finding that motivation and finding that inspiration, maybe when like the momentum, like your inner momentum, because it seems like your online presence, like people are really craving what you have to say. And that's really cool. I'm just kind of monologuing. I just think it's interesting. Because but like usually people I talk to,
such a nice friendship.
No,
I'm kidding.
I wonder how the crash out's going to go. No, but I think I have talked to, on the Search for Pink, I talked to a lot of creatives. That was my thing. And I honestly talked to people more who had been building their presence for years in a similar way I had, who were still like up and coming at that time. And I'm talking to you. You have a podcast. People are excited about it. You have a Patreon. You have listeners. And you've been doing this for 90 days. Like, that's actually very impressive, to be honest. And your ability to make steady content. You did not have like this weird viral clip that got 40 million views and somehow you got 10,000 followers. Like, I was like gliding through and I was like, yeah, the views are a little inconsistent, but like that hasn't, but like in a really good way, as in like when you pop off, you pop off. And even when views have been inconsistent, Like, you're just like, no, I'm gonna make this. I have something to say.
Yeah.
And I think that's cool.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I will. You can write the crash out. I will keep you up to date every step of the way.
Good.
It's honestly just making me think we should, next step. Welcome Back, Bridal. We'll watch when I said the All About Eve in the apartment. All About Eve is. Have you seen Sunset Boulevard at all?
Yeah.
It's like it's the thing that won the Oscar in the year of 1950 for me is probably the best year ever for movies, but it's also 1950. I think it won most of the Oscars. Like, instead of I always forget her name, Norma Desmond, the actress playing Norma Desmond, winning the Oscar, it was I think it was Betty Davis in All About Eve.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's sorry, go ahead. Were you thinking of something else?
No. I was just thinking that Sophie from The Razor's Edge, who is in All About Eve, she didn't win the Oscar?
I think she might have. I think it was one of the. Yeah, well, Betty Davis is also.
No. Sophie, I think, won for Sophie in this movie. I think that she won the Oscar for.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was actually one of those movies. I want to say yes. Okay. All About Eve is the only film in Oscar history to receive 4 female acting nominations. Both Anne Baxter and Betty Davis got nominated as Best Actress, and Holm and Ritter got nominated as Best Supporting Actress. So 2 women each from the same movie got nominated. That's how good that movie. Yeah, it's a tremendous movie. It's also in Marilyn. It's got those 4 women, and Marilyn Monroe is also in it.
I forget about that. Yeah. This is a rant for another day. I love Marilyn as an actress, and I was telling a friend about another actor about that, and I was like, oh yeah, Marilyn Monroe. When Blonde came out, I was like, that pisses me off. I was like, Marilyn's one of my favorite actresses, like, of all time. And my friend Jess goes, she's like, oh, that's so crazy. I've actually never heard anyone say, like, people will say, oh, I loved Marilyn, but not a lot of people say, like, she's one of my favorite actresses. And I was like, oh my gosh, talk about, like, the shiny eyes and the truthful moments. Like,
she's great.
She has some line deliveries in Some Like It Hot that I just think are so beautiful. And she's great. So
I'm going to come back. That was the Marilyn Monroe is a good segment, but I have my little note thing.
Please, let's keep going.
Yeah. It's going to be a battle to see who hangs up first, I guess. 'Cause I'm going to, I don't know when you, like.
I'll eventually get hungry. And,
there you go.
Yeah.
DoorDash and some pizza. Keep going. I will not be bested. I didn't do all this research to be bested. Sorry, go ahead. Were you going to say something?
No, you talk.
I was going to tell you there's a good transition there to get into, like, The Razor's Edge with Marilyn Monroe, which we can do. But the vodka fresca story, because it's like probably 30 minutes ago, because you're still drinking the vodka fresca. We'll do this, and then actually I can probably tell you the other one too. Maybe we'll intersperse those. It might be too dark. But my grandma, this is probably a shorter one, but my grandma loved Fresca. My dad did not know until he went to college that Fresca was non-alcoholic, because he had only ever seen people drinking it with vodka all growing up. So, like, one of his friends was giving a kid a Fresca. He was like, what are you doing? You can't do that. It's alcoholic. And because he just would literally never seen anyone drink it without, like, mixing it in a drink, because my grandma drank so many, and all of her friends drank vodka Frescas.
That sounds delicious.
They're very good. Yeah.
I love Fresca.
Yeah. She would be drinking all day, and then it's another of the I shouldn't, that's way too dark of a story, but there's a short I'm going to do about one of the experiences with that that I found a really good way to film it. Should be fun. But she would fill up vodka Fresca, and then she would refill up the water bottle with or the vodka bottle with water, like before my grandpa got home, to, like, I wasn't drinking that much. To give you a sense of, like, this is all the real powerful move. Okay, so Marilyn Monroe, the thing I was going to say is she plays dumb so well in All About Eve, and she is a great actress. I mean, Asphalt Jungle, also 1950, love her in that, and in Niagara, actually, too, she's Diabolical in 1953. It's a daylight noir. I don't know if you've seen that one. It's really, really good with I think Joseph Cotton. The director was so horny for her. It's the funniest movie to watch. He's just like the way he like. If you want to talk about male gaze, it's the funniest. Like he knew exactly what he liked, and he liked Marilyn Monroe, and so it's like the ogling he does with the camera is so funny. Like, because he's just going nuts with it. Henry Hathaway, shout out Henry Hathaway. Yeah. So, curious about your thoughts on The Razor's Edge. We've been teasing it now for a couple minutes.
Yeah.
But I think in this movie, I wanted, especially because you had a lot of the thoughts that you'd said about Tyrone Power. So my buddy and I, we really like, when we do gay movie night, it was him and I watching it, and this is like right up the alley, these melodramas. This is another movie that seems to fit into the category for me of like movies for housewives and their gay best friends in the 40s and 50s, because it has like what we've sort of talked about is like the Holy Trinity. After watching this movie, it kind of came in of like dumb guys, very dumb guys, and very sophisticated and often evil gay guys, and very conniving, mischievous, evil women. It's like, and you could also, the other sort of square with that would be like either dumb women or like women with like, or like a personal problem.
Trouble.
Because yeah. Because the way I read like Tyrone Power, I actually thought the movie was kind of making fun of him a bit. Like that was one of the things that I thought, like maybe I'm just sort of reading too much in it because I'm generally inclined to just like adore these types of movies or like whatever. But like he's so dumb in this movie. It's one of the he is so stupid in this movie in like a way that like it just seems like, because of how sophisticated and good like the rest of it is, and like just generally the movies of the time, and like it seems like they were kind of making fun of him a bit, as in like a way that would probably fly over most audiences, like especially like straight dudes who are like, oh yeah, he's like going, but like the mother, to your point, the guy goes to India and thinks that he's become like a shaman or something. He's like, he thinks he can heal people coming back. It's like the funniest, like he'd be so cool on social media now, like him as a TikTok influencer.
God. I was texting Madison, Hatfield, I could Dom, go see it. And literally as he is walking into the sun of like after being enlightened, I took a picture and I sent it to her.
So ridiculous.
And I said, "Oh my God." And she like humored me. But like that shot. Okay, also I'm going to brag on myself. I'm going to say something very smart. But in the first like 5 minutes, I was watching this movie and I said, this was based on a book. Absolutely. Like, know it. And then it got a little bit farther and I said, a gay man wrote this book. And then the guy with like the mustache, like not
Somerset Maugham.
Not the uncle, but like his buddy.
That's the author.
Okay, exactly. I said, that guy, and that's the author's stand-in. I then paused the movie. It was based on a book. The author was gay, and he looked just like that character. Like, they totally cast that actor because he looked identical to the author.
Yeah.
As the stand-in. And I was like, I'm truly the smartest person alive. And I want to say, even though I was like bitching about Larry, who, no offense, Gray would come onto screen, and I would be like, is that Larry? Is that Larry? Like, they look so similar, like just so copy and paste.
Interesting.
To me, at least.
Tyrone Power is like the hottie of his day. Like, he was like the...
I just...
No, it's
guess.
fine. I'm not like, yeah.
He doesn't...
That's Zorro. He's like he was like known as like, he's the original Zorro.
I mean, maybe he looks better with a mask on. But his profile, I could clock his profile was very distinct from Gray's. Gray's profile wasn't the same. But yeah, but it's funny. I still like enjoyed it, and I still got to the end of the movie, and there is something about like watching one of those black and white movies from those days where I still felt like kind of like good, kind of like going on a good run, and you like feel that nice kind of breathless feeling in your lungs, but also you're really proud of yourself. And I got to the end of it and I was like, sure, I was bitching about Larry most of the time, but I still like enjoyed it.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, I thought he was I loved it. that's just like it's just like so. Yeah, there's just something about like that. I don't know like why that genre, just like those over the top melodramas. I think it's just honestly the moments probably. Like I think like the Tyrone Power stuff, like reading it straight up or whatever, like, and he is just kind of annoying, and the movie spends too much time with him, because like, but I just love watching a dumb guy, as a dumb guy, and like I think that's part of it. Is just like, you know, he's just so fucking stupid in this movie. It's hard to like if you haven't seen this movie, it's one of the great, and I don't think it's intentional, but he is so stupid. Like picture. I keep getting in my feed, because I liked one of them, those videos of the guy talking about how he splits the day into 3 hours. Like, I'm not crazy. You're crazy for thinking that. I don't know if you've seen this guy, but he's like some influencer. He's like, my day, I actually have 4 days in 24 hours. First day is 12 to 6. Second day is 6 to 12. What I've done is actually like shortened time, and I've made it so that I have 4 days to every year 1 day. And so stacked it up over a week, I'm going to kick your butt. It's just like this insane social media, like sales guy influencer thing. And like this like grind set idiot, and yeah, there's something about Tyrone Power that just kind of like matched that to me, where it's just like he would be like on LinkedIn or Instagram just fucking posting his ass off.
There is a guy, he's bigger on Instagram, but his name is Tony. And he's like, welcome to my life as a 25-year-old bachelor in DC. And then he's like, first, and he's sweet because he's not exactly grinding. And also he says he's 25, but everyone's like, oh my God, like you look like, I can't tell if you're 25 or 40. He's just like this guy, and he's very, no, I can't say that about Tony. I love you, Tony. But Tony is like no thoughts, just vibes, and he works in DC, and he's really he's popularized and likes to speak on the term vibrant masculinity, and how like men need to be able to embrace their vibrant masculinity, which I think is beautiful. But also, Tony, I've listened to you explain it multiple times, and I'm still a little confused about what you're talking about. But I'm really glad that it's connected for him. I hope it finds the right audience, but I feel like Larry would be really into like here's my life as a guy working on a boat at 24. First I wake up and I eat the la la la, like bless Larry's heart. But I think that like makes me also, and tell me if I'm getting too like over analyzing and a little bitchy.
Zero,
but
ever.
Well, Isabella, the character Isabel, is
that
in Razor's Edge, the main girl, played by the actress you love.
Oh, Gene Tierney. Yeah,
Gene Tierney. So this was my first Gene
played
Tierney.
by the actress you love, and I just immediately know Gene. Oh, Gene Tierney, of course.
And she was hospitalized multiple times. She really struggled with mental illnesses. But then I was kind of like, and I know this is me dissolving this into making something so simple and silly, but also I'm like, well, yeah, are these the characters that this woman who dealt with mental illness was playing? Like, you didn't agree with the man once, you're actually an evil bitch. And any woman you've ever met who rocks has been told she's a bitch at least once in her life, and then we try to like modify our behavior and make ourselves smaller, only to realize later, no, that guy was a little bitch. I'm not a bitch. You're a little bitch, and you were trying to make me smaller. And so I think Jean, if she's playing all of these like bitchy characters, and her eventually having all these like really, really sad and challenging like mental illness things that she worked on and really tried to seem to get a handle on, and maybe never did. Like, I'm like, yeah, but these were the characters in Hollywood she was being presented with playing. Either Sophie, the mentally ill drunk after losing her family. Sorry, Sophie didn't take it that well. Or Jean's character, who was like so understanding that Larry had to go travel, and then like she wasn't really understanding about the next stupid thing he wanted to do. So then she's like damned and punished for the rest of the movie.
So have you seen Leave Her to Heaven? I probably recommended this every single time on a podcast so far. Okay.
You also need to like put this on a list because
I'm
mentally
keeping a
I'm not
list.
gonna.
Yeah.
Thank you, please.
But Leave Her to Heaven, iconic.
Okay.
One of the probably it's top 5, top 10 movie of all, probably top 5 movie of all time for me. But that is the defining Gene Tierney performance. And you're absolutely right. That's actually something that makes me sad about like modern films too, because I feel like, especially like, one of the things I love about these movies is like this era is that I think a lot of the times the women characters have so much more depth to them than they do like much later, even after like, you know, Hollywood rightfully got like more diverse and like more women got into film. I'm not saying like once women started I'm not, please audience, I'm not saying that at all, but just like there's such a depth of like characterization that these like actresses got to have. To your point, the autobiography, it's on my list. That is a copy. I got the I think it's Self-Portrait, Gene Tierney. I've been meaning to read. The most heartbreakingly candid true star story ever told. She was already a star at 18, and for 2 decades she soared, pursued by the world's most glamorous men: Ali Khan, Howard Hughes, John F. Kennedy. She found wealth, fame, everything but happiness. And at age 38, she found herself on a window ledge high above New York, holding her life in the balance. And that she tells all. I definitely want to read that because I love Gene. To your point, Leave Her to Heaven, she's like, well, I don't want to almost tell you anything about it because it's one of the best movie. It's one of the best movie going experiences you'll ever have. It's so good. But I think like to your point, that's one of the things I love about the roles of this time is like there is a lot of that, because it's like, to your point about like women getting told like be smaller, or like, you know, is Tyrone, because like Tyrone Power in this movie is clearly just a fucking moron. Like, you know, she's right to leave him, honestly, because he's like, you know, he's like one of those grindset guys, and he's just like kind of just like this kind of dumb, like, not, he's like fake self-introspective. He's introspective, but he's not really introspective. He thinks he's being introspective, but he also thinks he has the power to heal people with coins and hypnotize people, and like he's clearly just like a stupid guy, not worthy of her. But also, she did get that other lady to kill, to basically destroy her. Like, you know, however, like you also have to say that like it's like that. But the thing that's like why she's my, like, obviously she's like one of the most gorgeous women ever to exist, just like conventionally, like whatever. And she's dressed by Oleg Cassini, so it's like, you know, it's like she's very aesthetic. But the reason I really love her is because of like that movie and this movie, and honestly, any time where she gets to go a little bit crazy, a little bit where she's like, oh shit, there's something going on there. Like when I was clipping things for the fits or like the screenshots or whatever, like when her eyes do like the little thing, like where she's like, oh, there's something fucking deep behind there. She's really good in these movies, and then like in these other movies that I've seen her in, Never Let Me Go is one of them with Clark Gable, where she's just like a Russian ballet lady waiting to be saved by Clark Gable. And then even this movie that's pretty highly regarded, where I can't remember, I think it's an Ernst Lubitsch movie. Larry Krieger plays the devil in it. I always forget the name because it was kind of forgettable. But she doesn't get to go very diabolical. But when she gets to go diabolical, as in this or in Leave Her to Heaven, it's like she's so good. Because I think also one of the things about Leave Her to Heaven I love so much is that she's so diabolical, more diabolical than like any woman that's ever been on screen ever. But she's also a housewife in 1940s America. So it's like the movie portrays that with such empathy as well, where it's like she is this, but it's also, she is like, you know, doing some wild things. She's wilding out in that movie. But to your point, it's like, well, look at the man she has to deal with in this movie, and also just like her position of being like a woman in like 30s or 40s or 50s. I think it's like you can't help but have empathy for her, I guess, you know?
Yeah, I also think she does a really great job with what she's given, but there is something, I feel like the writer in the film itself, I think feels like it's kind of punishing Jean's character, and like, does she do something awful and inexcusable? 1,000,000%. But also I think there's no excuse for it. But also I think it's like, it almost as her punishment for not accepting Larry as his rise and grind man, she's then like punished to become this like archetype. Like I almost feel like becoming that, not femme fatale, but becoming that devious woman, I feel like is Isabel's punishment for not being this woman that the film is like, you were wrong to turn him down. Look, Gray lost all of his money. And it feels like it was like put on this character. Does that make sense? Because
Yeah.
it doesn't, honestly, what happens to Sophie and what happens to Isabel, I really don't feel like there is much foreshadowing in the movie. Like I'm not kind of like, oh yeah. Like there was this thing. It was just like, oh, they're sweet young girls and then life happens to them and now they're both fucking crazy, you know, and that's ladies, you know. And
Yeah.
so I just didn't really see much of a, it's not that I didn't see an arc, because then I'm sure some person who really loves this movie would argue with me, and I can understand. I'm watching this through kind of jaded eyes of just someone more so who I think is quite tired of just women being presented in this way, and that doesn't take away from Jean's performance. I thought Sophie's performance, whoever she is, was really great. Like I thought everyone was great in the movie, but
Yeah.
but that's it. Just felt like the author was punishing her for not being what he wanted her to be.
I could see that. I think, you know, what's interesting is that the author, so the author, like, he wrote a script for it and they didn't use a single word for this of the script apparently, and then they just had it rewritten. And then he never worked in Hollywood again. He's like, fuck this. I'm never doing anything. Like, fuck all these people. That is interesting. Yeah, I kind of wonder if, like, maybe I'm taking, I wonder if it's like the, like, sort of to the, like, if I'm taking sort of other things from other movies in with Jean, because, like, I thought, to your point, like, when you're saying, like, there's not as much of an arc, like, I definitely see that with Jean. But it's like the looks and the glances and stuff where it's like, oh, she's a little bit out there. And to your, it is a trope, certainly. But Sophie Ann Baxter, her, I kind of saw a little bit, like, I don't blame Jean totally for it, because I think she was relapsing anyway. Because just, there's this one scene when I clipped in the Fitz thing where, when she's like, after she has, so, like, the way she portrays it, I'm so in awe of Ann Baxter's performance in that. Just like when she's gripping everything, the social, like, she portrays, like, being so uncomfortable in the room, and, like, it's the most, like, I need a drink. Like, when she's on the balcony and just smoking, she goes like, and she's like, okay, I made it another hour without drinking. But she's just thinking about drinking 24/7, you know? So I thought, like, as bad as Jean was for being like, hey, look at this happy family. Oh, your kid would have been around this age. Your dead kid would have been around this age, right? Here's this drink that we've all talked up over the last, 24 hours that, I'm just going to leave it here and leave the room, and whatever happens, happens, right?
Oh, are you?
Did I?
You froze for a second. No, keep going.
Yeah.
You were talking about Big Happy Family.
Now, where's the question I was going to ask? Oh, do you like the song "One Last Breath" by Creed?
I would probably recognize it. I don't
It's
think
like,
I
I'm
know it.
6 feet from the ledge, because you wrote "On Some Ledge" by Rebecca Botter. I discovered, which is, Luke, a discouraged writer, is ready to jump when Arnold discovers him on the ledge. Arnold just doesn't have the proper attitude about the situation. Will he? Won't he? Wait. Which he are we talking about? So I'm curious what that play's about.
Where did you find that?
I just found it. I don't know.
Did you read the play?
No, I couldn't find the play. I tried.
Where
but
was this? Was it on a? It was something I wrote for a project. And
yeah, it was like a.
And then.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were asking me. I was like, yeah, that's something
No,
for a project.
no. I like, was it on like a college website?
I think it was on someone's website, and there were pictures of the play being produced.
See,
said,
I
like, by
didn't
Rebecca
know.
Botter.
I didn't know that TJ ended up producing it. He reached out. I wrote something.
You don't know on Newsweek. You don't know when your plays are being produced. You got to keep up with
I
yourself.
guess I am successful. Thanks for the
Yeah.
ego boost, dude. No,
Yeah.
I wrote something in college, and looking back, I lead with this. Like, I was raised really conservative Christian, and there are things I wrote and made, and I am growing every day. But I wrote something, and it was about suicide, but it was like jokey, and but I imagine like Ian McKellen and what's his face.
Patrick Stewart.
yeah, having this conversation. So it was very like Waiting for Godot style. And a old classmate hit me up years later and was like, I really liked that scene, and can you send it to me? And so I did. So I guess he performed it. That's cool.
Yeah. Was this before or after you were Grace the Duck and Honk?
This was around the same time.
Okay.
Golly Bill.
Yeah. Sorry.
Honk that happened.
Yeah. It's good. Video was funny.
Oh.
Yeah. Is there in your Big Fish era?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Got it all.
Did you get where I played Oliver in Oliver as a grown ass woman?
I didn't. So now you're telling me I didn't. Yeah.
You don't need to dig and find it, but I did.
I'll try.
Golly Bill.
Next time.
Next time, baby. Okay, keep going.
Oh no. Well, I was a good. She's also been in several other things, which you can find at. You have an IMDb. That's cool.
I do. It was like a short film thing, a few short films, and then something recently. I was like, I'm not okay that this is on my IMDb. So my friend Kat kind of helped. It's still findable. I don't need to challenge you guys, but that's the thing with actors is people tell actors when they're new to an industry, they're like, just sign on to anything. You're an actor. You need credits. And I am just telling you, actors, read what you were handed, and make sure you're not just going to be in anything, because sometimes you're like, wait, I really wish I wasn't associated with that. And don't do anything. Do something. It's okay if it's like shitty in a ha 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 student film way. But read what you're handed before you sign on. There are some things where, I would have chosen differently today.
Yeah. It's hard when you're like trying to, I would say just follow that advice unless it's something by me, in which case just accept it.
Just sign on. Well, that's what I do with friends though, is like, if I don't know people, then I'm like, read it. And then, and it's kind of like, if I don't know you, you have to pay me. But then if a friend asks me to do something, I literally am like, yeah, babe, I'll show up, And then if it's not that good, you love your friend and you want them to support you when you do things that aren't that good. So friends, it's different. Yeah. Okay, cool. Razor's Edge.
Oh, I was going to ask, are you still planning on acting? Or I know you said you're like doing like more writing and stuff, but.
That's the question. Yeah, if I was to go back and do it. So my agency dissolved a couple years ago, and getting an agent is so damn hard. It is so much work, and it is so like, please accept me, please love me, please, please, please. I'm actually not that good at groveling, and actors really are expected to until like they become something. And so, and also I was signed on to my agency because I look younger than I am. And she signed me on because she's like, you could play a high schooler. And this was about 5 years ago. And even then I was like, okay, if you think I can play a TV high schooler, sure. But then when it was time to kind of start, if I wanted to go find another agent, I was like, I don't look like a high schooler now, especially. And my age range and being a white woman, I'm the most oversaturated part. It would take a ton of money and headshots and classes to be considered again. But it's sad because it is my first love. And it's weird. Like, I don't refer to myself as an actor anymore, but I literally got my master's in it.
Yeah.
And I spent the first 5 years of my 20s trying to get into a school that I wanted to be associated with because I respected their work. So it is kind of this, it's kind of this unrequited love for it. Yeah. And I don't know. I would love to. Whenever I write something, people are like, oh, who would play the main character? And I'm always like, me. Like, I don't. And it's not like, oh, I must play my own leads, but I am the lead in everything I write. Not that I think that's going to be my big break exactly, but I guess I've always kind of imagined or would want to come back in a project that myself or a friend wrote And honestly, all of my friends are my same acting type. So not in a mean way, but I know like my beautiful, wonderful friend Kate isn't going to write a role for me because we're the same type. So unless I like asked her like, please in this movie, please write a role, and she would tweak it a little bit. But most of my friends who are writers are also actors. So they're trying to write roles for themselves. Maddie, I think, over romanticizes me, but she's like, you're the, not like her, I'm not like her forever leading lady, but when we were first wooing each other as friends, she said, do not worry, you will be in everything I write. And I was like, oh my gosh, really? And now we're more sisters, and I think she'd be like, no, get out. But I think if I ever get to act again, it probably will be because I write myself something. Like, that's kind of it. Maybe a friend, but probably I would have to put in a lot of work to make something for myself, because no one's really looking for 5'1", 5'2" white girl who's chatty. Like, there's so many talented actresses in my demographic, and I'm friends with so many of them. They're amazing.
Do you want to read for a short I wrote?
Sure.
Okay. I think you'd be, yeah, I think it would be, it's about my own experiences with OCD, but the main character is a your age-ish woman, kind of professional lady. So
yeah, send it over.
Any experience with anxiety and stuff would be, if you know anyone like that. But yeah, I'll do this. This is actually funny. Yeah, when I close like water bottles, I don't know if I've talked about my OCD on the camera. Do you ever have? Well, that's probably a very personal question. I'm not going to ask you. I'll say
I don't have OCD, if that's what you're asking.
Oh goodness, I have it sometimes with some things, and it's very funny. It's like it's a big hoot to my friends and me, honestly. But I started like trying to. I'm writing a short based about it. But like, yeah, I have like when I close like a water bottle or something, it's like if there's like air in the bottle, it drives me crazy. So I have to like make sure it's like really closed and then like close it and all that. So you're gonna have to like, I mean, you're gonna have to, but like, you know, that would be the main character has like some of those quirks that they don't want to address.
That have to be, yeah.
Yeah.
And isn't it funny that we find out that those little quirks we had as kids, it's like, oh no, that was OCD. Like there are all these funny things that mom and dad are like, oh, ha ha ha, this was something so specific about you. And then it's looking back and it's like, oh, you were depressed. You know, it's like things you don't realize until later on.
I had to get an MRI. Like, I literally had to get an MRI, and they were like, oh, you're just depressed. Like when I came home from like, because I failed out of my first college because watch my video on the Elephant Man audience if you want to know why, but I was alienated I just felt alienated, like going up there, being around so many rich people coming from Tennessee and like the Pacific Northwest, and got sick and all yada, 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 love sick as well. And, just went bad, kind of failed out. And, I was like, I just had no energy for like a year or two. And, there's a family history of many things. But there's a family history of MS, multiple sclerosis. And so I literally had to go get a brain MRI. I have these great pictures of my brain, but they're like, they were like, oh, I wonder if that's the reason why you like don't have a lot of energy. And they're like, no, it's just you're just depressed. It's like your brain's fine. Well, you're like physically, like, you know, your brain's fine. Way, yeah, it's just
your soul.
It's just you're depressed. So that was nice to know, I guess.
That was not depressing.
Like the story or what?
No. Like being told, like, hey, there's nothing wrong with your brain. You're just depressed. And you're like, cool. Because then it's one of those shameful moments where you're like, oh, I knew I was the worst and it was all my fault. Yes. And now I just have proof for that.
Yeah. It just turns out I'm just a loser piece of shit with a broken brain.
No.
It's a short about OCD. So I can, it's like, I want to do, there's the other short I did, I'm redoing a little bit so I can post it on TikTok, making it sort of vertical. Cause I did it to a bunch of film festivals and it got into like 2 in Slovakia randomly, but then nowhere else. And it was, viewers, there'll be a big like YouTube thing. I'm going to do like a re-editing it and then why re-edit it, on there. But then correspondingly, I'm also like just about done with writing this short about OCD that I think would be good. So
I love
yeah.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be fun. I think you'll, to your point about among the many notes we talked about, but the thing you said about just making the script fun, it actually was much easier for me to write the second one because I was just like, I'm just going to make it fun to read, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like to me, and so
Well,
it's a bit silly.
and Greta
But good.
Gerwig says in she was on script notes and she wrote something that like or said something and I was like, yes, this is yes. Is she said like so many things are not made and she has so many things that were never made. So she's like, I'm treating the screenplay as if like this might be as far as it gets. And in a way of like, this might be the closest to a movie it gets. So I want it to be the most perfect, like beautiful, celebratory, like kind of perfect version of itself and like reads like a movie because this might be the closest, as in like reads in a fun way. Like they're going to enjoy reading it in the way they would have enjoyed watching the movie because there's a really good chance no one will get to watch the movie. So at least let's have a really fun time reading this thing because there's a good chance no one will ever see it. And I mean, we all like things that affirm our own beliefs. So of course I really loved that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny that you say it's like there's like no one's really looking for like 5'2", like chatty white women or chatty girls or something. Have you ever seen any Fellini movies? Federico, it's a meme on the podcast now, but every podcast I bring him up, like 8.5 or La Strada, Nights of Cabiria. Oh, geez, I almost ripped my old headphones out.
Please don't.
If I can, got my. This is not even a humble brag, but that's my Fellini. That's Fellini.
Gorgeous.
That's Fellini. That's my Fellini Criterion set. I don't know where I'm going to put this now. But his actress, the lady who's in a lot of his films was Giulietta Messina, and a lot of people called her the female Charlie Chaplin. And she's a short little lady with huge eyes, and she is so good. She's like the best actress, incredibly good. In Nights of Cabiria, content warning if you watch Nights of Cabiria, if you're prone to getting sad at all, because that and La Strada are the two ones that like have devastated me the most. I think he's probably the greatest. I've said this many times, so apologies viewers if this is your 7th episode or whatever. I think he's the best director ever, but his movies are all like about kind of poor people in Rome, and they're starring a lot of them star Giulietta Messina, who is just kind of little lady with big eyes. So as an actress, if you're looking for like movies that have someone, I would definitely recommend them. Although you'll probably want to just make sure you've taken like, I don't know, like you have something happy to watch afterwards because like
or
never been as sad.
Jenny Nicholson video after. She is so my like comfort. My comfort,
That's your comfort
watch.
one.
Yeah. I've fallen asleep to Land Before Time. I'm probably gonna watch it after this just to like wind down. I know the Land Before Time video of hers. I know it like beat for beat. I
haven't seen that one.
I will refer to some of my friends and even like Maddie, who has seen all of them multiple times, doesn't get the reference, but I'll call friends Daddy Tops because Daddy Tops is like the dad of one of the other like dinosaur. Well, now I'm blanking on that girl's name. But literally she mentions Daddy Tops as a joke like 2 times. And it is like in my vocabulary. Like there's so many Jenny Nicholson. No, like I'm truly going to spin out. When I first got Judy, the drive from this woman's nursing home to my house, I played the Jenny Nicholson Dear Evan Hansen video. Because I was like, well, Judy, we're going to start your life with us. With pure culture, which is we don't like the Dear Evan Hansen movie, and we love Jenny Nicholson. I don't think I've ever told anyone that, but yeah.
That's cool. I'm so underwatched on her stuff. I've really just watched like the most recent ones. I recently, because a different podcast I listened to shut down, so I switched my subscription over to her. So I'm excited to whatever like my budget is for like Patreon stuff. So excited to see more of her things. And then eventually I'll do a video on her.
Yeah.
Sounds like you're the real expert though.
I don't. I have kind of like tried to creep on her. I mean, it seems like I am no sleuth as you are, but
You
but
stalk people's Pinterest, so
oh,
yeah.
golly, Bill.
It's an homage to your interviewing technique.
Yeah. I do love now I realize how startling that probably was for everyone. But I think it's good. It's flattering and I appreciate it. But, I don't think I could go as, like, I think you are very good at it, and I think you will do a really good job at this video, and I think it could go quite well. But also it's interesting because Jenny is a real breathing person, and I also feel like there's a slightly different version of her on Patreon, and she is very online, and so just a heads up, it is one of those things where she probably will be aware that you do a video about her. And
oh, sure, yeah.
And it won't be like I don't know, like.
Well, that's kind of what I want to get into, because like I kind of do actually want to examine, like, I watched Rebecca recently, another among the many recommendations, but that has very strong, it's like the earliest depiction of like something like a very parasocial relationship that I've seen, like between two women, honestly between two anybody's. But yeah, that is actually one of the things, I mean, you called it exactly what I'd like to get into. And the thing is, like, yeah, she's a living person. And so, like, is it even like, if I'm like, all right, I'm going to watch every Jenny Nicholson video, it's like, well, that's, especially with video essays, like, how is that different than a normal filmmaker? It's like, she has like probably 160 hours of footage or 200 hours of footage over the years. And then, like, what is it going to look like? Like, because honestly, if I were to do it, I'd probably do a 4-hour video on it. Like, I'm going to probably do a Jenny Nicholson style video to cover Jenny Nicholson. I'm not going to just do like a 20-minute one. But then I'll be in the position of having done a 4-hour in-depth video on a living person. It's like, is that parasocial? Is that like weird? Like, feels weird, but also I do like her as a filmmaker.
I think it's kind of about the thesis of it.
We said we were going to do fits, and we just went off on a thing. So you want to do The Mirror Has Two Faces first for the fits?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that.
Are we looking at Barbara and Jeff, or just Barbara?
We're looking at everybody.
Fuck yeah.
I always go a little bit crazy when I do this. So where's the...
Hot.
All right. Hot, yeah. So...
I told him before he was recording, he was like, we're going to go through the fits. And I was like, I'm just going to say everyone's hot. Just a heads up.
There's no, like I said, there's no rules on this channel. You can say whatever you want.
Yeah.
This is a free space. Okay, so hot. So hi everyone, welcome to, if you're just watching the sub episode, this is Fits with Rebecca Botter. I'm Jeff of Trade Movies Podcast. Go listen to the whole 12-hour podcast if you want. And so, okay, so first, yeah, he's hot. He's hot in this movie, Jeff.
Hot.
There it is. Hot.
Hot.
Also hot. Yeah, I gotta say, that lady on the right, I don't know who she is. Like, she looks like Emma Stone mixed with, like, if Emma Stone wore the mask from the movie the Jim. I'm not being mean at all, but
I think she's a vision. I think she is beautiful.
Do you know who she is?
No clue.
Okay, I kept thinking, like, that looks like some Emma Stone cousin or something.
No,
but I remember. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, she's cast to kind of play a one-note character, and I think she does it really well. And that's not easy to do. And I just thought she's so the antithesis of Barbara. Super like redheady, which I guess can also be waspy, like very elven, kind of pixie-esque.
Is her name Candy? Is that the?
I don't
even know if we know her name.
I can't think of a time we hear her name.
But I think that's the I'm gonna sometimes IMDb will call it out. I'm gonna quickly go through it. But if that's Candy, that's Elle McPherson, who I feel like I should know who that is.
That name sounds.
She's in Batman and Robin. Okay,
that
makes sense. Julie Madison, like the I don't know if you've seen the '97, the one with the bat nipples, the Joel Schumacher, another great campy. That's what comic book movies should return to. They might have it listed here. It does not have her listed. Okay. Oh, yeah, well, so we'll go hot. I think that's Elle. Sorry to actress, whoever you are. Hot.
Hot.
Yeah, we'll go.
Still hot. Oh, you really do
hot.
Go for it with all the clips.
I wrote, to your point, thing about me being a nerd. I wrote a little thing that makes it easier in DaVinci to export these. So I have like a whole bunch of them. So
yeah,
we'll say this. I like this look. yeah, the was that a face mask?
Yes. I do have to say, all of the cliches of like, I think maybe this clip when I started the movie, again, I was a little nervous because it's Barbara with a face mask looking bad. No one can really look their best in a face mask, eating a snowball. And I was
Mhm.
like, oh no, is this movie as good as I remembered? Because, like, girl, not pretty, eating a pastry that's tucked away in a drawer. I was like,
Yeah,
I think it's one of the, yeah, I understand why she did it this way, but I think
yeah.
the movie is like so much better than this moment, you know?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say that is one thing. It didn't bother me, but I will say it was valor stealing because like um that's a and I don't mean that as offensive to anybody listening, but it's like the one thing I will say is like I this is my only advice I'll give is like what the two things I'm qualified for are not being able to control your eating in probably 1940s 50s movies. So not being able to control your eating. There's this one scene later that I made sure and screen capped where she has a wafer, like an unwrapped wafer in between two towels. And I'm like, no self-respect, no like person who can't control their eating or like has any weight issue. Like we don't do like you get more fastidious as you sort of increase in weight is sort of like my experience with it is like, cause you want to savor every little treat. So that was the only, I didn't mind her like, doing the thing, but it's like, you would have like a knife and a fork for that snowball. You'd be savoring it. You wouldn't just be doing a snowball.
Yeah.
At least my experience with it. So then this game, I found out when this game was, by the way, or at least one of the games in here. This is from 1995. Where did my notes go? Did I lose my notes? I lost my notes. Where are my notes? Oh no, I still have my notes. Do I have my notes? Yeah, this was I actually looked up the game on this. I'll say that later, but this is not a real game. It is a real game, but it's not a real player in that game.
Oh.
But this was the story time. Okay, I'm gonna just keep you forever. This was the scene that gave me PTSD because of my aunts and because of the way she kind of looks and the lighting and the 90s and the CRT television. I'm trying to even think if I should. When I was when I was 15 or 16, we met my. Is he still living? I don't know. A lot of them are still living. I think he's like he doesn't. Okay, I'll tell you off pod at some point.
Okay.
So apologies for that. So welcome back to Fitz. This scene definitely didn't give me PTSD because of my dad's schizophrenic cousin and my Uncle John throwing an ashtray at him, or him throwing, yeah, crazy. To the point about the Tolstoy boys, I was going to lead into it with the Tolstoy boys like 2 hours ago, but people sort of cosplaying power. Well, I'm just going to tell you the story now and I might just cut it. But okay, so when I was 15, my dad's fucked up family, his side, like we go visit my great aunt Evelyn, and my great uncle John, who are my dad's uncle and aunt, my grandma's sister. My grandma and sister didn't talk to each other for 20 or something years. They hated my great grandma. My great grandma hated them. They used to get into brawls and fights and like whatever. Like there's like people have seen like my great aunt this that we visited like just put my great grandma's head through a wall, basically, like just like, and they were going after it. So it's like my great aunt Evelyn she put a cigarette out in her cousin's eye. This guy Muggsy, which became a family, to your point about this, became a family joke where my Uncle Mario would like then just like anytime he saw my grandma would just be like, who am I? He just put a cigarette near his eye. That was like what it was, in terms of like not taking up space as a kid. Growing up around that, it's very fun. But we went to go see. We went to go see for whatever reason, like visit that family. My great aunt Evelyn and my great uncle John, and like my dad's cousin Francis has schizophrenia, and he's like, but he was also like a virtuoso guitarist, for some reason, and
That's often combined.
Yeah. And the first night we saw them like at night, and then we saw him the next morning, afternoon. And so at night he came down when we were visiting, and like he was just fucked up drunk completely. He was just like trying to play guitar, and everyone was like, "That's nice, Francis. Thanks, Francis. Go back upstairs, Francis." And he's like a probably 40-year-old dude at this point, like very, very Irish Catholic dude. And the oh kitty,
Did
and
you
then
hear that?
I did.
It's
Great.
okay.
She likes the story, hopefully.
Yeah, no, she loves it.
And the next morning, morning afternoon, we go back, and I'll never forget it because it's like burned in my great aunt Evelyn made us liverwurst sandwiches on white bread with mustard, which is like the most 1950s like New Jersey. This was in the middle of Jersey City in New Jersey in row houses, just to set the stage, in just like this ancient out of time place. And we were watching, like, while she did, like, then my Uncle John, who wasn't there the night before, he was just off getting fucked up drunk because he was a drunk. They're all drunks. And so he came back at some point and started sitting with us, and we were watching a baseball game on like this exact TV in a house that like looked exactly like this house. And like, first of all, my Francis like was sober the next morning. I'll never forget. He came down. I was like, "You guys want to hear something on the guitar?" To me and my brothers. I was like, and my dad's like, "You got to hear this guy." And I was like, "Hey, sure, Francis." So he brings us up. He turns up all the amps to 10, like every setting on his amp, and then he just fucking rips off like a 7.5 minute, like perfect virtuoso Led Zeppelin cover of like Heartbreaker or whatever, and ears bleeding, and I remember it was like burned into my head that, and he also, his room was covered in Tall Boy Budweiser cans, and he was trying to say, he's like, "Yeah, you don't need to buy water bottles. You can just fill up the cans after you drink them." So he had like a whole bunch of like water, like Budweiser beer cans filled up with water. And so we go back downstairs and to watch the game with my great Uncle John, who is like this huge piece of shit. And Francis like starts pacing back through the house, and like literally my experience is like watching a game on a TV like this. And it's like my great Uncle John is like the 7-year-old guy. Keep in mind, visually, just so you know, he has a bandage around his head like a cartoon, like one of those like little, like it's like a bandage, and like we didn't know what was going on, but he's just bandage head. He has a little, he's like half drunk already at like 11:30, and so Francis will just pace through the length of this row house, and every like, you know, it's like my great uncle John will be like, "Yeah, Al Leiter, how about him? He's doing pitching well for the Mets, huh? Will you quit fucking pacing?" And then my, you know, "Fuck you, old man," you know. And just this continued while we were just watching the game on this TV in a house that looked just like this and things. So immediately within like 5 minutes of watching this movie, I was like, "God damn it, Rebecca."
That is kind of triggering. I'm sorry, but it turned into something very different than the story you just told me. I do have to say. Yeah.
The ashtray, it turns out, was later Francis got him back by baseball throwing a glass ashtray at him from across the room and broke his jaw. So that's why he was in the...
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, crazy. But what was funny is when I looked up the game, you know who was pitching? The guy who was pitching during the game that they're playing on TV in this movie is the same pitcher that was pitching during that game that we were watching. TV.
That game is really burnt into your memory. That's hard. Gosh.
That's my Tolstoy boys. Why I'm like, the poverty. It's like, you know, it's not all. You don't want to div too.
You're like, really, Levin? Really? Do you want to see the glass ashtray? That could be like your Tolstoy boy play called The Glass Ashtray. Anyways, yeah. Sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. Is it The Glass Ashtray? Or something?
Well, no, there's a play called The Glass Essay.
Essay.
And then there's The Glass Menagerie, and then yours can be The Glass Ashtray.
Is that Tennessee Williams?
Yeah. My cats that was Rosie reminding me that she actually, like, I've never fed her before, and she's actually so skinny that she's about to die. Okay, the food bowl is like right over there.
Yeah. Little anti-cat starvation on this pod, so
I know totally it's Rosie. I thought was the most obsessed with food, and then now since she raised a kitten from birth, as I'm pouring the food down for Judy, because Judy gets after Judi Dench, by the way, as I'm putting food in her bowl, she's hitting the scoop to get it to like come out of the scoop faster. And I'm like, okay, cool. So I just have 2 Rosies. I have Rosie 2.0, I guess. Okay, cool. Fits. What do we got?
I was going to say, I love Judi Dench. There's a clip of her I like joking on Morecambe and Wise, I think in 1978, that's really cool. I don't know if it's like a clip that on YouTube. I was trying to be creepy again. You have a playlist on your thing. There's one video in it. I was going to ask you about it that has Judi Dench joking on Morecambe and Wise, 1978.
That was, as I was kind of like trying to clear things off, I did kind of keep that as a joke.
Okay.
As because I had other things I had favorited, and I was just like, oh my gosh, this is from like 10 plus years ago. Like, oh, like I think Charlie Bit My Finger was on there, you know, and like things I
Nice.
could not even remember. I was like, oh my gosh, take all of this. And then there was that Judi Dench one, and I was like, you know what? I stand by that. That is my
Yeah.
favorite. Is she's so beautiful. She is like, I knock on wood, or God, I don't want to like say anything to hurt Dame Judi Dench, but she means so much to me that I am afraid of one day being without Judi Dench, because if Dame Judi Dench ever dies, like that does really stress me out. So I was like, I have to have a backup Judi Dench already with me. So I got this cat knowing like if it was a boy or a girl, its name would be Judy, because I have to have a Judy. If Dame Judi Dench ever possibly is no longer with us, which hopefully will never happen, I have another Judy, because that is actually like my friends will check in on me. She is like my,
She's your favorite?
I have like 2 signed pictures from her. Yeah, she's my everything. I love Dame Judy. She's a big
That's
deal.
cool. Yeah, I thought I saw her in something that I was going to watch, but I would just check my letterbox. I think I've only ever seen her in the Bond movies. So, yeah, underwatched on Dame Judy.
Yeah.
There's some movie, yeah. But
I think also I've just like read her, like there's a biography about her, and I think I just like really connected with like her love of Shakespeare, but also at one point, like when she went in for her first screen test, the camera guy was like, oh yeah, everything is wrong with your face. You don't have to be here. And she was like, well, fine. I'm a really fucking big deal in Shakespeare world. Like, I'm going to keep being a big deal. And so she was like, nope, film's not for me. And she just didn't do it for a really long time after. And just continued to be Queen Judi Dench of the theater. And then eventually we were able to lure her onto screen. Yeah, I really adore her. Okay.
what's a Judi Dench recommendation? If you
God. Okay, let
Put
me
you on
like
the
look at
spot.
her. Let me look at her filmography, because I love her for multiple reasons as a human being as well. I mean,
Popularity-wise, it would say Pride and Prejudice.
yeah, I mean, but like I
Yeah.
don't need to tell people to watch Pride and Prejudice. They should watch it for every other, like that's like in my cliche, but like letterbox top 4. I think like Philomena is one where I think her acting is really, also one thing I love about her, she loves acting. The amount of films this woman does at her age is because she truly loves what she does so much. So it's also like as a person, I really love her and respect her, because not all of these are that good. She's in The Hollow Crown, but there's a...
Speaking of Chekhov, she's in Cherry Orchard, 1962.
I don't really like Chekhov, but are we surprised?
It's okay, I didn't either.
Let's...
She's in Hamlet. Is Hamlet good, the Kenneth Branagh one?
I actually haven't seen that one.
Everybody's in that one.
Hamlet's
in that.
Hamlet's not my fave. Notes on a Scandal, she's amazing, which is Cate Blanchett, which is a big deal. What's the one, not Iris. There is one movie, and I have thought about if I ever do more videos, I kind of want to do one, because it's one of these like forgotten films where you like can't believe anyone made it. Anyways, it's great. And it's one of those fever dream movies, which it's like, it's not the best movie ever, but you're kind of like, okay. And you get to the end and you're like, did I just see that?
All right. So, yeah, we like this one.
Yes.
Again, with the face mask. What is this guy? He's got a good... My buddy said he was in something, but I can't remember. He's the... I can't remember the what he's in, but he's in some other movie around this time where it's like a popular scene. That's going to drive me crazy now. Yeah, then you got he's also...
Oh, gorgeous coat.
Yeah, gorgeous coat.
She just
Like
looks,
the chevron.
she
It's almost
looks
like an elaborate chevron.
fantastic. It's so like 70s foxy. Okay,
Yeah.
here we go. Jeff
Then you got
Bridges.
this.
Oh
Yeah.
no, he gets horny. He starts falling over. I feel like I can just fast narrate it.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, is that the point of Fits?
You can do whatever you want on
Yeah, I
Fits.
guess.
This I was just gonna actually call it the pillow. She actually buys this pillow later in the movie, or a very similar one. I think they reused it when they go to the like a farmer's market or something, or maybe she just buys a similar pillow.
That's I buy a lot of similar pillows.
You get this ad,
Oh yeah.
like the
Then how it starts replaying. Oh, Jeff Bridges,
Yeah.
so sad. He just wants connection. Oh,
this scene reminded me of. Go ahead, sorry.
she's so funny.
Yeah,
This actress kills it.
I almost wished I would have watched or had you watch. Have you seen Punch Drunk Love? There's a Adam Sandler.
No, but it's
Philip Seymour Hoffman.
I know it's on my list.
Oh my goodness.
I kind of have to like pace myself out with Philip Seymour
Okay.
Hoffman movies.
That was like the movie that was the second like big boy movie I watched by myself, because I watched Boogie Nights was the first one when I was 13, which is a wild movie to watch when you're 13 by yourself. And then I don't know if you've seen Boogie Nights, but it's a good movie. Paul Thomas Anderson. But then I loved Adam Sandler, so I watched Punch Drunk Love, and there's like a very depressing phone sex scene he has in that. So that would have been a good pairing. Where it also kind of goes like this, where it like goes different. And Philip Seymour Hoffman is the guy who runs the phone sex company in that movie, so he's outrageously good. I was like, where I fell in love with him. He's also in Boogie Nights too.
Yeah.
More. This is I was thinking about. I need a lady on Hinge to put this for me. I'm not quite 35 and I don't have a PhD, but like I was laughing about, it's like this is like, man, this is a dreamboat as far as like someone, ladies out there, target me. Just put that in bold. This was so funny. This pink dress. It's like a bar mitzvah dress.
I mean, honestly, this wedding dress is not obviously as good as Jean Tierney's, but like,
It's pretty good.
I mean, we have a high neck, like, but they're also not dissimilar. It's a very classic look, like high neck, long sleeves. She has like that gorgeous, long, lean brunette vibe. Like, it's not a dissimilar to
Allison
Similar,
Williams and
like-
Girls kind of vibe.
yeah, kind of.
But then Lauren Bacall. This is probably, I meant to say this
Hot.
like hours ago. Yeah, this is probably the hottest. Like, also, if you look like Lauren Bacall, even if you're like 75 or whatever, DM me any platform. I don't care. This is my friends have been joking because I've been actually like one of my Hinge prompts is like is probably why I don't get any matches much. But it's like, if you want to go with me on the TCM Classic Movies Cruise, October, like something to something. It's like, DM me. It's like, message me if or whatever those things are. Shockingly, no one has taken me up on that. But the what's funny about it is my buddies have been joking that like, I should just go on it solo, because like there's probably like the movies they're showing are so old and like rare that like I don't even know them, which is like, to this extent I'll be a film snob, or like that I have I have a pretty good memory for a lot of this stuff, but they're playing stuff on that's like so crazy. And so they're saying like, if I go on there as a single person, as like a single dude, it's like I probably would be able to like just find some
I think you could
75,
score. I think you
Yeah.
could. And I mean, who knows? Because often when we're like, oh, now she aged beautifully, those are often women that we don't realize just had amazing work done. But I loved the close-ups on Lauren Bacall's face, because you see that. Oh, I poked myself in the eye. Oops. But my nails are kind of long right now. But like getting to see all the little, like tiny little like whispery lines all over, I'm like, yeah, you don't see those on screens. Like, I actually think this might have been an actress who did just age, and you still see the shadow of like that gorgeous siren that we saw, and also like the spirit of Lauren Bacall is there for sure, and she's still stunning, but you get to see all the lines on her face move around, and I was like, this is really refreshing, like getting to see this, instead of a distorted version. But
So
also,
again, a selfless performance to allow herself to be,
yeah,
you know.
and like more like dressed down. And I just say that as someone who, like, women, all women I know, like, we have such a fear of aging, and it's not just like, oh wait, she looks so hot, so never mind, I feel fine, but just watching someone who I think just allowed herself to age, you're like, oh yeah, that's possible too. Because I feel like
Yeah.
Hollywood is actually even telling us, like, that's not even a choice anymore.
She looks great. I honestly think this is the this is the hottest old lady I think I've seen in a movie, and I mean that lovingly.
I mean,
I
it's
also
hard to Lauren Bacall, you know.
well, yeah, she is in my favorite romance of all time, In the Big Sleep, and
Mm-hmm.
like that was another one of my actually hinge prompts was together we could be Lauren Bacall and Humphrey Bogart in The Big Sleep, which is like my favorite because that's like the ultimate match each other's freak movie. I don't know if you've seen that for the viewers. Her and Humphrey Bogart, it's like during their four. I have like a whole Bogart Bacall collection that's near and dear. But she's just like she keeps in that movie. She keeps trying to push Humphrey Bogart away, but he's like, "Don't you understand? Like, this is what I'm into. Like that's like yeah, that's the type. Like that's the kind of freak I want." And like so then they just kind of slowly like fall in love and just realize like, oh man, like it's like they're exactly what each other want. And yeah, it's tremendous. It's Howard Hawks, another of the great. But yeah, she's also great in Written on the Wind. It's like probably 10, 15 years later, which is another Douglas Sirk melodrama that you would love. Also another Evil Woman movie with Dorothy Malone.
I just love that she was able to kind of, one of her final roles getting to be, I feel like, this like love letter. Like,
Yeah,
what a fabulous kind of last critically acclaimed role. Like, getting to
yeah,
kind of have her reflect back on the face that everyone knew her
yeah.
for and missed, you
I
know.
wrote it like 5 times. Like I kept like Lauren Bacall. Wow, I was just writing in my little notebook as I was watching this, and yeah, also direction of Barbara Streisand. I mean, she knew exactly how to, I guess, get the best out of Bacall. Like whatever was happening behind the scenes.
Absolutely.
Like she knew you could tell Streisand was in awe of her, thought she was beautiful. That's like a thing of like it makes me mad about some movies when you can tell like this is going to be a weird. I'm going to try not to digress too much because I know we trying to get through all these fits, but I think movies are generally better when you can tell what the director's sort of really into, like really like wink wink nudge nudge really into. But there's like a line of like somewhere along the lines of like the jokey one would be Tarantino and feet. Like the guy's a foot guy, right? And so like you can tell he shoots feet like when he does like shout out all you feet people out there like he's like very always like you can tell he's just like into it. And I think like when you have that, there's like for some reason that kind of scales with the quality of the movie because it's for whatever reason those guys tend to be. He's also really into like martial arts movies, so he like when he does a martial arts scene, it's really good. It's just you can kind of tell that Streisand is really into old Hollywood in this movie, and so the movie is structured like an old Hollywood movie. And then it's also she has Lauren Bacall, and she's like, I'm gonna make Lauren, but like Lauren Bacall knows how to knock it out of the park in this because she's been doing it like for 60 years, right? And she does look better than the bride here, so it's just crazy.
Yeah. And I think the actress who plays the sister is really beautiful, and not just in a like hot girl way, but you're like, yeah, your bone
Yeah,
structure is of the gods. Like this is a blessed woman, and I believe
yeah.
that your mom is Lauren Bacall, you know?
Yeah, but also even it helps with the characterization because you can tell she's been living in Lauren Bacall's shadow too. Just in like she also had to like Barbara Streisand, she had to grow up with her mom being Lauren Bacall. This was just a shot I loved, but then you got this other. I like this lady's other fit, the big necklace. Got more of the roses. Pierce Brosnan coming in. Yeah, handsome Pierce. Then she's got this blanket fit. That's great.
But also, like, he doesn't really hold a candle to Jeff Bridges in this movie, which is wild.
Yeah, it is wild now that you say that.
Like,
Yeah,
I understand Pierce isn't even like, more of that gas was because I love him in Mamma Mia so much. But yeah, like, you're not even kind of going like, no, get with James Bond. You're like, oh my gosh, I hope like Jeff Bridges can get it together, you know?
Yeah.
You're never rooting
He knows the
for
assignment
Pierce Brosnan.
too.
He does.
You know? Yeah.
I love that when an actor understands, like I understand the purpose my character is here to serve. I'm not going to try to like overstep it. Like he knows exactly the kind of role he's there for. To be like pretty boy, kind of losery, kind of simpy, and also pretty two-dimensional and harmless. But he's no Jeff Bridges.
Yeah. He's no Jeff Bridges. Speaking of Jeff Bridges, he's reviewing. He's got these great professor fits. Love this shot of, that's a great masseuse fit. You can, already so much characterization. More with the, I love the scarf. Then you got her in here. You know what I loved about her? She has shooters. So she has this, all these great like 90s fits. I like this lady's sweater. My buddy said, yeah, but this guy, like this would be me and my buddies. Like this is kind of like my house right here. Yeah. It's just like these four dudes who are just following her around. Like she's got a crew for some reason, which I love.
Because she's great, like being a good teacher is not easy. And also I think like the 90s, everything like is dated, obviously, but there were only a few, but everything also feels very classic. Oh my gosh, there's this slutty tank top.
I know, I got it off screen so to not distract your thought.
No, it's fine. I'm not a Jeff Bridges where I can't control my words when I see a tank top. But yeah,
this is a slutty tank top.
It's so slutty, right? Yeah. I sent a picture. I think I started to say this to a friend. I was like, the movie is so good. It really holds up. I'm surprised. And then I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I feel like this picture counteracts me just kind of like saying like wink, wink, it holds up. And I'm like, no, it actually does. This was just on the screen. I promise it's not just about Jeff Bridges' little tank top.
Well, he's got the fuck me glasses too that we'll bring up in a minute. The Harrison Ford and Indiana Jones glasses that you can tell
that they wanted Harrison for this. As soon as I saw that, I was like, yeah, I can see why.
This movie is one of the recommendations that I'll say, but It Happened One Night, which is Frank Capra. I don't know if you've seen that with Cary Grant.
I think that's one we were kicking around actually to discuss.
It might, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, and I really like that
movie.
Yeah,
that's right, because it has a wedding scene, and I had watched it right when I reached out to you. Mm-hmm. So I didn't know it was going to, but that's the movie they're watching, which would have been interesting. This is Yokozuna, the wrestler. Well, we were laughing at this one because my buddy literally had like some wrestling on right before I put the movie on. So it's like literally that was us going from like 19, classic movie to
I didn't realize you watched it with your friend. What did friend think?
He pieced out after like 15, 20 minutes. Yeah, he's not I know. Yeah. Fuck you, Trevor. He had to do some other stuff. Normally he would watch it, but
it's totally fine. I forgive you, Trevor.
I don't.
Yeah.
Her hat's in this great. And he's got more.
That scene was so sweet.
It was, yeah. More Warren Bacall, more Streisand. I like this. Was this supposed to be? Is this a sex worker? Or is this just like a?
I think that's just a hot girl. I don't. Okay. Besides being hot and maybe sex worker coded, I think she was just hot, like quote unquote what society is telling Streisand to be. I love how many bathrobes are in this movie. Didn't this make you want to get? I was like, do I need a bathrobe? There are so many.
I run really hot, so I would like, if it was up to me, I'd set my temperature in my house at like 40 degrees. Okay. So I can't do the bathrobes, but in theory, I would love to be able to be a bathrobe guy. I'd like to be able to be a smoking robe guy like that guy in the other movie. But
the idea of a bathrobe.
Yeah.
I love how feminine this movie is. I feel like the apartments and the interiors all feel very like warm and pink and feminine. I feel like this very much feels like you're crawling into like a jewelry box of a girl in the 90s.
Yeah, you can see like the light on the top of her head. This is very classic Hollywood lighting, which I loved about it. And they shot it on film, so it's like you can see. Ooh, damn it! I was trying to. You can see like. Can I trying to remember the key to zoom in on this, but like the halation, I believe, or like the general glow that is like on a lot of lights, they really kind of cranked it up and almost like subtly overexposed it a bit. So then, yeah, the whole thing has a nice glow, and they're sort of like backlighting him so that, especially Jeff Bridges, like there's another scene in here which is outrageous backlighting where he looks like a fucking shampoo ad or something. But they also, it's like always, you know, the top of their heads lit in like this very, which I like. It's unrealistic, but it's like as I've argued on my channel so much recently, it's like this is like, you don't want it to be realistic in this. It's like this is a fantasy, you know. It's like all movies are fantasies.
And this is like definitely, I feel like almost like maybe fable isn't the right word, but this is trying to teach a lesson, you know.
Yeah. You can always see it. Like even here, she's got light on her hair basically the entire movie. There, you know, she's even like there's probably some light back yonder, and it's again just treating him like a snack.
He is, and I love all of his like nerdy professor outfits.
Yeah, this lady, this is such a great college slut look. I got it.
She's so beautiful. She looks like she could be in Twilight.
She would. She's extremely Twilight coded. You said someone was Roomba coded, and I meant to ask you about that, which we don't need to digress.
Feyre like, and Akatar in book one. That's right. Roomba coded.
Okay, you know exactly that one.
Well, I got a really good laugh out of Maddie, and whenever I get like a really good one, I like store it away as like a huge one. So yeah, the Roomba joke, Maddie liked.
I like you storing that away. Yeah, the lights in here, you know, you can see like the overexposure like a bit on the thing as well. This actually kind of almost even, it's like so overexposed and like just kind of shining that it almost looks like there's, I don't know if you see Minority Report, just leans into that like crazy heavy.
For a second, which I love. When they attend the Christmas concert, I was like, oh my God, can I make an excuse that this is a Christmas movie? And I was like, no, it's not a Christmas movie. They glaze over Christmas real fast.
Spiritually, you know, I think you can.
There's something cozy about it. In academia, feels very Christmas.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, and like the Tudor, like I think it's probably Tudor architecture. I want to seem smart and say, but whatever the classic architecture is there, these are like, this is probably the hottest she looks in the movie to me. I really love this look for her. The big glasses.
And also part of it, and he looks so handsome, but it's just like, it's not just like, it's kind of like beauty is in the eye of the beholder. It's like when you're around someone who makes you feel safe and warm and lovable and loved, that like, then that like comes out in you. You can tell she feels really seen and special in this moment, you know? Yeah.
To the extent I had a criticism of the movie, it would almost be like, you don't show, this is like, you know, I don't want to be like too straight cis white male coded and say like every movie's got to be about me, but I almost wish they would have portrayed like a few more things about him past that he was hot, like as far as like what she's interested in, because like the romance is pretty whirlwind, and like you can tell by like the way she looks at him and everything, like in the, you know, even the way she talks about him, but they don't necessarily portray him like, oh, I love the way he like buttons his sweaters the wrong way or something like that, you know. They don't give him like in the way that he sort of sees in her. I don't know that they give him as much, but she sells it anyway, and you believe that like she really loves him and that she's really interested in him, even past the physical, how much of a snack he is. But
because I really don't think I think she's flattered that someone that attractive is into her, but I feel like she deeply cares about him as a person and not just as a snack. And he's actually kind of a dummy. And so in some ways I'm like, hey, that's kind of beautiful that you like him, even though besides all the, because my older brother is actually a statistician. He has his doctorate or is getting his doctorate in statistics. I have two statistics brothers, and bless his heart, Preston knows this. He is so smart and good at math, and he is the dumbest person I have ever met. And so this Jeff Bridges character being so dumb while being so smart, I'm like that is my older brother to a T.
So that brother, not that I don't want to hang out with all of your brothers, but I'm going to message you about that brother, because I did this presentation on statistical significance, and I want to make sure I said the right thing. And I've been meaning to talk to like someone who knows what they're doing more so than me.
All right. I mean,
because I just have like a special interest.
I can give you Preston's number. Like, Brian's a fun hang. I can give you Preston's number. Get ready for a phone call where you will have no idea what he's talking about. He will be so thrilled. I have a very, feel free, sure. I don't really know what you're asking and I won't understand his response. But he would love that.
I just want him to look at this presentation, or someone. I've been meaning to reach out to like and say like, does this make sense? And
I think Preston
yeah.
would be able to look at it for you. And if he doesn't have an answer, he'll know someone who does.
Be a fun idea for the pod. How about this? How about to test, because I had to give it to a bunch of people who were like sort of probably on your similar interest level in statistics, which is to say probably not at all. We can do that as a pod where like I'll try and give it to you, and then Preston will make sure I'm saying nothing wrong, and then we'll see how well you know, if you think I did good at the end of it.
You like Jeff Bridges learning how to teach.
Yeah, exactly. That'll be
full circle.
Yeah. I get this. I get, looking at the big loaves of bread. This is why I can never really commit to a diet, because I don't think I could go past the bread. Yeah, it's definitely the bread. This guy, just random shot, liked his fit.
Yeah.
The classic 90s.
He was cute.
Yeah,
I remember clocking him and being like, he's a little too cute to be an extra. What's he about to do? And then it was nothing. Yeah. And I was like, oh, okay. Okay, Brosnan.
Paisley scarf, great fit for him.
Yes. And was it your I'm going to be so embarrassed if I quote one of your TikToks, but did you do a TikTok about Pierce Brosnan?
No.
Okay, good. So I'm not quoting you to you. But apparently there was a contract where Pierce Brosnan, I don't know if it was for a limited amount of time or maybe forever, but he can't wear another tuxedo like the Bond uniform. So a different movie got away with it by having the untied tie during the movie. And so I was watching this and I was like, oh, was it a clip from this movie? And no, he wears like a cravat or a regular
That's
tie.
Cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This was, I think, right before he did his first Bond, which is great. GoldenEye.
Oh.
Yeah. It's like probably the same, might be a year or two before. I think it was 97.
Oh.
Maybe. And this was his first two Bonds are really good. And then the next two are not so good.
Brian and I watched all of Daniel Craig's in like one day. We were like, we're doing it.
This is Judi Dench's first Bond too, GoldenEye. So there you go. That's another reason. She's really good in it. She calls him a sexist, chauvinist relic of the Ice Age. So she's really going after him in this.
Judy.
Yeah.
I like this hat a lot.
Yeah, the hat's great. You can see even like again the lighting on top of their heads every single time, especially hers. This I think was like the real like, come on now, like this is like the way they would shoot Fabio in like a 90s commercial.
He is very Fabio coded right now.
Yeah. Just the backlight. I love it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, it's the way you see someone when you really like them, right?
Yeah. And like, look at how he's looking at her.
Yeah. This is more, he does his face a lot in The Big Lebowski, or as you say, The Great Lebowski.
Same thing.
That's same thing. I like her fit in this. I love that, like the black.
Oh,
yeah. She's just, she's outrageous. Her looks, yeah. She's such a queen.
I am kind of thinking about it. I understand it's in the plot that everyone is good looking for different reasons, but I will say Barbara did a really good job casting. Because if you think about most of it's like Jeff Bridges hot, Pierce Brosnan hot, sister hot. So like, even though I think Barbara Streisand is beautiful, I think, yes, she's putting herself up near these like famously good looking people, or at least making Jeff Bridges look like he's maybe always been hot, like cast for being hot. Like, you know what I mean? I think she did a really good job. Oh, just Lauren Bacall. Every time you show hot, still hot.
Yeah,
Also,
those are the gentlemen. If you want to get these glasses, I literally, when I last time, like 2 years ago, when I was going to get glasses, I brought in a picture of Harrison Ford. And I was like, "Can you find me these?" And the lady was like, "They're like $1,000." But whatever the style is I've not heard nothing but good things from the women.
Absolutely. Jeff Bridges, like the costuming, they just looked at Indiana Jones as a professor and they were like, okay, cool. Same hairstyle, same glasses, same outfit, same vibes. That's kind of it.
Yeah. Laura Bacall, I like her glasses.
Bathrobe.
Yeah, Is this? Yeah, I guess it is, isn't it?
Lots of bath.
With the collar.
And then Barbara's last scene, bathroom.
Yeah. This lady, I actually really like the little flowers on her. this picture is, I wonder if this was a Photoshop or if this is of Lauren Bacall.
So
This
that's
was like a,
Barbara Streisand's father with
okay.
Lauren Bacall.
Gotcha. And it was just like an early Photoshop.
Like,
Okay.
you're welcome, Dad. We're going to pretend you were married to Lauren Bacall.
Yeah. Even this lighting, I mean, this is so like classic Hollywood lighting, because like today you would not just get sort of the unrealistic kind of spotlight almost on her face, but I just love the way it, like, again, sort of heightened reality. Everything's just so lit. Yeah, this was the scene that drove me crazy, because you don't hide wafer. Like, the wafer would melt under the towel. It's just, it would not be, you'd want it wrapped. Okay, this one, yeah, I really liked his pajamas again. All white pajamas.
I love a matching. I not to be too scandalous for the pod, I like sleep in matching pajama sets. Like, and not like cool matching pajama, like I sleep in Jeff Bridges matching pajama sets. It's to signal to my, sometimes I sleep in sweats too, but they're fun.
Yeah. I think I would die. It's just like the smallest shorts I can find, and yeah, otherwise I'm just sweating. And like even in winter, like one sheet. That's the, I can't, I wish I could do this.
All the layers, weighted blanket.
That's crazy. Yeah, I like her nightgown here. It's like very, you can tell she never expected to have a wedding night.
Yes.
I will say this one scene also, I feel like I'm bringing up these, triggering me now that I see these. If I married someone for their personality and I was like, we're never gonna have sex or whatever, and they fell asleep on movie night, like that would be just, that would be like, I would have annulled the marriage.
Are you
right
like,
here.
why? Because for you, then it's like, well, why did I even marry you?
Well, it's, yeah, why did I even marry you? And then it's also, it's like, but that's the equivalent, like, also I feel like thematically, the equivalent of like having like a nice bond. Like if I really like someone and I wanted to like test whether they're going to be a thing, I would probably try and watch Lawrence of Arabia with them. I'd be like, that would be, especially like if I was marrying someone and never having sex with them, I'd be like, okay, well, the wedding night movie probably would be Lawrence of Arabia, because that's like a 4-hour, I've never seen it, but it's like, 4-hour widely
You're
regarded.
saving
like,
it for someone special.
Yeah. Yeah, that Cleopatra. I just haven't seen any David Lean movies. I wish I could say that, but yeah, we'll say I'm saving it for someone special, ladies, that I'm gonna marry and never have sex with, and we can watch that on our wedding night, and I'll test if you fall asleep. Yeah, but I get it. It's a long movie. Yeah, this is the pillow. So she bought her own pillow at the store. That was just one thing as I clip these things, I kind of noticed that more, I guess, which is,
look at you. You maybe are one of the only people to clock that. I love how like happy Barbara is. It's beautiful.
Yeah. And this scene, like the guy's like, what do you mean? Like, not to be vulgar. He's like, you mean you don't get pussy? And he's like, yeah, it's not that, but it's actually pretty cool. And then she's like, right, Barbara? And she's like, yeah, it's actually pretty nice. Yeah.
And I love how
it's
Jeff Bridges like so much like thinks he's discovered this like genius thing, and he is going to tell, I feel like he would like tell his students about it. Like if given the opportunity, like truly no filter, does not really seem to understand boundaries.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think I was curious if I don't know, are you a Seinfeld fan at all?
I like it.
Like it.
One of my best friends actually has it on at her apartment at all times. I'm George, actually.
Okay. I don't know if I agree with, I mean, I've only met you for like a couple hours now. I don't know if, the George is, they're all, but there's an episode, well, speaking of George, there's an episode where George decides to stop thinking about sex and like stop, doing anything related to it, and he becomes like a super genius. So I was kind of curious if the movie was going to go in this direction. Like he becomes like a accomplished mathematician or whatever.
That was actually when I was literally looking at IMDb trivia, so who knows, but apparently the director told the actor who played Larry to not have sex until after the Enlightenment scene. So he could like be building up this like frustration, and then the actor was like, oh my god, that was so helpful. Yeah, there was like all this like pent up energy in me. And then he found out later the director apparently just like tells all of his leading men to like not have sex. Which I think like, yeah, if you're wanting to kind of like throw people off their groove,
Yeah.
and get them in a different headspace if they're having a lot of sex. And then, of course, I feel like Meisner boys would love the challenge. Anyways, abstinence. Also
Yeah.
bringing it to both
That's like
films.
that's what boxing coaches tell their fighters to do. Like,
Really?
that's like classically, is that you're not supposed to. Again, speaking of beauty, I love these shots of the tree. I clipped a bunch of these just because so pretty, just the way they portray New York City.
So beautiful.
These random people. This is where, when I lived in New York City in Park Slope, shout out Park Slope, this was every couple right here. They still look like this. It's known as like the stroller. I don't know if you've lived or been to New York, but stroller capital of the world is Park Slope. And it's where all the Wall Street people and their wives live. But there's cheaper 1-bedroom apartments because most families just want to live there. Again, the glow. All these outfits. I love her dress here. Or is it skirt, I guess?
I think it's a
Or-
skirt.
Yeah. This is a bad look for this guy. Fellas, don't get these glasses.
No.
Yeah, these were ruined by
But
several.
they're so cute.
They are cute.
Yeah. And then
Happy for them.
yeah, and it is one of those things where it's like, I think she just wasn't interested in this guy. But I do think it's her kind of going like, okay, is he a snack? Is he Jeff Bridges? No. But
he's not
like
this.
I miss intimacy,
Yeah.
Like she truly, I think, is having that thought of like, would I be willing to be with someone I was less feeling just connected to? Appearance not even on the table. Would I be willing to trade kind of this fondness I have for my husband for being able to like have sex with my partner? And I think in this scene, she's kind of like not sure. Like, I don't think she has a like for sure answer on that because I think it's something she really misses.
Yeah, absolutely. It was like just a well-constructed movie. Again, he's got the glow. He's got the Fabio glow.
That's
This
it.
is how you this is a hot outfit, let me tell you.
Oh,
like, when he's sitting here.
That was
Yeah.
the outfit for me. The polo and the jean. I mean, dude, that look still works. Like, I don't
Yeah.
think it's ever been out of style.
Yeah, you could tell whoever dressed him here really liked him. Yeah, there is no such baseball player as Ron Sayers. So this is just for point of reference. That's actually Jim Leyritz at the plate, and that is Al Leiter, who I told about I tried to find this. I looked up to see when this could have happened, of when the Toronto Blue Jays played. But that is a guy named Jim Leyritz. So I don't know why they replaced his name. I guess they probably didn't have the rights, but were able to use the movie. Probably because there wasn't an overlay. Like, there's probably a fake overlay on screen that they added on the footage.
It's a
But, yeah,
really
there's no-
good
no
fake
more.
baseball player name.
Ron Sayers? Yeah. I don't know what yeah.
I buy it.
He does look like a Ron Sayers, too. Yeah, that's Joe Carter at first base. I had to, like, look up and go through game logs to find this out, but I was determined in the spirit of preparation. Yeah.
Well,
Smoking.
one thing I was going to say at one point is like, often it's kind of hard to get new interests as you get older. You get kind of set in your ways. Like, if someone was kind of
Yeah.
like, hey, Rebecca, I want to teach you about chess, I'd be like, no, I'm just not doing that. Like, I'm not. Like, you could even sit down and explain it to me, and I would just sit there and be like, I'm not getting into this. Like, it's also just not how my brain works naturally. But I think, like, him learning about a new hobby, activity, thing his partner is excited about, like, I just, not a lot of men do that, or even adults do that. Like, pick up
Yeah.
hobbies just because it means a lot to someone. And I thought that actually, maybe people would be like, no, Rebecca, baseball's just great, and he didn't know. But also, I think it's like very sweet he gets into baseball. But because I think through her eyes, I think for one, as a math guy, baseball is super interesting. I'm kind of surprised he wasn't into it already. But yeah, I don't know. He got into it because she was into it,
Yeah, to the point I said about the criticism earlier about like her not being like, not maybe showing like as much as her getting into his thing as much. I think I'm probably projecting my own things, because like that is something. It was actually nice to see representation, right? It was nice to see, because I feel like I'm that, like the kind of goofy, like that's one of the reasons, podcast guest wise, I just reach out to random people on TikTok, because it's like, yeah, what is being a bridal consultant like, right? I'm just genuinely curious in the kind of I want to say same goofy way I'm, as him, but I think, yeah, I was like, that is something that I think I've felt in past times has not been reciprocated as much. That's probably where I was just sort of projecting my own, like, it's like, well, I remember I got really into, hopefully I wouldn't edit this out, but I watched a whole bunch of Married at First Sight because one of my exes was really into Married at First Sight. And I ended up loving it. It's like the meanest show. I don't know if you've ever watched Married at First Sight. It's like they get married without ever seeing each other. You probably would be fascinated but it's like the meanest show ever because like they purposely troll these people, I think. But like I'm generally the type of person that'll sort of watch, or I think it's like embroidery or crocheting or anything else like that is pretty fascinating. So it's nice to see someone else
getting
positive portrayal of that.
Yeah, but you want it to be reciprocated. Oh,
it would be nice. Yeah.
We're back.
As opposed to waking up and getting a message saying we shouldn't see each other anymore because of a. Yeah. Sorry, you were saying?
No, I was just saying. There's our hot redhead. There's our Victoria from Twilight again. She really can pull off any color. That's not fair. She's in like Dune brown. That's a really hard color to pull off.
It is, yeah.
Her. That's a really hard color to pull. She's so striking, though.
Yeah, I like this lady's vest, the flower vest. Kind of a nice this lady here. She's got a great flower vest.
This top, I think, is so ugly, and I think it's insane that this top is the moment that he becomes aware of that he is attracted to Barbara, and I just think I think she just does not look her best. I think it is aging her. It's like a dinner placemat, kind of like underneath some fancy china. It is, and I think it looks like she's in almost a different movie. I think this whole time, like if you're like, oh, this was her in Chekhov, I'd be like, oh, I didn't know she was in Chekhov. Like it ages her so much. And she's already like 7 years older than Jeff Bridges. And I still also she's lit so white and her hair looks red. This is like my least favorite outfit of the movie. But I do endorse that. This is the moment he fell for her, even with her Chekhov shirt.
Yeah. Well, I wonder how much that has. Yeah, you get the eyes. Again, acting with the eyes is such a... You can tell just from, like, even the still that he's just, like... He's feeling it. I don't know what this movie is. Oh, and then this is the...
Loved this. So fun. Yeah. So fun. And I think this moment showed, like, they're friends. Like, they really have kind of come to depend on each other.
Inverting the male gaze here. Does show that they're friends. It also shows that she's just it's like, I got this deluxe snack in my house. I like how they knew the tank top worked so well that it's like, okay, let's go back to that, but this time give him some booty shorts.
Let's give him some shorts too.
Yeah. Another.
I love that the sister's always like in red. She's always in a like, ooh,
yeah, she's
the worst, The
little picture with, it's kind of hard to see, but with Pierce Brosnan there is very funny. More great. Yeah, I love this. She's surprised at the size of her own boobs.
They look so good.
Good looking boobs.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. As much, it is weird. I couldn't find this game, although I probably could look. I think this is from the same year.
This is impressive. You're finding a lot.
I'm trying, Yeah, this one, yeah.
Oh.
Made a video. I mean, this is one of the things I love about movies, but that was like one of the more popular videos on my channel is about just like the expression of like why I love to see even fashion in movies is just, it's, not just seeing it on the runway, but seeing someone cry on the floor in like an outfit is just like,
I remember that video. Psychologically, I was thinking about it more this time of like, this is Barbara I was like, okay, I am starring in a movie and I am directing myself in the movie and I am singing the song over the credits. But more importantly, okay, Rebecca, you are now going to look very sexy. This is you doing your best to look very sexy, and then choosing that outfit and like directing myself of presenting myself in like a sexual way. And I just was thinking about that for Barbara. I like, what is like the psychology behind that of like, okay, I'm going to make myself look really good. Does that make sense? Like just the psychology of like, that's the outfit she chose, because that's what made her feel like this was her showing herself at her best. Like we don't have to wonder like, was it the costumer thinking that? Was that the director objectifying her? It was like, no, this is so solely Barbara's choice to wear this. And this is Barbara at what she is saying is, I think, her sexiest. Like she wants it to be as, I don't know, like this is this character doing her absolute best in this moment. And I think that's so vulnerable, you know?
Yeah, the whole scene really. I mean, we talked about like
so good.
You know, potentially, you know, with the short I want to do about the OCD of you reading. Like, imagine if you read my short and it's like, okay, there's a scene where this really hot guy yells at you while you're in, you know, nightwear while, you know, you just tried to have sex with him and he rejected you. And it's like, you'd be like, I don't, like, probably almost anybody would be like, I don't, like, this needs to be like a professional Hollywood production. Like, I need to, like, in order to give that much of myself.
To agree to do that, yeah.
But then imagine writing and directing it yourself, right? Like, can you imagine like that as a, you know, actress and a writer who said she's going to star? Like, would you ever do this type of scene of like hot snack Jeff Bridges yelling at you like while you're?
I would, yes.
Yeah. Well.
No.
That's why you have a good chance. Yeah.
No, I
It'd
think
be hard, though,
I think
right? You
more
know?
so though, like those are the kind of, because this is a movie I'm drawn to. Those are the moments in my own writing I find myself kind of going to. Like I'm not saying, oh yeah, I write stuff like that, but I think like kind of seeking,
like, this is something,
or I've like written things that I think are in a similar exploration.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I am the girl who wanted to talk about The Mirror Has Two Faces. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Warren Bacall. Looks good getting out of bed.
The white and the light on her. And then how was it to be beautiful, like, and to be adored? It was wonderful. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
The prayers. Yeah. It's like the...
And you can actually see her, like, with her hands under her chin. That is the character, Rose. But also I feel like that is very director. I feel like I've had so many of those director moments where they're trying to get something out of you. And I can kind of see Barbara, actually, in this, talking still with so much reverence to someone in a conversation she's always wanted to have.
Yeah. There's that's another one of the genres that this is going to go in for me, of like movies where you can sort of see actors playing themselves somehow in the movie, like in kind of like a surreal way. Like Warren Bacall in this, I think Streisand in this. One of my favorite movies, Hangover Square. Can't digress in this, but Laird Krieger is playing. He was like 6'5", 300-pound, like closeted gay man. My favorite actor of the 40s, who basically went on a crash diet from 44 to 55, lost 100 pounds, died on the operating table, wanted to turn himself straight, wanted to get a bunch of plastic surgery. He's basically playing out his personal life in this movie called Hangover Square that is gut-wrenching to watch. And there's a couple other movies that are escaping me that are kind of like this. But the idea of like, Warren Bacall, ex-Hollywood actress. They're not ex-Hollywood, but like, ex-Hollywood, like megastar, as well as Streisand. I love these types of movies.
I thought you were saying Hangover Squared. And I was like, is that like how you say Hangover 4? Like, I'm really confused right now.
Oh.
And you were like, this is important. And I was like, okay, yeah, totally. Like trying to follow. And then I understood I misheard.
I could tell I actually wrote a note about you doing that. I saw on a video podcast where you kind of dissociate. I was going to ask you, but we can next time.
Oh my God.
But I
Well,
kind
you're
of
going to
tell.
watch this back. I have dissociated, by the way. We've been on doing this for like 5 or 6 hours. You
I'm not making
cannot,
fun. Yeah.
if you see me dissociate at some point. When do you see me dissociate? Was it, I guess, in a Lonely Girls
Okay.
clip?
It wasn't a Lonely Girls clip or something. Because I was asked, because I dissociate too like that. So I was just gonna, a lot of these things are, I see. There was, I think, Maddie was telling you a Dickens, something about Charles Dickens, and you kind of dissociate on the clip. And I literally, my notes were like, it was like a question, do you dissociate that much? Like that happens so much to me. I have a hard time listening to people, not just getting self-conscious about my face. Do you get self-conscious about your face? Probably not a good thing to ask on a video podcast, so I wasn't going to ask it, but since you...
No, I mean, I think it's
Yeah.
also, it's kind of one of those sibling things where I kind of like zone. Like I've,
Yeah.
Yeah. I always am listening to Maddie. I find her very interesting. But sometimes like active listening, like, okay, yeah. Like encouraging a stranger to keep talking, like, okay, yeah, I'm really listening. When it's like your friend, you're like, okay, yeah, I totally am listening. You are interesting. But like, I'm also gonna like pick at this piece of string. Like I'm not needing to encourage, which I am doing. I don't feel the need to encourage her anymore with my active listening. Because it eventually starts hurting your face, This was
That's
another...
good. I'll take it as a sign of comfort.
Yeah.
Then.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Lauren Bacall, in this moment, when like parents kind of have to take some ownership of messing us up a little bit, as any parent or...
Famously easy thing for them to do.
Yeah. And then, you know what? Like taking ownership of like, you know what? And you might be 50 and just walked out on your husband, and maybe this is the first time you're going to hear it, so don't hold out, mister. Like you can't hold out for this apology. But yeah, like good on Lauren Bacall for like taking that ownership. And it truly is as little as just like, you told me to push up my nose. And I think Lauren Bacall almost like doesn't even remember telling her to do that. But as a kid, those little comments mess with you so much. And I've brought up like these little things like, well, Mom, you always told me this. And then Mom is like, oh, well, sorry, I'm a bad mom, or this or this. But also I think she's had to be like, damn, like, I'm really sorry. That was a passing comment. And now with my younger two siblings, I'm so worried because they're still in school of like, what are the things I have passively said? And I try so hard to be careful with my words because I know there are like things I've passively said that they're going to be discussing with their therapist one day. And that breaks my heart because I try really hard to not give them trauma, but we all have.
I'll just live here.
Getting dark on Fitz. Let's keep going.
No, this Fitz can go anywhere. Yeah, this Rocky montage of her dressing. I like all of her workout fits here. These 90s workout fits with the tank tops.
I love how she's not good at it. Also, that is, I think, the goofiest moment in the movie. Eating celery while working out is so... Eating carrot alone is fine. Eating celery while pumping iron is hilarious and so silly.
This would get, if you posted a video of someone eating celery at the gym, you'd probably get like 1 trillion views on TikTok.
It would.
People would be.
If she was like ripping into a protein bar, I'd be like, okay, maybe she didn't eat before the gym and she needs to. Like the celery, so unnecessary. But good on Barbara getting in some goofs. Okay. So we get the nails. We love a nail moment. I love.
Oh, this is a great Bacall fit.
Oh.
Yeah. The roll eyes.
And she's honestly kind of dressed how she was in her heyday, like that beautiful black thing to the side. I feel like her in her 20s would have worn something like that too, maybe with a mini skirt. Oh, here's Barbara. So as you have said, the male on the podcast has said you actually found her more attractive pre-glow up.
Now, I am neurodivergent as fuck, ladies and gentlemen. So, take that with whatever grain of salt. But I will say, pre-glow up. I will say, you read The Onion, the Onion, the satire thing. They have my favorite article. I'm going to try not to be sexist here. famous thing. Let's see if I can get this in. Okay, so she just reminds me from like 1996 of this lady. Like new study shows progress made by broads. She looks like my definition of a broad, I guess, like a 90s broad. I don't know what a broad is. I don't know how that term came about.
Totally get it. I totally get it. I think the pan up. Wait, let's look at her legs again.
Oh, sorry.
Hot dress.
Yeah, legs hot. Yeah.
Leg hot, dress hot. I think the styling above, totally giving broad. But I think the styling above is where we get in all of the bracelets. So many bracelets.
Yeah.
I think this above is like personal choice by her. Like, oh, I like having my blonde hair. Like I think she feels really proud because all of these are choices above. Under is diet and exercise, but above are all like choices. Like I chose to do my makeup like this. I chose to do my hair. And I think those things she feels really good about and really beautiful. So if I was to do what not to wear or whatever, not great at hair and makeup, to be honest, are these the choices I would make for her? No. But I feel like looking at that face right now, I think she feels like she's very pleased with herself, is I think. But I read a lot of comments where people are like, she looked better before. And I think like as a woman, we kind of don't care.
Well, that's the question I was going to ask. So, two things. I do want to just more even saying it verbally so I don't forget. But like I noticed after this point in the movie, she starts to show off her legs more. And I think that's probably the feature. It seems like that she's like, oh, like now that I'm more confident, it's like she's going to show more leg. But what I was going to ask you as the lady on the pod, is do you think this is like where probably most people are so used to like having the gaze be male and like dressing for like, or like presenting it male. Like if you watch that, probably 9 hours ago when I was talking about Marilyn Monroe and Henry Hathaway in Niagara, he's shooting her like a male would shoot Marilyn Monroe in like a very male gazy way. Now it's, as a dude, it's very funny and like good. But this, I'm be curious, like, do you think she's dressing like this is for the ladies? Because there's like, this is a women targeted movie primarily probably is the audience, right? So like, is she dressing for the gals here or the dudes?
When like a girl posts like a slideshow on Instagram and it was her like really feeling herself post breakup at a restaurant and one of her friends is like, no, sit right there, hold that. And they're like, yeah. And she looks like so cute and she's out to drinks with the girls and they're like, yes. And then she's kind of like hitting really different like things. And all of her friends are like, you look so good. And then she's looking through and she does. Like, she looks so good. And then she's like, should I post these? And everyone's like, yes, of course you should. And then she does. And she feels really good about herself and she feels really hot. Like, this is Barbara's like slideshow dump. She likes how she looks here and feels good about herself. So I think all of these pans and these like, what? I have breasts, and everyone like ogling after her. This is a really expensive Instagram slideshow dump.
Yeah.
I think
she's framed in between them.
Yeah, I think like this is someone dressed who feels attractive. This is not just someone like, ooh, I'm sexy now, so I have to dress in a sexy way. Like, she's feeling herself. Like, and that's what's hot.
Yeah, she does look good. She's showing off the cans and the legs more. Believe it or not, so you just described that experience. I have not had that particular experience of being with the, like, she probably is like, that was one of the most lady-coded experiences, I think. I cannot even, like, that's like, it's easier for me to imagine being, like, at the bottom of the ocean, walking on it. Like being a starfish.
The girls are like, yes, I have hyped up one of my friends to hold her espresso martini. Not even look like slutty, but just like, no, you do look so good. We're taking these pictures. Oh my God. Yes. Like girl hype.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. I don't even know what the male equivalent. I mean, probably just breaking something.
You
like
did
I guess
that,
in the equivalent.
bro. You did that. That's my equivalent. That's my impersonation of men.
We just wouldn't. It wouldn't even be that. It'd be breaking things probably. like together, like throwing beer
I
cans
didn't
or
like
like.
this outfit, by the way, of
Oh
Barbara. I think Glow Up Barbara, it's my least favorite. And also,
Yeah.
like, I love women, so I'm not like criticizing. Just once again, I just want to state her hair. I'm really happy that she is really feeling it, and that makes me happy.
Yeah. I know enough about women to get what you're saying there. But that's probably the extent of it. But yeah, I didn't like the hair. Again, it's too broad coded for me. I didn't like this outfit.
It's I think
do like Pierce Brosnan's face
the
here.
neckline, is it mesh? Go back.
I don't think so. No.
Just because that angle of a top is actually like really hard to keep on, and the fact that it's kind of like ice skater coated where it's like comes up to you know what I mean? And they do that because it's like actually to have something coming off your shoulders like that. Fabric doesn't want to do that naturally. Like,
see there, I know I grew up playing hockey and I coached hockey and stuff. So I'm like ice skating that now I can, that's the limited amount of like outfits, costuming I can. This is
because you've
extremely
like
ice skater.
seen those close up.
Yeah.
Good.
For sure. Yeah. Pierce Brosnan with the damn girl face. Like it. He's got a little bit of a menace in here to his eyes. Again, with the glowing lights.
I think
him sitting at a blank screen.
I think we all know for Pierce Brosnan, if she would have stuck around a little bit more, I do think there is something kind of sinister about him. And I think we're all kind of happy we got out before we saw a dark side of Pierce. And I'm glad she just got to leave him and just be done with him. And that's the end of his story. Because I do think there's a little something happening behind those eyes.
Fellas, and I'll also say ladies, look how knowledgeable I am. Fellas out there, if your lady partner is having like a gossipy lunch with a friend, do not crash it. Do not ever crash that. Even if you're bleeding out, don't crash that. Mm-mm. Do not show up and be like, yeah, hey, what's up? I'm just here to have coffee with you and intrude on your, like, no, you will be hated for months.
We need them. And we need them for...
This was a sweet scene. I thought
it was really sweet. There was something about this outfit at one point I didn't like. Can't remember if I didn't like the cut of the skirt or something. I actually have a skirt suit super similar to that. And I want a reason to wear it. And I don't.
I do this fit, again, PTSD. I've disappointed so many women that look like this. That's a clip that, please, someone. I disappointed so many women.
Yeah.
But in work settings, because these are like, especially coming up, like a lot of like women in tech or otherwise, like around this age, sort of who look like this. We're so disappointed in my performance as an employee over the years that I just get PTSD seeing a lady in like this type of hair with this type of pantsuit of this age.
So thoughts on this hair? Do you like it more or less than the last scene?
I like it more than the last scene,
okay,
but less than none of the blonde one. None of the looks in here. I like her hair better, you know.
Oh, I actually really love her friend's hair. I think she's so pretty.
Good bangs.
Mm-hmm.
This freaked me out. This
yes,
that smile. This hair is not bad. I do like how they showed her, like, because I think her friend talks about, or she talks about maybe like the extra hour.
Her her sister.
Yeah, when we were talking about making a lot of videos, I'm very thankful. That sounds going to sound really bad, but on one level, I'm very thankful I don't have to do the trappings of womanhood in terms of like hour in the morning, hour at night, or whatever, just to, I'm aware of that, and that like that's another hour I get to spend video editing, right? So that's like one, And
you're not, I mean, yes, for your podcast record, you are camera facing, but as someone who... I am in all of my videos physically. There are some days where you're just like, I don't want to be looked at. And then you're like, yeah, but I set aside this time to film this. So this is my window. And so it sucks because some days you really don't want. Yeah. So I'm jealous.
It's interesting having like, I have a lot of trans people in my life, and I love shout out all my trans friends and folks. It's been interesting, like as some of them have like transitioned, like because one of them, a couple of them are like pretty red, as like whatever, and like gender theory, like women's theory, all this stuff. And one of them just explained to me at some point, like just like sort of like the sort of interesting experience they had as like going from transitioning from presenting as male to presenting as a woman, just like the different sort of like it's like they sort of lost the ability to ever get on camera without people being sexually interested in them, which is like but it's also like on the other hand, it like they were talking about how it sort of opened up more ways for them to participate in different like spaces, like in not like women to women, like so that you're not necessarily threatening as like a dude or whatever. It's like there's a funny picture I posted on my Instagram, a couple like when I went out with my friend Nat and like 10 of her lesbian friends, like goth les, it was and me, so it was just like it was the funniest picture in the world. It looked like I was their dad or something, but in Chicago, like this karaoke bar. But it was like I did get the sense that like probably, I mean, it's just I don't know, just like all that movie. I thought, because I've been talking about this with Christopher Strong and Dorothy Arzner, the only woman director of the 30s. Streisand made sure to include this scene, which I thought, again, good direction of like, this is like kind of what the cost is, right? Now she's doing this shit for an hour every day, and she doesn't get to have the whole burger. She has to have a half burger, right? And it's like, it's
and I mean, this wedge with her friend, like one of my closest friends in the world is started dating someone in the past year or so, and we've been close since we were 2. So like she has this new thing in her life, and it's really beautiful and it's really wonderful, and I'm so excited about it. But now it's not even like bonding over being single, and we don't have similar dating experiences really. She's a lesbian, different community, different style of dating, but we've always kind of been like twins and together. And even when someone's life, and I'm not even saying, oh, Barbara's life is getting better because she's thinner and more stereotypically pretty, but it's like a change in the life that she was wanting and has successfully achieved. That's great. But whenever you take a different step in your life, you are stepping away from some of the best parts of your original, which is she had this amazing, really loyal friend, and and no one's guilting. They're both acknowledging like, hey, things have changed, and my close friend and I we've been friends since we were 2. Like we've both gone through different phases, and it's fine, but there are those moments where it's kind of like nothing will be as it was, and we had a few years where we were like just kind of together all the time. It's different.
Yeah.
Not bad.
I worry about that with do you worry about that with like, Maddie or some of your other friends? Like, as you at some point will, I don't mean that sounded really dark. Like if you ever get to, you know what I'm saying? But like, I worry about that with my friends. 'Cause like, I moved in with my 2 brothers and friend, and like they've been incredibly supportive of like me getting out of the relationship I was in, and incredibly helpful, and wouldn't be here without them. But then I do have like almost there's this kind of trepidation, right, about like getting into another thing with someone, because it's like I watched The Wild Bunch a couple weeks ago or whatever for the podcast, and that's about like 4 dudes that no one really loves or cares about living on the outskirts of the West. It's the most straight dude. It's My House, basically, that movie. There's most straight dude like loser thing, but it's also like very romantic about the bonds that they form. And there's like a line in the movie, it's like not about who you like it's not about keeping your word, it's about who you keep your word with. Mm-hmm. And it's like these guys, like it is like a real, like it's the most bro movie, but in like a nice way. So I don't know, do you worry about that?
I think sometimes I let my own insecurities kind of start bubbling up, but not to quote Sex and the City, but I do think like my friends have great partners. Not all of them do, but my friends who do have partners who I like, I am so thankful for them, because I think we've both experienced what it's like when someone we love is dating someone who is not so great. So whenever one of my friends is dating a great person, that makes me really happy. Sometimes my own insecurities can come up, but I do really, I'm just really thankful for my female friendships, and I do kind of consider them like the loves of my life. And yeah, in a way that like if I was seeing someone, obviously that time would change, but like I truly won't shut up about them. Like, and
Yeah.
I know that I feel so lucky to have them,
Yeah.
you know? I think really the only danger is more when I start getting insecure when a friend takes a new step into something where then I flip it on myself and I'm like, what about me? What about me? Am I broken? And are they the ones that aren't? And then that's when we start writing, baby. And we try to work it out with therapy and with what we write. Because I know they're not actually going anywhere, you know?
Yeah.
That sounds like a Hallmark movie. Anyways.
Not at all.
Let's keep...
Yeah, no, not... I'm trying to be respectful. You seem to have perked up once we got into the fit, so, but I'm still trying not to ask all the 20 follow-up questions I want to ask you. Yeah, this was, so where was it? This was, I think, one of her better posts. Probably, I think, so far the best one I've seen. Again, she's showing off more of the legs.
And I think that's a hat she wore pre-glow up, or she wore a very
so.
similar hat.
She liked the big berets.
And I don't think, is she dressing sexier? Yeah, but she's not all of a sudden wearing like frilly pink. She's not all of a sudden wearing hot cheetah. She likes a classic black kind of monochromatic look. Like that, her colors haven't changed. Her style hasn't changed. I think she's just now hopefully feeling more confident.
She's not slut maxing like the redhead.
No.
Yeah. Although this is probably my favorite outfit of hers, just this a great sweater.
She still looks so good. What the hell?
She would have been great in Twin Peaks or something, in a Lynch movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got Pierce Brosnan.
Smoking.
I should have clipped more of this scene, but it's a great scene. Again with the collar. It's I don't know if I like the collar so much, but oh my god, this Lauren Bacall. Yeah, so you got him, and then
I loved this outfit on her.
It's so good.
I thought that scarf just looked so lovely. I think she looks so pretty in this scene. And I was going to say that.
Yeah.
This, for some reason, I just think she looks so... I think because she looks so like theater teacher, like the community theater teacher I had. She always had a matching scarf to the coat. Very put together in a very Lauren Bacall way.
Well, she's also, I mean, it's a very emotional, like... the way fashion, right, and emotions connect. She's accepting being old at this point, or she's accepting her age, not being old, but that she looks like this, and she's like, this is the type, this is the guy, and this is the thing that I'm like, I can still have connection here, and she's glowing. And
he seems and he knows the attention she needs.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's flattering her in a cheesy way. He seems really sweet. And I think he like gives her that affirmation that she needs. It's like, hey, you can accept what age you are. And they are, don't worry. They're still going to flatter you. They're still going to tell you that you're pretty. Accepting your age does not mean you're accepting you're unattractive. People are still going to tell you you're hot, Lauren Bacall. I promise. No need to worry.
I would totally go on the TCM cruise if I knew old Lauren Bacall was going to be there.
Same.
Yeah, this is where I think I tried to screen cap. Maybe I didn't get one, but she's showing off her legs quite a bit more in this scene as they're snuggling, and then some more. And then finally, this is another great outfit by Bacall with the robe. I almost wish they didn't show her in this scene. I mean, I get that they wanted to, but I mean, it was such like a nice like closing moment of her with the guy. But I mean, it's not
I can feel that,
all these others. Yeah. Then this is a great outfit. I mean, this is like, again, a lady sports movie. Every woman's dream, right? Like, to have some hunk, like, sort of consensually yell, like something like where he somehow knows that you'd be okay with it, yelling outside your apartment door in the middle of New York City while some guy sings opera.
And they roll around everywhere, up there, over there. It's shocking. Yeah. I didn't realize how much rolling around they do in the street. Yeah.
And they make New York City, I mean, I just did a video about this and people were trying to tell me, this is where I'll get angry, but people are trying to tell me that New York City on CGI looks as good as New York City in real life. And one of the things I called out was sort of just the one was the wonderful fall off of haze that you get like when you shoot in New York City and whatever. But like this isn't. Oh, I think I can't even zoom in on it. The powers that be are trying to prevent. But this scene is just like simple. Two people dancing in the street makes New York City look tremendous, right?
Isn't it beautiful?
Yeah.
In the soft pink, which soft pink, like I don't even know if that's like exactly the right color on her with like the blonde hair and something, but there's something about the soft pink in this setting. It is so striking. It is the perfect color for this scene. And I think it kind of ties back in with all the interiors being very warm, very feminine. And you did share, and thank you for sharing, about kind of wishing that we got to learn more about Jeff Bridges, and kind of like more about him. But I do think this was so Barbara making like a girl movie, which kudos to you. You can appreciate a girl. This is to me like so girl. And I think that's one of the reasons I love it so much. And then I think some collateral is we did not get a ton of fleshed out Jeff Bridges. I think we got a really quirky one. He isn't like a copy and paste leading man, which I will say. Yeah. He looks like one, but he's weird. Yeah. He's very strange.
His dad's really good, actually. His dad, you've probably seen his dad in some random stuff. He was in Seinfeld and some old noirs that are really good.
Really?
He's Nepo, yeah. His dad looks so different than him. But yeah, the pink light, again, if you like this sort of shade of pink and whatever. Sorry, you were gonna say.
Why does it look so good?
I don't know. I have my theories. I know that like part of his New York City was a little more polluted at this time, and pollution can sometimes like seriously can diffract in like a pink light. Like when it's like sunrise or sunset. I think if you're a cinematography, if you know more than me, please correct me. But I think it can do that. But also just like this color palette, it's very old Hollywood. I did a whole video on the color palette of like yellow and blue, Russell Meddy. But the Magnificent Obsession, I always call Russell, among the many things, he's the king of purples and like pinks. There's some shots that he does in Spartacus and the way he uses like these purple and pink lights in Magnificent Obsession and All That Heaven Allows, a little bit less so, but it's just classic. Like she's just seen all these old Douglas Sirk movies that you're going to love whenever you watch them. Because it's, yeah. I mean, you cannot CGI this. This is just,
no.
Yeah.
And
just the gentle fall off. This is a DVD copy too.
The song playing. Listen, question. If someone would have just shown you the like and then like they're just making out and they're like, okay, Jeff, this is your trailer for this movie. Would you watch this movie of just the two of them twirling in the street and like kind of like starting to like make out on top of a car and then getting back up and laughing and chasing each other with the Barbra Streisand song playing? Are you like, that's a movie for me? Or would you be like,
yeah,
really?
I've learned that about myself. Yeah, for sure. Because like, that's just something absolutely. But I get your point. That's probably not very common, I think, but absolutely. Yeah.
I don't know. Truly, I wasn't expecting one answer one way or another. I wasn't trying to like set you up. It's just, I don't know. I don't know why I love it so much. You
don't need to, I mean, you know what the problem so this is, I'm going to be, well, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you talk. You go.
No, after you.
Okay. I was just going to say, I don't know why I love it so much. I repeat myself a lot. So I got my second dose out. Now you talk.
Gotcha. I was about to say something like anti-film bro, but then I realized I was literally talking over you. Then I was like, oh shit.
Oh no, that's funny.
Yeah. But like my therapist, when I was talking with him about the some of the content I have on my channel or whatever, he is like super, he's just a brilliant dude. But he was talking about like the colonization of like, because I was saying like, I don't know, I was like, yeah, it's like I'm kind of talking about the different ways I enjoy movies, because like the whole thing about the dress is like, I kind of like just seeing New York, like seeing New York City beautifully shot is enough for me to watch a movie. And it's like, that is as valid as anything else. And to your point about like the way you parse movies or whatever else, when you say like, I don't know why I like it, I think it's because you've been trained out, and especially since like the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and probably I have, and everyone has been trained out to just like, it's okay to just like a movie because it looks magical and it's in New York City. And it's like,
I'm listening,
my therapist,
and I'm looking something up, but I'm listening.
Yeah.
That's why I'm looking at my phone.
But I think that is like an important, like, I think so many people are sort of, that I've found, it's like one of the big goals of my channel, have been embarrassed almost in some way to like admit that they just like things, like they like seeing costumes, and they like seeing New York City, and they like seeing over the top, like ridiculous, like ending songs sung by the person while they're dancing in the middle of New York City. They like seeing over the top key lighting. And that's literally part of, like, to the extent I have like a political goal with my channel, is just like to get people to be like, it's okay to do that. Like, I like that shit. Like, you know, and I get so, that's like part of the reason I get so furious, like, and I probably will fist fight a film bro at some point, because like, I'm gonna get that on a shirt. But like, I didn't watch a Fellini movie for years and years and years because I was so self-conscious of like appearing as a film bro. And then also I thought like, oh, it's like the way I heard people talk about old Italian directions. It's like, oh, it's some guy watching a bicycle for 4 hours or something like that. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, I don't want to be like that, because I've never really enjoyed that type of movie that much. But Fellini movies could not be further entertaining. They're funny. They're just about poor, like, one movie, it's like Il Bidone, is just people scamming it's like these group of poor scam artists scamming other poor people, these shithead, like, awful people, who are just kind of idiots. And like another one is called like Eva Delonia's Big Calves, which is just like, it's like big man boys, basically. It's just about a group of 5 man children, and it's like the big inspiration for Goodfellas. And I never knew about those, and like I always didn't watch them, because it's like, I heard it's like, oh, I don't want to be like that type of person. But yeah, to your question, like, I just want to see this, like, yeah, I like that shit, you know?
And I think really the power of like the way you don't become the film bro. I think maybe this is kind of obvious. The way one doesn't become the film bro, the way one doesn't become the pretentious, exclusionary person, is to be open and honest also when you don't like something that everyone's like, no, it's so good. But real fast, there was this review. So I like Letterboxd, not in a way of like, I use it. Maddie was like, I think you just want Twitter, but you shouldn't get Twitter. Twitter actually kicked me off. So I just use it as like tweets, and I'll like watch a movie and then I'll scroll through and just find short ones, and they're usually clever. But someone about this movie says, I love this incredibly okay movie about a normal looking woman who just wants a weird guy to tell her she's hot. I really get that. And then sex farces are fun. And it just kind of does, like, it's not, I think like it's not like a revolutionary movie, and it's like, but it's also, everyone's like, yeah, I kind of like relate to that. Like, just kind of like, I just want him to tell me I'm hot, and I think I'm like, I think it's so good. Okay, let's go. No, we're just not allowed to talk about our feelings, Jeff.
Okay.
I think we can do that. Do you know what your Enneagram is?
I have no idea what that, I meant to ask you, but I don't know what that means.
Okay, cool. We don't have time. We're not talking about our feelings right now.
Okay, we're going to get through it. We got this.
No, we get to get through it. That's what my sister says. If you ever have to say, I have to go to work, Mary goes, no, you get to go to work. And everyone's like, fuck you. You're the worst. Okay, cool. Let's go.
Okay.
Hot.
So we got, old. This is my, okay, well, I'm going to try and get you out of here as soon as I can.
No,
but
it's fine.
My buddy, this guy dies in the movie. My buddy, my gay best friend, he was saying that it's like, and we were just laughing, it's the best gay man death ever in the history of cinema, I think, because
it's petty.
It's petty. Yeah, he basically says like, I'm not coming to your party anyway, bitch, and then dies. And it's like the funniest thing in the world.
That's kind of,
he's so good. Yeah. So this guy, I loved her outfit, whatever this big froofy thing is.
I thought I think that's a character actress I've seen in other things.
Yeah, the menswear is really going to pick up in this, because this had some great. But then you got Gene Tierney. This is Oleg Cassini doing it. Stunning. The other lady.
I love the change in the hair made a big difference. Also,
so this is what. So go ahead. Sorry.
No, you talk.
Oh no, after you.
I was going to say her boobs look really good in this dress, and now it's your turn.
So we'll come back to it. They do. There's the other dress where she doesn't have a bra on, where I had to like get up and just kind of walk around for a second later in the movie because it's shout out respectfully. I did that like very respectfully. I was just like, fainting. But this is why I kind of knew it. Like, this is kind of like watching it back. It's like she's really kind of like. It's not as good. The movie I'm going to recommend is, speaking of neurodivergence, is The Heiress by William Wyler, who did Funny Girl. Where I think it's the first portrayal of like a neurodivergent lady on film. But I can kind of see like she's almost, there's something there with her here where she's just a little bit socially awkward in that kind of sad. She has sad eyes. Like your Victorian eyes comment.
She does. And also I think maybe this actress is a little bit older, but it feels like now looking back at this, because it's truly, I watched it a few days ago, haven't really thought about it since. Is it almost feels like they're overdoing trying to make Sophie look young. And maybe it's because the actress was a little bit older. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But also they do make comments of like how they love each other, like almost more than possible, and it does seem a little intense, but then they seem to sustain it the whole marriage. So I'm like, maybe they were just lucky, dude,
Yeah, she's even younger, I think, in All About Eve. She's like a emerging Broadway star who's like trying to cut down the old Broadway star. So she plays like a just out of college 22-year-old. Oh. Yeah, she's so good in it. Like you're gonna die watching that. Ann Baxter. So, but that was a couple years after this. It was 4 years after this. She was playing a 22-year-old still. So I kind of do wonder if she's, I don't know.
And also though,
if they did try and make
when I look at her, I don't think of like youth. She kind of looks like someone who was born looking older but then consistently the same age for a long time, It's
kind of the jowls. She has a little bit of the Maggie Gyllenhaal's, a little bit, I think, resting wise. Tyrone Power looking fucking stupid just from the first scene. He
just doesn't do it for me. He just looks like a guy. He looks like a off-brand Jimmy Stewart.
Yeah. Would you understand his character more if it was hot Jeff Bridges? Like if they just planted him?
No.
No? Yeah.
No. I would just be annoyed with him and I'd be like, why are you so hot, Jeff Bridges?
Yeah.
Oh, that was like my favorite costume, actually. I wrote that in my notes. The little ruffle cape. I don't know what. I think it's just like you can tell it's so well executed and so well made. Like cutting that kind of fabric in that way is not easy and it's very impressive. I was really charmed by the capelet. Her
tailoring is so good. And then you got the menswear tailoring. I mean, this is an impeccable gay man. Good Tyrone Power fit. Got a couple. I like the. Oh, this was a crazy hat by this lady. I don't even know what the hell this thing is.
Oh, I remember that hat.
Yeah. Then Jean's got a big hat too. It's like.
I do feel grateful every day that I don't live in the time of big hats. I love a baseball
Not a big hat lady?
Well, no, I just don't think they would make me look better. Does that make sense? I don't think they would make me, maybe they would make me look worse. I don't think they'd make me look better, and they're expensive.
Yeah. Yeah, these are honestly my favorite fits that Cassini has with Jean. I mean, the dresses are honestly anything he does, but like just even like the suits and the stuff she has is
really well made.
Just so perfectly put together. Good tailoring on Tyrone. And I think he's definitely more uncomfortable in his suits. This is just a random lady fit with this hat. That was just like that I liked. Yeah, this is a crazy fit. Great silhouette on Jean. I love the silhouette on her. The strong shoulders. She's too good for him.
It's so way too good.
Yeah, this is.
And then her uncle makes the comment about how low cut it is. How in the world did Larry leave her? Would you have been able to leave her if you were like,
no,
I want to go be poor? And he's like, ugh, no. Like if she's like, don't go be poor. And then you're like, no, I want to go be poor. And then you just let her leave your life. Could you live with yourself?
No, she's my Rock Hudson. My buddy said about Rock Hudson the other day, shout out my buddy, that he's like, I would work at Dollar General for like, no offense to anyone working at Dollar. He's like, I'd work at Dollar General like 90 hours a week if like I was coming home to Rock Hudson as a gay guy. And so, yeah, I love this scene. This was a kind of erotic scene for the 40s, I thought, like kind of leaning her back like this. It's more passionate than you typically see.
Yeah, like there was these moments where this whole time I was like, oh, they've had sex. They've had sex, right? Like
Yeah.
even when you first meet them, they're like, oh, hooray, it's you. It's so good to see you again. I was like, oh yeah, they've already slept together.
Yeah.
Like
You tell the cinematographer like Gene Tierney here. Yeah, you kind of wonder, but then like because he was this is such a drama queen. Queen of all queens, this guy. This is if I wouldn't overheat, I would wear this type of fit with the ascot and everything. For sure. But to your point, I wrote as soon as she started was revealed. This is kind of the first time you get to reveal that she's evil, like, not evil, but like that she was like, oh, I was going to baby trap him.
Mm-hmm.
Like she has a crisis of conscience because she knows that he would have just, done her right there. But then he's like, you chickened out, because he's just kind of rooting her on. I just wrote my notes. Fuck yeah, Gene gets to go a little wild in this, because I was worried. There's that dress.
there's the dress that brings us together today.
Yeah.
I mean, it's beautiful.
Rebecca and I are brought together on the circumstance of a wedding dress, is what she's trying to say.
Yeah. No, I mean, this is the reason he chose the movie, was this wedding dress.
Yeah.
And so that,
which you don't even really see.
we really don't. Honestly, the pictures do it better than getting to see it in the movie. But gosh, she looks great. And also it's quite a, I don't want to say it's like not really of its time, more so like I've never really seen anything like it, and I've never really seen anything like it again, like the entire look all together.
Yeah.
And I'm not like an expert. I actually have a friend who is an expert in vintage and vintage costume design. So I guess I could have shown it to Sam. But through her and with my own interest in vintage and bridal, I feel like I kind of understand the markers of most decades. I understand when this was designed, but it really is a singular dress. Like, it's very specific in the like the headdress to it. There were other dresses with headdresses like this. It's very interesting, very singular.
Yeah, it's hard to place because it's like kind of modern but classical, right?
Yeah.
It's like,
And that's why late.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't expect this cut on anything from like the 19th century or something, surely, right? But like the elaborate lace is like
gorgeous.
It's just kind of
lace. If people are like, I want classic, I'm like, lace. And then everyone's like, I don't like lace. And I'm like, well,
that's crazy.
I know.
This looks so good.
She looks amazing.
Yeah, you got Ann Baxter again. This guy, I love the old gay uncles. I mean, these two gay guys are so good. I love their like they're just like the Greek chorus. That's one of the reasons I love these types.
That's the author stand-in I was mentioning.
Yeah.
What's his face? And he truly does look like the author. And I think he's narrating the movie. I love something kind of on the nose like that.
Yeah, you got him being a little Tolstoy boy here, cosplaying the poor.
Thank goodness,
like
he gets to pretend to be poor.
Yeah. A lot of these sort of working class fits. This is one of my favorite shots.
And then also, though, like once he gets to pretend to be poor, they don't really show the people of the lower class favorably. It's not like, oh yeah, and look at how great these humble people are. Like sometimes those happen in movies, like leave the big city, go back to Alabama. It's like, no, even when he's hanging out with poor people, like they don't seem that great. And I'm like,
I kind of like that.
Well, no, I know, but like, or I'm more questioning Larry. I'm okay.
Yeah.
I'm okay with like the lower class not being viewed as like little angels. I'm more just like, Larry, I don't even know what you're talking about. Like everyone's unhappy.
I don't think I think that's kind of where the movie's making fun of him. When, to the point when we started a week ago recording this, like, I think he's like, yeah, it's kind of sort of subtly portraying how stupid he is. And then, he has all these weird, when he goes to India and learns to there. He did. He becomes a cleric,
no,
I guess, like a Dungeons and Dragons.
He looks like an off-brand Cary Grant, honestly. Now, if
I could see
Cary Grant was in this, very different experience for me.
Yeah, he's my two favorite romantic comedies. Also, Howard Hawks, who did The Big Sleep, the king of romance for me. His Girl Friday, Bringing Up Baby are my, This guy, I love his Wish I could go to a store and just like try on robes like this.
I really don't think you can, to be honest. Oh, I love how upset he gets about things not being embroidered in the right place.
Yeah.
If I was that man raised in wealth, used to having everything perfect the way, I would be so difficult. Like, God knew what he was doing. He was like, cannot make her a rich, powerful gay man in the 1940s. She will be too powerful. Like, I would just be a nightmare.
I also think, like, to be honest with you, this is like that embroidery thing. I think it's like kind of playing with Tyrone Power's thing as well, because like the guy, he's like, both all these guys are Americans, but the old gay guy is like trying to sort of cosplay as like an aristocrat, and I think part of my read on that was that like he's sort of like as fake as Tyrone Power's journey into Europe and like journey into a foreign country is as an American. It's almost like you can do this stuff, but you'll never actually be this stuff. They're kind of setting up for the gay man. But these are
really, really true. No, that's just true.
This guy who's just getting drunk all day. Love this fit with the glasses. Love this whole apartment.
I was about to say, I love the apartment.
Yeah, so this dress I had to get up and just walk around for a second on.
This dress is actually the one I kept thinking about her in when I was like referring to Jean this whole time. I was like thinking about this character and blah, blah, blah. This is the outfit I've been thinking about this whole time. I feel like that's very like this movie. It's like, it's her more grown up. She's gone through some stuff.
I can't remember seeing cleavage this much in like another 1940s movie. Like seeing this low cut of a thing, braless. Just like, it's just kind of, it's shocking for the time. Yeah, I guess.
I honestly did not notice she was braless, but that is kind of the fun of not having giant boobs, is they can just, they don't have to.
I noticed it pretty quickly.
Yeah. Well, but this makes sense. This makes sense. I don't mean to like call you out. No,
it's fine.
I was like,
I'm calling myself out.
You were like braless, and I thought you were referring to Sophie for a second, and I was like, oh man, I feel like I would have noticed those boobs, like not in a bra. Like I feel like those kind of need to be kept in place. So I was confused on how I had not noticed Sophie braless. No, Jean braless. This makes more sense that you had to pace around.
This lady's got this crazy fox outfit. Just wild. Like all these furs. I think he's just like only in it for a second. More men's fashion. Again, Jean with the big bird outfit here. If you like Bird, Suddenly Last Summer. Have you seen that one? Mm-mm. With Katharine Hepburn? Tennessee. It's a Tennessee Williams play that he adapted.
I do have to say Katharine Hepburn, probably from like all the black and white queens, her and then her iconic pairing dude, Woman of the Year,
Cary Grant, Spencer Tracy.
Spencer Tracy,
yeah.
Gosh,
I haven't seen that. I need to.
Talk about chemistry. I just was watching it because I love Katharine Hepburn, and I was like, oh yeah, this is the guy like she had an affair with. I guess I should watch. And they're like sitting at a booth at a restaurant, and he's this like little aw shucks looking guy. The chemistry these two people have, I was like looking around like, has this ever happened on screen before? I don't even know how to put it into words. They have so much chemistry. It's insane.
They're not married, but they were partners for
a really long time.
That was actually, she's the what I told I was like, as I'm sort of narrowing in what I my type, right? I was like, Katharine Hepburn bringing up baby. I just like some woman who just will kind of gently fuck up my life a little bit.
A little
much.
Manic pixie.
Yeah, I kind of think that, but it's like, I don't know if I would call it. I feel like I wouldn't be disrespectful to Miss Hepburn in that way saying that, but it is kind of like she has like her own characterization, I guess, in that movie. It's like
drags you into chaos.
Is that the definition? I don't really know the true definition. I always think like Zooey Deschanel or whatever, 500 Days of Summer is like the only one. I hated that movie when I was a kid. But yeah, it drags me into chaos a little bit. Would be great. Not like Jean though. Not like that's like from afar. Like Jean's too much.
Haircut is so hard to pull off in that scene, and that just shows how beautiful she is. Whenever any like really hot person gets a dumb haircut, it's just showing off that they will be hot no matter what their haircut is. That
Yeah.
would not look that good on most of the population.
Yeah, she can pull off a lot. This guy, crazy fit with the comb. I mean, buddy, you can't have the one arm, the mustache, and the comb over. 2 out of 3 of those got to go.
Yeah.
And you're not growing back your arm. So
Didn't notice.
I do
that.
like how, yeah, me and my buddies, we always just notice the gross dudes, it like lovingly, you know, because they're just our people. But I did love how much atmosphere, and then oh my God, Anne Baxter in this scene, what a re-entrance to the movie.
What a re-entrance. Yeah, we kind of glossed over her hospital bed, but also I think she was just in a hospital bed. I don't think there was really a fit happening.
Yeah.
Look, another black choker team.
Yeah.
That's what was. Barbara was sporting those too. Oh my gosh.
I like it better on her.
Yeah. How heartbreaking.
Such a great drunk scene.
Well, for a minute, did you think she was a sex worker? Like a proper sex worker?
I did.
I
I think
absolutely
it probably
did.
implies that, you know?
It does. And truly, it was only until she was like, that's my boyfriend, that I was like, okay, is she just in a really abusive relationship? But yeah, I think I think it is. Which then I was like, dude, like, why are we hitting women down so bad? Like, why do the men kind of do nothing? And then these two women go through so much, you know?
40s, baby.
Ugh.
Yeah.
But if you truly like track what happens to every character, the men, like, this happens and the women are like, and everyone dies. She goes into sex work. She's an alcoholic. Like, so dramatic.
Yeah.
And she relapses and she's murdered. It's a lot.
Yeah. This is another, like, to my theory about like them, like he's a dumbass, is like they all sort of are horrified by what they just saw, and he's just like, was she drunk? Like, he just has nothing in his brain right now. He's just like, and then they tell him like, oh, like, buddy, she's an alcoholic. He's like, oh God, I can fix her with my magical powers.
I know.
And
I'll
then
marry her.
They don't even show the romance, which I was like, they're not even going to show the romance of, like, I figured that would be like the point of the movie, is like him and Sophie, but like he just goes off and is just like, yeah, we're married now in like 5 minutes. Another Gene with the gems. This is such a good fit. We'll see a lot of this fit, but yeah, we're married now, and I feel like I was like, there's no way that could work. Because he's trying to cure her with like coins or whatever.
Magic.
Yeah. God, the way this is cut and tailored is
incredible.
Yeah.
And I think like showing her not aging, but like her maturity level, I think is done really well with the hair and the costuming.
Yeah. So there's you know what was interesting when you said like the author was gay. This is another sort of character that you don't see as much. I like in like anymore, but in sort of in this type of movie, where I actually feel some representation is the diabolical, sophisticated straight guy. Because like I feel like if I had like I can't be the gay guy. I wish I can't be the woman. I can't be the all this other stuff. Just not who I am. But the diabolical, sophisticated gay guy, like the way there's a motif in here. I wish I need to clip, but like they keep having like characters sort of submissively, almost like at I don't want to say it, like blowjob height. Like throughout the movie, like Anne Baxter is at like Tyrone Power. It's like very much like a social controlling thing, where like they do it a lot with like lighting the cigarettes, like as they're
for sure lighting the cigarettes.
Yeah, he's like creepily doing it, but a lot of the time it's like lighting cigarettes, like the cat licking the other cat on the head or something. Yeah. It's like a power. It's like a dominance move, and he's like, she gives him a kiss on the cheek. He does this weird awkward thing with her. Fellas, don't riz up the ladies like this by just like kind of cradling their arm like a baby. And yeah, just like an old, weird, lonely, sophisticated. If in All About Eve, there's George Sanders plays an old, sophisticated like theater critic who is a diabolically evil. And oh God, this is me walking into any party. Like, look how fucking crazy. I mean, Tyrone Power, he's just crazy, dumb. But her,
he has no idea, like he's putting her in such an uncomfortable situation, and I just feel so bad for her. She's
magnetic in this. I mean, she's like, like all the scenes, like she's like in the center of it. I mean, this is just heartbreaking to watch.
So hard to watch, yeah.
Diabolical gay guy here. He's just offering. He knows. He's like, yeah, get liquored up. Gene's loving it. He's loving it. Even the waiter's loving it. You know, Tyrone Power has no idea what's going on. He doesn't have a thought in his head.
They're being so... I can't imagine knowing someone, even if not knowing if they're sober, but knowing that someone has a drinking problem. They're now sitting at lunch and they're not drinking. And then everyone is talking about the alcohol at the table. Like it's almost like comically insensitive. And it's very movie. Like, I understand why this is happening. We're watching a movie. Yeah. But still, just crazy.
How evil is Gene? How beautiful is Gene with those eyes?
Both.
Yeah. He's enjoying it. The only one who does, like, Tyrone Power just doesn't get it. She's so, yeah. This is the moment that I was talking about. Like,
the uncle doesn't really seem to get it either.
I think he's participating. That was I think he's with Gene. He's like egging her on. She's his little protege. This is the housewife gay best friend couple that they sort of like, you know, that could be us. Mm-hmm. Got to have little representation. But then this scene is like, I knew, I was like, oh God, Anne, please don't, because I knew she's just pining for it. The way her shoulders are slumped, she's just like gripping chairs. She's like lighting cigarettes end to end. Just the way, like, her little palm, like, hands are palmed up. This is such a powerhouse performance. And then Gene, I'm gonna get this lady fucked up. I'm gonna show her pictures of my living kid and tell her that, what an evil thing to do. Yeah, I'll be your friend, have a cigarette. Gene looking gorgeous again. What tailoring and cut on this thing. It's like the way the pearls, like, I've never seen anything like, you know, kind of V under the pearls. And then the little suit, the hat. This is almost like a Streisand hat.
Yeah.
With the gem. You know.
But she's like almost encompassed, like fully draped in all black. Like the evil is taken over.
Yeah.
Oh.
She's just...
Poor Sophie.
Yeah, then showing the pictures. God. You can't do that, Gene.
That right there, so messed up. Poor Sophie. This whole time, I just felt so... Honestly, like, I wasn't that endeared to her when she was just like, I'm the best friend. Da, 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 da. It was like as soon as she had fallen on this other time, I felt so much, I don't know, more attached to her.
Yeah, and then you got Gene. You can see Gene actually feeling bad about what she's doing.
Oh, for sure.
You know, she like, but she still got to do it. And then leaves her alone. And then again, Ann Baxter. This is just me eating pickles in the kitchen at like 3 a.m. or something. You know, like this exact stance, kind of slightly like, you know,
the
fellas and
refrigerator
ladies
light.
out there. Yeah, eating deli meat. The Tony Soprano eating deli meat like at like 2 a.m. and drinking like, I don't know, some orange juice or something. This is just enjoying it. Yeah, she's back on it. And then Tyrone Power, he looks like fucking Steven Seagal here. We were laughing his our ass off.
I think this is the best he looks.
Yeah. It's
such an interesting coat. It looks like a space coat.
I'm assuming you haven't seen any. I like this lady's scarf, by the way, in her hair.
I liked her. I like it when like a side person has a very specific look.
Yeah. I'm assuming you haven't seen any Steven Seagal movies. I'm guessing. We'll have to... Welcome back, Cotter, episode 3. We can do a couple Seagals, but he's just so... Seagal also has this moronic screen persona. And, yeah. He's going in here. He's just, again, he doesn't know anything what's going on here. And he's just like... I even like how they had him get his ass kicked. Like, that's even like... I feel like that's even like a... Yeah, it's like a... They're not even letting him have a victory on that, where it's like he's not even going to rescue her. It's like he doesn't know anything about this woman. He just thinks that she's some trinket that he can fix. Great maid outfit.
And I think like we haven't seen this house yet. It was just here, and I was like, damn, how many beautiful homes do they have?
And this was supposed to be like a shitty apartment too, or something, right? Which is like, I know, but for us, it's like.
But also, I think like movie, you know?
Yeah.
Do you watch Mike's Mike?
I don't.
Oh, he's kind of the like other Jenny Nicholson, but he has this he summarizes TV shows, and one of them is Gossip Girl, and he calls where Dan Humphreys lives. Was it Dan? I can't remember. Whoever. One of the places, it's this beautiful, beautiful large apartment. And because the character's supposed to be poor, Mike calls it the poverty loft. He's like, so we're back at the poverty loft. And this is the Razor's Edge version of the poverty loft. It's like so poor, but it's gorgeous.
Absolutely. Yeah. And then you get to the uncle's house. What a fucking fit. I love this fit so much.
Maybe the fit of the movie.
Yeah, it might be. And he's so iconic in it, as he's dying, and he's like, this lady won't invite me to her party, and so
that was really, really nice of him to get him an invite.
Yeah,
that's like one of the sweetest moments.
Yeah,
I was like,
my buddy who was watching.
Okay, enlightened, Larry.
Yeah.
This is the first truly enlightened thing he has done, which is
really is
like letting this man on his deathbed be petty. Like, absolutely, that was really nice of you.
This is probably the nicest thing a straight dude did for a gay dude in the 40s, I would think. Everything else was pretty bad. But yeah, you're totally right. This was the only
This was really nice of him.
Yeah. My buddy even said, he was like, they even said, it was like, that was nice of him to send a gay priest. Just like over to this guy's fabulous.
He is.
This priest. Then you have everybody in this house is gay at this moment. I mean, another Gene Tierney fit, great with the bow. The cut on I love the cut on everything Oleg Cassini does for her. Just even it even goes down a little, I think. I don't know if that can make that bigger, but it continues, but he sort of cuts it off with the plaid, and it's gorgeous. And then, again, speaking of pajamas, you seem like they'd be up here. The floral print.
Damn it. I kind of thought for a second he died in the smoking jacket. And I was like, this is going to be iconic. Yeah. No, he's just wearing regular, fabulous pajamas.
Yeah. What a way to go.
What a way to go.
And then Jean, I like the back of her outfit on here as well.
Do you know how tall she was?
I do not. I'm guessing 5'5" probably or something. Maybe 5'6".
I don't know. I see her as like 5'8".
I think, but I'm guessing a lot of guys were shorter.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
In my heart, she's 5'8". I think also she just gives off such Katharine Hepburn energy, and she was famously so tall. But yeah, those shoulder pads. But also everything was custom made to her, so I'm like, the shoulder pads obviously were proportional.
This is one of my favorite Gene Tierney shots, where you can see just on the left eye, I guess it's her right eye, but our left, where she just has that's like it's just a little squint down just to one of the eyes. That's the crazy Gene look. And then I just was clipping everything at this point. I was like, all these.
You were like, every moment important.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, then the author again. I think this is, and then they just show him I think it was funny, they show him hauling this thing, and then it ends with him just getting swamped by a big wave, which I think is good. maybe one last joke. Yeah, hopefully. As he's going to be a mechanic or something.
I am really glad that you pointed out, or I want to exist in the world, that you pointed out that the movie is making fun of Larry. And maybe that's why the author got so pissed off about it, because I didn't feel like the movie was making fun of Larry. But once you pointed that out, I was like, I'm not disagreeing with you. That just wasn't my first take on it. But it takes me a few watches. I'm very to sometimes get what everyone else is putting down.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly, well, I think it's part of it. It's just probably hope too. I mean, I want the movie to be making fun of Larry, because if it's like straight up saying like, oh, this guy went to India and developed magic powers and, you know, hypnotized, and then he gets to have one over on Gene Tierney, it's like he's as much of a rotten person as Gene is in this movie. And Gene is more, you know, he's not even have the excuse of being a woman trapped in everything that entailed in the 30s and 40s. You know, he's Tyrone Power. So,
Yeah.
you know.
And who knew? I thought I knew all the Hollywood heartthrobs, and I went through the whole movie watching Tyrone Power being like, too bad he never made it. I understand why. He's not that great.
Yeah. He's much better in physical. Like he's a guy that needs to be moving around. He's good in his there's a movie he did with Larry Krieger called The Black Swan, and Maureen O'Hara, I believe, where he plays like a pirate. I think he's like, yeah, and they got him real swarthy and stuff.
Oh, that could be
really,
fun. I don't think he's a good like moody actor. That didn't to me it didn't do it. Maybe I would like him if he was swashbuckling.
Yeah, he's definitely better as the swashbuckler. I can see if I can I'll get some Tyrone Power fits in. I don't know if you can see these very well, but
yeah.
He's like, yeah, he's got
a little mustache. Yes, he looks so
yeah.
different with a little mustache and a
yeah,
sword. That makes a big difference.
And he's very tanned. You know, he's got like a lot of sweat going on.
Mm-hmm. That's much better.
Well, cool.
Well, on that note.
On that note, okay, so final thing, Rebecca.
Hangover squared.
Yeah, Hangover, yeah. Okay, so we are... Last thing is movie recommendations, if you like these movies or not. So, not to spring it on you.
I know.
So
I was supposed to be prepped.
Oh, you're all right. I'm gonna give you about 20. Okay. So, for you personally, after having known you now, I would say I was gonna do all my movies here, but the Heiress, which I talked about, which is William Wyler, first neurodivergent portrayal. She won the Oscar for it. Okay. It's really good. Another woman sort of trapped in society. Leave Her to Heaven, Gene Tierney. Because you like being curious. If you want to not sleep for a week, Stanley Kubrick said this was the scariest movie he's ever seen. I've been waiting to watch someone with my buddy Trev is just so not curious. He's like not curious in the same way I am, so this movie doesn't affect him. But
do scary, man.
Okay. Well, it's more of it's thriller, okay. But it also will terrify you.
Okay.
So
I'm already scared, is what I say.
Okay. Any Werner Herzog documentary for Jenny Nicholson. Mm-hmm. Bad Lieutenant, weirdly, for the male side of I have my note here, the male side of being loved as a shit. I think we were probably talking about that 38 hours ago or something. You got Lauren Bacall, The Big Sleep, mm-hmm. and Humphrey Bogart. Great movie. They bring up another movie in here, actually, I thought was interesting. When she said the tape she has, I just bought it, actually, on Criterion. Now Voyager. That was one of the other ones she was going to watch on their wedding night. And Mirror Has Two Faces, which, interestingly, is one of the other portrayals of, it's a melodrama about, like, I think it's about mental illness as well. Mm-hmm. So I'm not like saying that for you, but they bring...
I love mental illness. Yeah. I am mentally ill, so yes.
This is the other. I've never seen it, but they bring it up in the in Mirror Has Two Faces as the other thing she has on tape. So I'd be curious about the connection.
I feel like there is I feel like there's an experiment one could do with like finding media, and then when they reference media, you go to this new piece of media and like follow the breadcrumbs. I wonder how long it could take you.
You should be my producer. That sounds like a great idea.
Thank you.
My party trick is I can normally connect people through actors and actresses through O.J. Simpson, but that's like I'm not going to sit there and, like, if you say, like, go Barbara Streisand to Lauren Bacall, mm-hmm. or, like, whatever, or, like, to Tyrone Power, he was in a surprising amount of movies, and it's always fun doing it. If you want to see Anne Baxter, All About Eve, I don't have my copy with me. I would say also Funny Girl, right? Have you said this is good? So, got my 4K of it, so I'll try and watch that. What do we got? We got Bigger Than Life, if you want to see the male version of Anne Baxter. Like, he gets addicted to cortisol. I have a couple videos on Barbara Rush's outfits in here, but this is like you can see like she's got a great fits in here, but he gets addicted to cortisol, but it's like him upset at being feminized, and it's the first portrayal of economic anxiety I can remember. Like, it's for like medical, like someone basically losing their livelihood due to medical debt, which is 40-50% of medical bankruptcies in America. So it's a good pairing with the Ann Baxter thing. What else do I have here? I had a whole bunch. One of my pride and joys. Let's see, my Columbia class. This is a cool set. Fellas, yeah. So this is where it happened one night in there. So
I really do love It Happened One Night.
Yeah. So because it's referenced a lot, Mirror Has Two Faces. And then if you want to, about being poor, Tolstoy Boys, Sullivan's Travels, because there's a line in there. It said, the nice thing about buying a man breakfast is that you don't have to smile at him. Which you said something like that earlier. And then Suddenly Last Summer for the Playwright, Tennessee Williams, Wild Bunch. Sounds like, for me, The Apartment. Three Women, if you haven't seen Robert Altman. And then if you want something totally opposite, I've been trying to do this one. Watch Van Helsing or Captain Phillips.
That is the exact opposite. I don't think anything is a little more different than The Mirror Has Two Faces than either one of those two.
Have you seen both those movies?
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Or I have seen John Wick.
Okay. I didn't like John Wick.
I did.
Actually. Yeah. So goofy.
Yes. And that's what I love. And I love Keanu. And I also, so much of movies is who you see it with. And I watched it with my brother Brian. And he was like, okay, yeah, you're really going to like this. And I was like, oh, okay, that's great, you know? And like watching, and the whole time he's kind of looking like, you like? And I'm like, yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. So I think I have like a little bit of extra affection because my brother was so excited to show me John Wick. So I also associate it with him.
Episode idea, I guess, then would be, if you want to, maybe like actually would be really funny if you ever want to talk to Maddie, if you and her want to come on, we can pick two extremely guy movies. I think that would be probably super fun, because there's like a couple ones like John Wick that are even like more like a Steven Seagal, like that no woman has ever put on willingly by herself, probably.
I do have a list of like literally just on my phone. I don't know where it is. It's been a minute, but like boy movies. Like not Inglourious Bastards. There was Reservoir Dogs or something where I'm like, that's boy. Yeah. That's boy.
About Ronin?
Yeah, there's just yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say Godfather, but like sort of. Like there's just movies that are boy. And I think I think a Battle of the Sexes could be really fun. Yeah.
My buddy, the only one of the few movies he didn't like that me and my brothers like. Me and my brothers are straight. He didn't like the movie Ronin with which has Robert De Niro, and it's Sean Bean and Jean Reno. It's like he said it's like it's not even something a gay guy like who's can even enjoy. It's like that much of like a straight dude movie. So
that even with him you can't enjoy it.
Yeah, it's known for its car chase.
Oh God.
Yeah.
No. Like I guess John Wick is different with the action sequences. I just, it's fine. I just, during action sequences, I start disassociating, being like, damn, I am out of cheese at the house. I guess I have to go pick that up, And then I'm like, oh, dialogue? Okay, cool. What's happening?
We'll come back.
Next time.
And think about it. Yeah. I'm asking her to defend her movie taste on the spot 6.5 hours into a podcast.
Yeah.
So apologies, Rebecca.
I'm worried that people are going to be like, why do they think they're so interesting that I would listen to a 6.5 hour conversation? It's just been fun to discuss these movies with you. So very humbly, if anyone has gotten this far, like that is so nice and flattering. And I hope for all of like your 8 hot girl walks we have like this past week we've gotten to be a part of, like, thank you so much. And you're so hot. And I'm so proud of you for going on 8 hot girl walks. I feel like this has been a nice balance of kind of like fangirling over similar things, but then also both of us bringing like a really different perspective to things. And I've had a lot of fun. Thank you so much for asking me.
Absolutely. it's probably a good time to end it, I think. So I guess check out Rebecca's YouTube channel, podcast, if you made it this far and you want to hear more of us talking.
More, which would be fascinating. For me, at least. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, you keep talking.
Yeah, throw a DM if you made it this far.
Yeah.
We'll
God.
study. We'll send your brain to science.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Rebecca. This has been fun.
Thank you.
And everyone, thanks for joining us. And I will see you next time.
Yeah.
Once we have a long sleep from recovering from this.
So much fun. I love it. Thank you.